Just something a little bit different, something pretty creative, to be honest, but they never found themselves in a really good position actually to pull it off. I feel like for that to work, it needs to be a 5-on-5, 40-second execute sort of style. Whereas in that case, it was like a 3-on-5, and the round was basically over. And it was just desperation play in the end. So unfortunately, we don't get to see it played properly, and we're probably not going to see it for the rest of the map because it was a pocket strat. So that one will go begging, and yeah, Elevate really extending that lead.
It's a must-win round though for Bliss. 5-1 at half is always just mentally draining to think that you've got to come back that far, that you can't slip up at all. Elevate are going to be going on the attack, which has statistically been favored so far this season on Oregon as well. So all signs pointing to an Elevate win if they can keep this up. Bliss need to be able to get this basement site. It's imperative.
I would agree. Question then is, how will Bliss try to win this round? I think the operator selections is standing out as being too unorthodox. I would like to see, again, I feel like I'm ragging on Oda a little bit here, and this is not intentional. I know he called me out on Twitter a little bit, but I want to see this roam be really snappy, and I want to see those flanks established really quickly, because Elevate have been probing here and there, like Worthy, for example, who's roaming at the moment, have had impactful rounds on that roam. So I want to see those air jabs placed effectively and Bliss actually playing off them, whereas previously maybe they weren't as well as they could.
Definitely feels like we saw more roam play in the other matches tonight on Oregon compared to Bliss's attempts. Elevate themselves, like, haven't been overly aggressive on the defensive roam either. Like, they've had some players down below, but and usually it's been Worthy running around. Vast has also had a couple of moments too, but even they themselves have been quite defensive. It's played well though. Maybe even playing into the hands of Bliss. Like, feels like a round or two ago it was time for Bliss to shake things up. Maybe they tried to do that with the Amaru. It didn't quite work out. Elevate just firmly in control, and everything that Bliss has tried has been shut down.
Blue set up here from Bliss. Repix heading the charge. One of the fresher players to the competitive scene. Repix known as a bit of a ranked demon, but of course competitive is a whole nother kettle of fish. Not a bad map from him so far. I mean, going 34 on entry is respectable, but by no means amazing. And he'll be looking to step that up here in the last round of the half and try and post some numbers on the board. And I mean, he's going to be pretty critical here. I feel like he will be the one to try and enter and get these picks, maybe alongside the likes of Nazgul, who can run that G36 with the 2x and the angled, although I think he's running vert, so either way, he'll do some damage.
Got to deal with the Banshee. Nazgul does just that. And again, it's Worthy with the opening kill. How many of those has he been able to find in this series?
Oh, nice.
Nazgul at least swings out, catches Vast. It's a good play to take down, and then they catch God Legion as well. And the trades are just flying everywhere here at the minute mark of round number 6. Worthy 10, 2, and 3 has been popping off in a 3v3 to close out this first half.
Well, the thing is, he's also hit another flank, and now he's in a great position to watch the stairs. You can see Repix and Nazgul are aware, but they're waiting for him to peek. Worthy, he doesn't need to. He can sit here, chill, relax, and provided his teammates on site hold firm, there's no reason for him to push this. So Bliss are in a really bad position.
Yep. 30 seconds left.
Oh.
Repix with the diffuser. Worthy. At some point, he is going to swing it, and they know that as well. And that's exactly what is in the back of their minds as a play over in Freezer as well. Worthy does swing out eventually, and he does catch Nazgul, so he took one, but unfortunately the rest of Worthy's teammates have fallen by the wayside, and it has allowed Bliss to get onto site, get the plant down. Todd watching the corridor, and Bliss will finally get another round win. It took them the first round of the first half, and now the last round of the first half.
Welcome back, folks. It's time for the second half between Bliss and Elevate. And as I was about to say, and I was rudely interrupted. No, not rudely. We love living. But I was going to just say that Bliss played that round really, really well in the end. Sure, they had Worthy be a bit of a pain in the butt, quite literally, but they just sent it on site and found the picks they needed to, and then could just turn their attention back to him. So I like that intent, and I hope that we see that aggression from Bliss here in the second half on the defense.
Well, I'm happy for Bliss, though, that they were able to at least close out that second half. The way they started it, too. Definitely one of their better rounds. 2-4 scoreline, though, is bang on. Elevate have deserved a 4-2 scoreline. They've been definitely the better team. They now go over to the attacker side, which statistically is a 60% win rate, guys, so far throughout Oceanic Nationals. So it would suggest, based on the stats, that Elevate are in the driver's seat for the remainder of the second half.
Rooney will see an appearance once again here. Bliss using it to shut down some of the angles, or entries rather, from Blue. Another interesting pick from Vast here. He's playing over towards Small Tower on the Lion. Could be used by Elevate for the execute. Try and freeze those Bliss players in position and trade them out. And I don't mind that. I really like the Lion pick here and there. Try and catch your opponent off guard. And if aggression really is the hottest word in town, or the hottest meta in town at the moment, hey, why not bring that line?
Yeah, and I think this is what Bliss have to do, right? On the defense, is try and disrupt Elevate as much as possible. Have those roamers. Kind of bank Elevate, though, to win those ones at the times that they do take place. So Bliss have got to be very careful if they are going to deploy that strategy in the second half at any point. A lot more downstairs than upstairs, though, at the moment. Not too much of a surprise. In fact, all 5 of them are downstairs. So very much going for that turtle strat, which we haven't really seen tonight at all.
Yeah, very roam heavy at the moment from a lot of these players on defense, and I guess part of that's due to the meta shift away from utility clearance, and it is quite easy for players to be flushed out. And thank you, Vast, for talking about utility clearance, or at least assisting me in explaining it. Whips out the Golden 6 and can take down Shade's Banshee at the bottom of the stairs. Rebix knows there's a drone there, but can't find it, or at least shoot it.
I thought he got it.
He's in a very scary position. We've seen this naded out multiple times already tonight.
How did he not get that? Oh, it was like just slightly below. Yeah, okay, I see now.
Yeah.
Nade just trying to clear out Rapix. Doesn't quite catch him. This freezer push has been the most popular strat tonight for trying to push it into basement. God Legion will open up the fray with the early frag onto Oda, the lovable fan favorite. Didge pushing in through Laundry. So they got Laundry and Freezer push coming in from Elevate, but right now it's Nazgul who's found a quick triple. In fact, he shuts down that entire Freezer push. And it's basically Laundry only at the moment. Digital's going to actually have to rotate back across site. 30 seconds left to just try and at least provide a different option here.
Yeah, Digital's walking through meeting there to not make any noise. If you sprint, those footsteps can be heard. So he'll dampen that, and now he'll try and pinch alongside Worthy, but with those Syria gates still up, a player inside a freezer as well.
He's got 2 nades.
This will be tough. This will be very, very tough.
Does have 2 nades available, and in fact, he's just going to run straight through the laser array, but Bliss were waiting on the other side, and in the end, the turtle strat comes out, and it is quite successful to kickstart the second half. The other part, I think you mentioned it before, tanking the laser. Like, yes, the damage doesn't do that much, but you're also giving away the position. It's almost like a proximity alarm as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you burn it, you're going to make sound. If you walk through it, you're going to make sound. I mean, it really doesn't matter either way, but I don't know if Digital, I feel like he threw something into it that round and then still walked through it because it takes a second or 2 to go away. I could be wrong. It just looked like that when we switched to him. But yeah.
He did have 2 nades, so you might be right. He might have thrown a nade
I think
in.
he tried to burn it and he just ran through too quickly, which I'm sure all of us have done before. It's very easy to make that mistake. You sort of have to throw it, wait a second, and then run through, but Digital was, pressed against the clock there. So no fault of his. And yeah, solid round there from Bliss. I liked what I saw.
Have you seen some of the chants that are going on in chat tonight, guys? I've got to pose the question to you. What do you think of chat's current chant, which is these winds in the mast, let's go vast? Also, there's wind in the mast, let's go vast.
I'd probably give that like a 7 out of 10. My favorite Vast copy pasta is the one about his strats being found on like old tablets, or whatever they're called. Like on rocks. How a long time ago they used to write things. What are they called? There's some copy pasta about it, and basically the story is that Vast's age on Liquipedia is like 38 or
38.
something. So, yeah, he's not doing bad for an old man. How many picks
Plus
is he on
so
at
old,
the
he
moment?
might be bold.
Ooh, yeah, not bad. He's gone
Yeah.
7-4, so not bad. But he has been put on Lion. And that's basically what you put the washed player on. Because you only have to click one button. So, I don't know. Maybe he's been baiting his teammates a bit.
Well, what do we think of this mini comeback from Bliss? I mean, it's only 2 rounds in a row, guys, but at 4-1, it was looking pretty bad. Like we saw in some previous matches, although I might hold this because whenever there's an E1D going out, it means there could be some pushes, some rushes. Digital does get eliminated. So that gets kind of shut down, and that's one E1D used already. And the Lion coming out, I think it's definitely the first time I think I've seen Lion this season of Oceanic Nationals on Oregon.
Yeah. I mean, we don't really see a whole lot of Lion at all these days. And if we do, it's normally on maps like Coastline or maybe even Chalet, I guess, these days. Super aggressive.
Casual.
Well, yeah, you know all about the casual meta. I can't say I know too much about it. But yeah, you don't really see much Lion at all. It's just really not that great in most scenarios. But if you do want to go for aggressive executes, which I'm sure Elevate will want to.
I think you see Lion a fair amount on Coastline. You'll probably see him on Chalet as well.
I just said that. Do you? Yeah.
I don't listen to you. What are you on about?
Ah, God.
It's a love-hate relationship, guys.
Take away the first word, and yeah.
Minute and a half as things have just kind of dried up a bit in this 8th round. After Dig was eliminated very early on in the round, mind you. There's a second one. Shade's got 2 now. He's just hard to deal with over in Kitchen. Just completely denying this vert control as well from Elevate, and Bliss are looking very strong here on this Kidstorm site.
Oh, there could be an engagement in double window here in a second. I believe there's a player posted out there.
Hang on. Is Vast going to deal with him?
Maybe. That's Shade that playing Ring a Rosie here inside of dining and the showers corridor. Fisho does find one. Oh no! Oh, Vast, hit your shots! Oh no!
Uh-oh.
That's unfortunate. And Shade, that's his 3rd in the round.
He is very low though. But it's down to just Fisher Guy and Worthy. I don't see how they can come back from here. 30 seconds left into the round. Both essentially going to have to push the attic, right? I mean, I don't think Worthy's got enough time to do anything else but push in. Fisher Guy trying to scout out any information, try and see if he can find someone at the back of Kids, and he does. It's Fisher Guy, headshot. Almost got a second flick onto the player behind that shield. Didn't quite attach the bullet to the head. Usually how you're going to do things, and Worthy, well, he's obviously running out of time and space. He doesn't even know where he's getting shot from. He just looks behind him and he's like, wait, there's no one there.
Hello. Yeah, I mean, not bad there from Bliss. Pretty solid defense. Elevate throwing away a few picks early in the round. It really didn't set themselves up nicely for the end. I feel like we cursed Vast a little bit there, talking him up, hyping him up. Probably a couple of people in chat, getting around him. And then he got 180'd on.
So what you're saying is Vast's mast got demastered?
I personally wouldn't.
Is that how? Like, I don't look. I don't know my ship anatomy. Okay, like I'm not a pirate. But is it demast?
I don't know.
The things we can do on Oceanic Nationals, but probably can't do anywhere else.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know what to say to that, to be completely honest.
Well, we're going to kitchen dining, guys. This is the second time, only the second time tonight. Usually it's kitchen meeting. Don't know who this favors, to be honest, but the fact that Bliss have elected to defend here would give me the inkling, not the inkle, as Dev says, that they are probably more inclined to be happy to play this one.
10 seconds left.
Yeah. Not a big fan of that Dev Marta bloke, but yeah, as you're saying, this will be a pretty interesting objective to see played out. I don't mind this extension above into Kids. They've opened the hatch and they've also created angles on the top of that connecting wall. And from there, you can get a really nice long angle into the other bomb site. Thank you, Repel, for showing that. You can see basically from the couch forwards, so pretty powerful. And that will, in many cases, force the attack to actually go above and clear that out. I was I got my attention caught by Vast
below.
there, who was taking damage, and I was like, Vast, please just don't die again, alright? I don't want to keep hyping you up and you're falling short, because then it's a caster curse.
We're tied up 4-4, 3 rounds in a row for Bliss. What a comeback. It's been the night of comebacks, though, the night of upsets. It's the storyline that has played out here for Playday 2 of the Oceanic Nationals, and it's been bloody thrilled to be watching it firsthand. Will it continue, or can Elevate find the strength to just sort of fight back here? God Legion, he himself was also just slowed down a little bit from the earlier rounds.
Nazgul. Getting a little bit hungry here, peeking small tower stairs as Fisho works the wall with the Maverick torch, and there we go.
Greedy.
He is punished. A little bit greedy, yes, for sure, and Worthy gets another kill on his tally. Oda now is the next line of defense. If they forfeit control of showers, they're going to find themselves in a whole world of hurt.
Could definitely understand sort of just wanting to get a pick there, but I feel like Nazgul can just hold corridor without having to peek that. Now Elevate with an advantage. Second EE1D goes out. Nade's not going to be really doing too much damage as Oda's shield just gets destroyed along with himself.
Yeah, we really need to see someone there try and support Oda. Maybe the likes of Todd come across a little bit earlier and try and at least offer some support. But now, look, the round's basically over. They've got control. That angle that I mentioned above on the hatch is not going to have any impact on this round. Now, Shade and Repix need to pull off a minor miracle, really, to try and bring this back. Sure, Repix is in a great position, but hey, the bus comes into play. He'll be taken down, and now Shade's in the 1-on-5.
I mean, say what you want, but the Lion did have at least a minor impact in that round at times, and it just allows Elevate to push freely. Especially if they've got prior information to the E1D, and they played that round flawlessly. It's on your screen for a reason, and finally Elevate can kind of stop Bliss in their tracks for a bit.
Round 10 now. Elevate with the lead. Laundry and Supply is where Bliss are going to head. They're trying to, of course, prevent Elevate from winning the round and heading themselves to match point. Again, if you are just joining us over time, if you make it that far, we'll secure you at least 1 point. If you lose it out, that's obviously the goal for these teams. Maximize the amount of points they can earn. I love the fact that Elevate is still sticking with this line. I mean, I don't know. I'm still a little bit skeptical. I would agree with you somewhat that it had an impact in the last round, but I don't know. I want to see.
I mean, a minor.
I want to see like
I
want to see like a super obvious play where the line directly prevents a defender from moving out of like Soda Death or something like that.
I am actually going to say though, I feel like on basement, I think it's actually even going to be like less powerful, right, compared to the other sites.
Depends how turtley Bliss play, right? Because we've seen teams roam quite a bit on this site, but they're not really roaming above, and I feel like the line would be more effective in that sort of situation.
Yeah,
so, yeah, I probably agree with you.
If they're like roaming around like meeting and like outside of just like holding like backstairs or something, sure.
5 seconds left.
But as we've seen sort of so far tonight, the objective is get those 3 hatches open and call it a day from there. Push freezer, and it's kind of rinse and repeat. I don't know if the Lion's really going to do much outside of maybe like the initial push onto site to try and just stop some players, changing position at the last second.
Map sweep here from Elevate. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, so like, my point is, and you can disagree with me if you want, but I think it's more for the site than the roamers.
Yeah, I disagree.
Okay.
Just for the sake of it. But as I was going to say, yeah, map sweep here from Elevate. Again, no roamers, so that should be pretty easy. Fisho already 45 seconds into the round, torching security hatch. He'll be able to pop that open and then head over to meeting and work that as well. And that's, of course, a great direct counter to Oda playing the Kaid. He has electrified those hatches with those electro claws. meaning that Fisho needs to get it with the torch. That said, we actually did see last night Twitch used, I believe, by...
Really?
Oh, who was it? I think it was Rhythm, maybe. I think it was Leb playing Twitch. I could be completely wrong. So someone correct me in chat, but no, it was on Oregon, so maybe.
Oh, that's right. It was the one Oregon game. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, someone used Twitch to actually clear the hatches, which I thought was pretty cool. But yeah, using Mav, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just pretty stock standard.
Completely forgot that actually Oregon was playing last night, as we had 3 clubhouses. How the turns have tabled.
Was I meant to laugh then?
Well, a little chuckle would have been nice. Now I just look like an idiot. That's all right.
Ah, well.
It's called a joke, guys. You wouldn't know what that is.
No.
Oh, look at this push. They're just going straight in.
They forgot about Todd, though. He's hiding in the corner of blue. Eventually, Fisho shuts him down with the pistol, but Shade trades another pick off screen onto Didge. Bliss now are the team on top as they reinforce off elbow and fall back towards site.
Still one EE1D left for Elevate, but yeah, I mean, Bliss are definitely on top now with man advantage as well. Summer charges go out. Worthy is still just popping off. 14, 2, and 6, leading the way for Elevate. The fact that he's still up means that there's still a big chance Elevate could pinch this round. Nazgul's low as well. This is by no means is this over. Especially at 25 seconds left, the EE1D is still available. There's still one last push coming in from Elevate. Well, I don't know if they really get much from that. All that does is allow Worthy to just get onto site, get that diffuser down. Fisher guy covering will catch out Shade. Vast knows exactly that there's one in freezer, so he's pinched in there as well, and he catches out Nazgul. I think Bliss are going to lose this one unless Vast dies at pillar, and he does. Oda in a 1 versus 2 against Fisher guy and Worthy. He's got 30 seconds left of time. Vast is down, and he's not going to be successful. Elevate do, in fact, win the round.
On the standings, which is ever important. So, look, they've still got to knuckle down. Sure, the last round was great, but no one cares about the last round anymore. It's eyes forward into the future.
Exactly right. On to the future, on to Kids Dorms now for match point Elevate. Is there a final twist in this tale, or is this going to be the sort of Cinderella stories that we've seen tonight come to an end here? Elevate, the expected team to win. Bliss, though, to their credit, have actually played pretty good. I don't think they've actually played that bad. I know that yourself, Guz, you were doing your co-stream yesterday. You weren't a big fan of Bliss.
Oh,
you said some pretty hurtful things, just so everyone knows.
Jeez,
For all the
I don't
Bliss
think I
Up
was
fans in there,
I don't think I was that harsh. I mean, do I think that Bliss are a top 4 team? No. Do I think they're terrible? No. Yeah, it's difficult to make assessments this early in the season. What I will say is that they're not blowing me away by any stretch. I think they have a couple of things that they can probably try and work on. So as long as they're improving as the season goes, that's cool. Not everyone's going to be at their full potential at the start of a season. I mean, all the top teams in quotation marks have been struggling a little bit outside of Elevate. So yeah, it take a little bit to hit your marks.
Man, look at Worthy's stats though, guys. 16, 3, and 6. Like, if he just clutches up this game, like this particular round, gets like a 3 or a 4K, is that enough to secure MVP for the week?
Ooh, maybe. It's a pretty close contest between him and Cutie at the moment, I would say. So he's gonna have to do something pretty big here. Hasn't been a bad performance by any stretch, but I don't think he's quite eclipsed Cutie. He could be the MVP for tonight, though. I'd say he's a good shot.
Cutie had a pretty good night tonight as well.
True.
Didn't win though.
Yeah.
Depends on how much you put emphasis on winning, because I kind of do. I think, yeah, play is a big factor. And it's something that Elevate are looking to do here to win this series, this best of 1 against Bliss, who have been brave. Brave doesn't get you points. I need 2 rounds to send it to OT and at least secure 1. They are on the defense on Oregon, though, and it means it's less likely to happen.
Bit of a peculiar shield here placed inside of Trophy by Bliss. It will force the attack to vault unless they want to use utility to clear it. It looks like so far Gold Legion doesn't want to waste any of his utility clearing it. That said though, they will eventually take it down. It was a Goyo shield in fact, and that means that they can't push through the flames as of yet. But to be honest, I don't think they're really in a position to push this just yet. They still need to try and clear Attic, maybe get some control inside of Pit. Then they can play off the game's breach that they made, or maybe just try and send it deep in towards the site.
There's something about throwing a drone into the fire that just, I don't know, doesn't sit well with me from a physics standpoint. The thing should have just melted on the spot.
They're fireproof. They're advanced technology.
Ah, right. Yeah, yeah. Coated in some special gel. That means that they can't. Yeah. Okay. 35 seconds left. Elevate. I thought they were actually going to be pushing in quite quickly on this site, but have elected not to. They've really slowed it down. That's the second EE1D that has been utilized now by Vast. Has got one remaining. Worthy and Vast now pushing through Attic. Could go for a Kids plant because Nazgul's the only one that's in Kids at the moment, but he's also drawing his attention away from Kids. In fact, so much so he gets the headshot onto Worth. The round's over.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that was... I don't know. What went wrong there for Elevate? They just... I guess they never dislodged any of the players in Bliss and applied enough pressure. They kind of just held their ground and won the ones as they filtered through. It was nothing fancy really from Bliss. Sure, there was, I guess, a nice angle there under the double window. Maybe that peculiar shield here and there. But yeah, that was just super weird, to be honest.
Well, I mean, that was really good though from Bliss. Like, I think they just timed their swings right. Like, I think that they just swung at the right time, peaked at the right time. And it's just one of those cases where, like, literally 5 players for Elevate, all 5 of them just die at once. I swear, like, the kill feed had, like, all 5 of them in the space of, like, 5 seconds.
Yeah. It's basically the first player fell, and by the time we switched to the next, everyone was dead. So,
yeah.
Unfortunately, a little bit difficult to read into that round, but oh well, we'll reset. Just like I'm sure Elevate will, who are still on a match point. They can head back downstairs. This is their last opportunity to get maximum points here against Team Bliss. It's matches like these that the top teams need to be winning, be in contention for top spot at the end of the stage. And Elevate, they know that. They'll be looking to convert.
Was there a team that was down 4-6 tonight? Was it Riflecopter or Rhythm? I can't quite remember, but I'm almost convinced one of them was down 4-6.
Well, be whichever game went into overtime, which I think was only the Ruffle game, right?
They both went overtime.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
He's got the memory of a goldfish.
Yeah.
Look, I won't ask you anything anymore. That's okay. I'll just say any sort of stat questions, I'll just message and PM Dev.
He's probably, yeah. He knows what
Get back
doing.
to me with an answer. Yeah. 5-6
Probably.
though. Bliss looking to send it to OT for what would be our third OT of the night. And Guz joked about it yesterday, and somehow it has come to fruition. Well, maybe not just yet. If Elevate can close this round out, they're on the attack. We're down in basement. Little roam clear at the moment from Digital on the Yana, which is we're seeing is becoming a lot more prevalent.
Ooh, I like that little drone spot too, placing that in Addict. I guess if any defenders want to rotate late using impacts to that position, then they can have eyes on it, which is really cool to see. I like that. Don't think anyone will really be flanking though, as we can see all 5 members from Bliss on site. And this is probably going to play out quite similarly to Elevate's last attack. Fisher Guy will now come in, open the hatches. Actually, yeah, he will open the hatches. I paused for a second because Bliss aren't being paid this round, but they're obviously not going to use Salmons on the hatches. That wouldn't be effective. So Fisher will still have to do that task, and the rest of the team will set up the flank watch, set up the intel, and then they can start thinking about exactly how they want to clear sight and get that diffuser down.
What was the phrase that you used earlier? Turtley?
Totally, yeah.
Turtley. Bliss, I think right now they're being quite turtley.
Yeah, I think that would be a fair assessment, fair analysis.
Well, except for one. No, never mind. Repix is... Well, I mean, like, honestly, it's an aggressive position. He's just been droned out, so he'll just fall back through Freezer. But, like, even just that Freezer stairs position is something that Bliss didn't even do last time. Yeah, bunker down for the Freezer push, though.
It's interesting, right? Because Todd actually did play the castle, so I don't know where he's exactly placed. It looks like one at Tarp Store, not sure where the others are, but let's not worry about that. Todd's now forced out of blue as the grenade, in fact, will push him back. He'll reinforce off elbow as Nazgul finds a pick. And it starts to get a little bit dicey now from Elevate. One of their top fraggers, and the Zofia nonetheless taken off the board. How they try and shape up for this plant? They'll probably try and get control of Long, maybe even open up that cross inside of Elbow. And Bliss, they need to try and deny it. Last time they struggled, and I think this time it will still be a challenge.
Well, trades back though. Nazgul immediately gets Digital, who ran out and got Todd. Fisher guy. Does he catch one here? It really changes the round back for Elevate, because right now they're down a player, 20 seconds left. They're at a disadvantage.
Ooh.
Somehow just catches the head of Repix and Freezer. He's going to get a second one? No. Oh man, like picking, that's risky. Shade did find a C4 kill onto Worthy as well at the same time. 10 seconds left. Vast just pushing in past the Banshee. But Vast has got to get the diffuser down, and he knows that there's players around him. He doesn't even have time. Bliss have won the round. We go to OT for the third time tonight, Guz.
Well, if you're a fan of Oregon, you'll be having fun tonight. That's all I'll say. My word, I don't think I've casted this many rounds of Oregon in a row ever. But yeah, but really well played there by Bliss. Honestly, really, really well played. The only salvageable thing there for Elevate really was that Fisher guy popped off again once inside of Elbow. Was, you know, giving his team a lifeline, but it just wasn't enough. I think those castles from Todd slowed them down quite a bit, and then when they got into that sort of plant phase, it was just very awkward for them, and the aggression from Bliss paid off.
Oh, I'm just pumped to see another game go to overtime, Guz. I think it's also good for the Bliss fans as well. New organization, new fans coming to watch Siege. And right now, witnessing a bit of a classic here as well, because Elevate is a top-tier roster. They've been in some hot form, top 2 level form really in the region over the last month or so. And Bliss have taken it right up to them here on Oregon and have an opportunity to continue the trend tonight, which is the underdogs prevailing. They go defense first on Kid Storms. I tell you what, they win this round. I put the money on them to go 8-6. That's what we've seen tonight. 8-6s across the board.
Well, you know what we can see now? Roffelcopter are going to be the top team in Oceanic Nationals, regardless of how this plays out. Because actually, no, they won't, because they won in overtime. I keep forgetting that. I keep forgetting that key detail. I thought I was making like a huge storyline here that somehow Roffel would be top of the league, but I mean they could still be equal first, depending on whether or not Elevate win here.
They will be, because they don't have the map difference that Elevate. Elevate's not going to have the map difference.
Yeah, look, I don't know. It's a bit technical. We'll just say they're equal first now. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. Again, another friendly reminder that this is not like old times. Both of these teams will get at least 1 point here. If you lose in overtime, 1 point. If you win, 2. And I think Elevate will probably be happier to be on the attack here. Probably the more favored side. And you need to see if they can actually kickstart OT with a win on, or a round win on the board. Some of these executes from them have been a little bit sketchy, to be honest.
I kind of just feel like Elevate needs someone other than Worthy to step up. It's been the Worthy show, and outside of him fragging out, no one else is able to find kills or be consistent enough over a couple of rounds. Whereas Bliss have had a bit more of an even spread across the board, a more 5-man solidified team putting in work. Air jabs out from Vast. Really worried about the flanks and the roam, but it's something that we haven't really been seeing from Bliss.
Well, actually, we're seeing Todd. If we can switch to him on the Jaeger. He's at the bottom of the rear stage stairs. It could flank up to these players over towards Attic. Whether or not that'll come into fruition, we'll have to wait and see, as action's going down over towards the games wall. I swear, Todd is still playing over there, right? Yeah, we can see him over near towards Vast. So this could be a very awkward engagement if the flank watch isn't there. And Todd's going for it right now. Oh, this is very sneaky.
I mean, this could actually be map changing. Vast has an inkling here. Don't know if he has full info. It looks like he kind of does. By the way, he's playing, places down another air jab. Todd could fall off this, rotate to the other side of the map. He doesn't need to commit to this. I mean, he's already kind of done enough putting a bit of pressure, but then if he does rotate out of this position, they do lose full control of Attic.
Ooh.
Digital does find the opening frag onto Oda, playing a double window. Nazgul and Kids, there's still a player at least in both Kids and Dorms for Bliss in this overtime defense. Vast is pretty safe over here as well in Pit. He knows that no one's going to be pushing through that attic unless they deploy those air jabs. 20 seconds left. This is Elevate's time to shine.
Todd now is going to commit to the flank, keeping in mind there was an air jab placed on the roof. He doesn't see it though, and he gets knocked to the ground. Vast, though, still wins the gunfight. Todd doesn't catch him off guard as he pops back up. And now Nazgul is left in the 1-on-5. Make it a 1-on-4, but surely he cannot win this. He's under a lot of pressure from a lot of angles, and Elevate should be able to just close this out.
There's too many angles here that Elevate don't even need to peek from, but Didge gets a little hungry and he finds himself a snack onto Nazgul. Overtime match point now in the hands of Elevate, and if tonight's trend is anything, the team that does win the first round in overtime does go on to win the map. So there's a few trends out there, guys. I feel like they all just counteract each other, but I should point that out. 8-6, 8-6 tonight were our two score lines earlier. 7-6 at the moment to Elevate. But it is going to be Bliss on their attack, so it is likely that they can pull this one back.
Of course, it will be Kids Dorm. 6-bit coming out from Fast, so he's going to hop off Kaid potentially here, maybe play another form of wall denial. In fact, no, he's going to jump on Maestro. So he'll probably bring impacts in the pocket, and that will directly counter Todd playing ace with the Salmers. So expect him maybe to get aggressive over towards games. I know in the last round, Oda ended up playing over towards double window on the Maestro. So not quite the same playstyle as what I am expecting to see here. But I would like to see that wall get denied a bit more aggressively here from Elevate. Let's try and slow down the progression from Bliss. Try and choke them out for that late round.
Oh, jeez.
not literally choke them out. You know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I like your phrasing. No, I rate it. I do.
Oh my god.
10 seconds left.
Oh, to be a Bliss fan in this situation though, down overtime match point to Elevate. Pretty big game. Obviously for Team Bliss, they beat LFO last night. An opportunity here to get another 2 points. They've got at least one secured. I think that's going to be at least the main takeaway from any overtime win or loss, is that if you lose in overtime, it's not as bad. And you've also forced your opponent to also lose a point. So it's even double the effect. It's not even like they get 3 and you get 1.
Repix quickly takes Armory. And Trophy! My god, that swing was
Aggressive.
1,000 miles an hour there from the defender. Was that Fisher?
I think he was expecting that swing. Yeah, it was Fisher guy who just took a big chunk of damage.
I couldn't even tell. It just looked like a flash of red neon across my screen, or orange neon.
If he had got that kill plus the position he's got now as well, what a start that could have been to the round for Repix and Bliss. Still a good position to hold
Bomb located by a
currently.
Oh, did they? Oh no! Elevate fast! That is a huge brain evil eye there. He's placed it inside of the closet and denied the initial Salmers. Oh my word!
How did I not see that?
I've seen Silex do that in ranked of all people. That's how big brain that play is, and it works out for Elevate. Burns up a little bit more of that utility on the side of the attack, and oh, that's really got to hurt the back pocket of Bliss in terms of that utility.
To the laser array as well on that double window, and it kind of just gives a peace of mind to whoever's in dorms, right? That they don't have to keep such an eye on it in case someone somehow sneaks in. Of course, we've got the barbed wire there as well. We saw an overtime order try and do a rush through there, and they got absolutely slaughtered. Minute left in the round. Repix is low, but in turn, Vast and Fisher Guy both extremely low as well.
50 seconds left now, and I don't think they'll be able to get that wall open fully, so this is going to be very, very rough here for Blitz. Yep, Todd, that's confirmation. No sun was left, and I don't think they can even enter pit either, so this is very, very scary. Worthy's below probing. Big C4 comes out, and it hits the mark. That's Todd taking down, and I think we can probably say that's the round. They do actually have an entry in towards pit, though, so maybe With that cross being held by Nazgul, they can get
He
something
sees
going.
the gun. Yeah, he's seen that gun. He's just expecting someone to take the peek, but Nazgul gets pushed away. Oda finds one back as they're going to get the defuse down. Oda planting on site, 20 seconds left. Shade watching from double window. What a peek! And a swing from Vast. Elevate looking to close this out and send Bliss packing. Oda's not giving up on it yet, though. The plant is down 38 seconds. Pushing up wide stairs. Nazgul just catches Vast, though. Sleeping. Shoots him in the back. And though taste of his own medicine, there's Worthy also pushing white stairs. Oda in a 1 versus 2. He's got 25 seconds left to hold on. Pushing through, he's got 3. He needs the quad to win the round and send us one more round further. God Legion in a 1 versus 1. Oda's got no health at all. He should win this. He literally just hip fire. Well, he doesn't hip fire spray, but he sprays across his hip. And Oda just goes down. And Elevate will take Oregon 8-6 over Bliss. GG, what a match.
A good fight put up there by Bliss, but Elevate proved too good in the end. A clutch there from God Legion. He only had a couple of seconds left in the end, but he pulls it off. 2 points in the bank for them. Not the best result. They would have liked all 3, but hey, you take what you can get here in OCN.
Especially the way that the night is going, Elevate would be just happy to get out of that one alive. Massive performance from Worthy, 18-4-9, really leading the way from an individual standpoint. Of course, across the board, Elevate played really, really well as a team, but Worthy, the standout. Bliss, though, gave them everything they had. They had a really solid punch, and Oda right down to the very end, guys.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time.
And now, it's all on the same. The player heroic.
Well, it is the final Playday for OCN. Playday number 7, and we've left the best until last, that is for sure. Some banging games tonight, guys, as we close out this stage.
Yeah, it has been a really exciting season of, a stage rather, of Oceanic Nationals. Can't wait to jump into this final player day. I know that a lot of people in OCE are going through a pretty rough time, particularly here in Australia at the moment, so hopefully
Mate, have you seen my hair?
An
Have you
entertaining
seen
show.
my
I mean,
hair?
it looks like you haven't got a haircut in 3 months, mate, so I don't know if you can blame lockdown completely on that, but yeah, it's a valid excuse, I guess.
I don't think I've been out of the house for about 3 months. Let's go and look at the standings, of course, and see how things are shaping up. Coming into the final Playday, it is pretty close for the most part in the middle section of the standings, guys. The top and the bottom, well, that's pretty much sorted.
Well, is the top sorted? We still have a battle for first place tonight between Bliss and Chiefs. Potentially the Chiefs could jump into that first place.
No,
spot.
that's actually not an updated standings.
Isn't it? What?
No, Bliss should be first.
Oh yeah, no, it's not. So yeah, let's just completely ignore this.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bliss are locked in. I don't know what I'm on about because they're on 17 points basically in the standings. So yeah. Anyway, but Ruffle and Wildcard, we know that they are fighting it out most definitely to make it into that gauntlet. That's for sure.
Yeah. I really, really don't want to throw production under the bus here, but what I will try and do is convey where everything is actually located. Now, the top 4, guys, is the same, right? Like, it's the same 4 teams. Yep. It's just the points that are basically a little bit different. And then, most importantly, Rufflecopter, Wildcard, switch them around going into tonight. Ruffle's in 6th, Wildcard's in 5th. But they play each other, so it doesn't really matter anyway, guys, right? Let's go look at the schedule, and this will actually make things a little bit easier to sort of understand where things currently lay. Ruffle versus Wildcard, it's pretty simple. You've got to win this game, full stop, in regulation, if you are Rufflecopter. An overtime win won't even be enough. They have to get all 3 points if they are to make the playoffs.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They are trailing by 2 heading into tonight, so unfortunately, if they only get the 2 in overtime with a win, Wildcard will sneak 1 and still stay ahead in 5th place. So yes, must win for Ruffle, and it must be in regulation. As for the remaining matches, the next 2 will sort of determine the order of the gauntlet. All of those teams fighting it out to try and elevate themselves into the standings, keeping in mind that Bliss have in fact confirmed their first place position, so they are well and truly locked into the grand final. And then the final match of the day is LFO and Rhythm, and unfortunately that match doesn't mean a whole lot in the grand scheme of things because both of those teams are locked into the bottom of the standings basically at this point. There is an opportunity for LFO to potentially drop Rufflecopter, but that will be dependent on the result of the first match.
I think for LFO, it's about closing out the season, getting 3 wins, 9 points, and having a pretty, decent stage overall. For Rhythm, of course, they'll be looking to find their first win of the stage. Let's get to the predictions. We've got the 2 best predictors in the business off the back of the APAC South regular season closing up yesterday. Of course, number 1 here to my right, and then, of course, number 2 here. And who's leading in OCN, guys?
I think it's
me and you.
The 2 best looking classes. I'm pretty sure that's us. So
that's
yeah,
for sure.
That's looking really exciting. But we've actually gone different on 2 matches, and I don't know what that means in terms of if anyone else can catch up to us. But I would assume that is very viable. So both Order and the Knights shaping up to be a close one based on our opinions, and then Bliss and Chiefs also pretty evenly split across the board. So yes, matches 2 and 3 again don't mean necessarily a whole lot in terms of teams fighting it out to make it into the gauntlet, but they are set up to be really close matchups that are still really important as those teams are fighting to start deeper into the gauntlet format itself.
The thing that surprises me the most is the first row. Everyone has gone Wildcard except for Ducky, who's gone for Rufflecopter. I'm a little surprised it's only Ducky, though, that has gone Rufflecopter. I don't think this is doing justice to the closeness to these 2 teams going into this final game. What's up for stakes? I think that it's probably not quite indicative as to how close it really is.
Yeah, that's definitely a fair assumption. I would have expected, or maybe at
1
least
or 2 more.
3. Yeah, to probably go for Ruffle heading into this one. I know I genuinely considered them in this one, so definitely interesting to see that Wildcard is the favourites, but maybe that's justified. We saw them play really well in APAC South as of recent, and it feels like they're improving, so who knows.
The other thing as well, just quickly, Chiefs technically the underdogs to the predictors here with 3, Bliss getting the 4. If Chiefs do lose, they will drop from 2nd place, guys, to what could very well be a 4-5 position, which is, of course, the start of the gauntlet. That means they would have to run the entire gauntlet. So a lot on the line in that particular match. Let's go back to the standings, though, as it has been updated, of course, for the 6 play days that have concluded thus far. Team Bliss still, of course, the top, and yeah, they can't be caught. They're at 17 points. And as I said, this is where it does get a little congested towards, positions 2 to 6. Chiefs, Order, Knights, Wildcard, and Rufflecopter. Now, in terms of who can still drop out of the top 5, guys, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think the Knights can. So I think the worst that the Knights can do here is drop to 5th, which, let's be real, 4th, 5th, it's basically the same thing.
Yeah, that's for sure. Ruffle do not have the head-to-head against the Knights, so the Knights Order, Chiefs, Bliss, they're all locked in, at least in the top 4. It really is that battle between Wildcard and Ruffle. It is do or die. They're facing off against each other tonight. Ruffle must win in regulation. Wildcard can sneak away with at least 1 point.
I've just done the absolute biggest sin, which is swallowed water down the wrong pipe, and I swear I am 2 seconds away from coughing up an entire lung. Look, it's an incredible night tonight. We were very blessed with what was an amazing APAC South night, guys. Yep. This is pretty close to it. You know, Wildcard, Rufflecopter to kick-start it off. You know, got to win it. The good news for Wildcard this time, of course, which they didn't have the good news last night, is it is actually in their hands. They win, and they go through to the playoffs.
100% the faith is in their hands, and sure, maybe that adds a little bit of pressure, but it also means that they can sit back and relax for the rest of the night either way, knowing that they've made it or that they haven't made it. And the big advantage that they have going into this one is they only need 1 point. Now, of course, that's easier said than done. Ruffle are not the most difficult, or not the easiest rather, of opponents, but looking at the wildcard roster, we have seen, again, their continued growth, their continued improvement. It hasn't been perfect for them in this stage, but it's been a massive, massive step up from stage 1. We cannot forget just how dire things looked for this roster in the previous stage.
We had a chat with Rousty last night on the APAC South product after their victory. Of course, they did not end up getting things to go their way, so they won't be participating in the playoffs over there. But for OCN, their dream is still alive, and as we've already said, it is in their hands. And I feel like this is a team that could do some damage if they do obviously make it into the playoffs. The other thing to note, guys, is if they can get all 3 points in this particular game, puts them up to 12 points, that will be good for second place, depending then, of course, on other results to transpire tonight. I think the best that they can realistically do is probably third. I'm not sure if second is possible, and I don't really have the time to go over all of the little matchups. They didn't beat Order, so they don't have that tiebreaker. And they did beat Knights technically, so maybe in a world where Knights somehow win in OT, no, even that doesn't do it.
I
so
think third,
no,
yeah.
Third is basically the best they can do. That's not too bad though. Their opponents though, Rufflecopter, I think this is a team that has the ability to win this game. Only -1 round differential, they're not too far behind. And when you actually look at the two teams, Ruffles had 3 wins, Wildcards had 3 wins. They both had 3 losses. The only difference is the fact that Wildcard got a lot more done in regulation, Ruffle a little bit more in OT.
Yeah, and I would argue that the main reason Ruffle find themselves in this do-or-die situation, if you want to call it that, in this final Playday, was really their costly first Playday way back June 18, so over a month ago now, where they lost in regulation 3-7 to LFO, the team that is now below them in 7th place. Had they have won that, theoretically, heading into this, they would be very, very close to locking in that position, if not maybe confirming it, as they would have gained some nice momentum off that. So, look, they can't dwell on that. All focus, of course, will be on tonight. Ruffle have not shied away from their wild way of playing Siege, maybe a nice way of putting it. I know a lot of people find it frustrating to play against Ruffle, very aggressive, quite unpredictable, and maybe Wildcard with their structural, I guess, pedigree could find themselves in some strife if Ruffle play their game well.
And to be completely honest, the playoffs have started for both teams, guys. This is the thing. This is almost like the 5-6 gauntlet position, and one team moves forward into the gauntlet. So for these two teams, they're already in playoff mode. Their playoffs have begun. It's do or die. You lose, you're out. You win, you move forward into the playoffs where, you know, there's no second chances with the gauntlet format. So you have to run that entire gauntlet, which means, in essence, when you really think about it, guys, they've got to win this, then they've got to win the 4-5 game, then they've got to win the next one, then the next one, then the grand final. The path is long. And what that does do is put emphasis on doing well in the regular season, like Team Bliss have done.
Yeah, pretty unrelenting pressure for the next potential couple of days ahead for both of these teams. I would say that Wildcard in particular may have had some of their pressure alleviated, and now they can focus on OCN. Of course, off the back of last night's results, they cannot make, or did not make, the APAC playoffs, meaning that now all of their focus and attention can go towards OCN. Now, of course, that probably only really comes into play if they make the playoffs, because one day's difference isn't going to mean anything. They still need to win tonight, and it would have been difficult for them to prep for this match compared to their opponents. But I think looking forward, Wildcard will be in a comfortable position, again, if they do make the playoffs.
Yep. Let's go and have a look at the map, which we will be playing on. Surely it won't be Clubhouse. Come on, really? It's Coastline.
Oh, they could have gone there.
Wow, yeah, it did get right to there, but I don't think Rufflecopter were going to allow that one to happen. A lot of debate and discussion has been around allowing Wildcard to get the Clubhouse. Rufflecopter, don't make that mistake. I have to feel like a map like Coastline, though, should play into their hands. Ruffle should be pretty happy with this veto.
Yeah, if I'm Ruffle, I'd be pretty satisfied with this result. Now, I'm just looking back quickly throughout their stage to see if they've actually played this map, and no, they haven't. So that means it's a bit of an unknown quantity for Wildcard. Yes, Coastline is a little bit stale in its current meta, but it does lend into teams that are willing to play aggressive, run around the map, and get in the face of their opponents, try to deny map entry and map control, and Ruffle will back themselves in purely on gun skills to try and achieve those objectives. So Wildcard could find their backs against the wall, particularly if they start on attack. I feel like they could be in for a bit of a tricky start, but either way, it sets us up for a great matchup. Wildcard, they're not short of fraggers either, so this could pop off and be a really exciting game.
And I think Coastline is a map we haven't seen too much of. I mean, that's just going off the top of my head. I'll actually go and get the numbers here. Only once, guys. Only once this entire stage have we seen Coastline. It's kind of been in the same bracket as Chalet and Villa to a degree, where we're just not really seeing them. Teams electing to go for the more staple approach of Clubhouse, Consulate, Oregon. But it is Coastline to decide the fate of Rufflecopter and Wildcard. Winner moves on to the playoffs. The loser is done for Stage 2 of the Oceanic Nationals. These two teams are going to give everything they've got in this match.
Now, I haven't seen the veto sheet, so I don't know what the starting sides will be, but as I briefly talked about on Reload, our podcast, I think that's going to be really important. So Wildcard, they start on the attack. Now, I don't know if you have the stats there, and it probably doesn't mean a whole lot because it's only one matchup as to what the defensive win rate is.
3-5.
Yeah, so it really doesn't mean a whole lot. I would have thought that Wildcard would probably feel more comfortable on the defense, and again, knowing that they only need to get to the 6 rounds, that probably would have been favorable for them. Unfortunately, they don't have that comfort. That was how the veto played out. It is a coin toss, I believe, as to who gets the first ban, so that's, you know, not a tactical error by them. It's just the way that it has played out. In terms of the bans, Flores and Thatcher are the first two off the board. Now, you don't often see util clears completely banned out, or sometimes not banned out at all here on Coastline, because it doesn't really lend in to that utility dump playstyle. But both of these teams wanting to go for quick sweeps, it would appear, and with Valk and Mirror off the board, I think both of these teams would be quite comfortable.
I think, yeah, pretty standard ban across the board. I mean, the Flores is maybe kind of questionable in a sense, as, you know, Coastline is the kind of map where you are typically moving around a lot, but as you said, being able to clear out some of that utility is going to be impactful. But I think also at the same time, you're going to be seeing a lot of roamers and a lot of flanking sort of opportunities. You know, the Nomads on the cards here for Wildcard, so we'll see how it does play out. Wildcard, as you said, guys, they're on the attack, and for Rufflecopter, they will be defending first. What are you expecting, I guess, maybe out of this particular game? Is it something where it's just going to be, I guess, round by round chaos, or do we see some sort of structure from these teams?
Look, I'm strapping myself in. The fact that we haven't seen Coastline very much here in this region, and both of these teams can play pretty explosive siege, I think it's going to be pretty wild. Both teams, I believe, will probably find it quite tricky to gain momentum, and a lot of that will likely come down to the actual round length. I think is going to vary quite a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if we see variance in terms of there being quite aggressive rounds from the attack, for example, where it's over quite quickly, and then others that are a little bit more drawn out. That said, I mean, it's Coastline, so it's no doubt it's going to be frag heavy, and you can already see, at least from the defensive selections here from Rufflecopter, they've brought both the Mute Mozzie to try and deny some of that information, suggesting that they would roam, and they've also brought 3 strong fraggers on top of that, bouncing on the Alibi, strong primary, you've got Campo, that Carbine can still do a bit of work, even post-nerf, and the MP5 in the hands of Voidy, very familiar territory.
I think it's going to be a very quick, fast game, almost as fast as the Samsung NVMe SSDs, who of course has been a wonderful presenting partner for OCN. You can check out their latest range of NVMe SSDs by simply typing !SSD in Twitch chat. Be fast, because they are fast.
Look, if either team can play as clean as that little plug, then they should win quite comfortably. That was quite impressive from Xenox, I must say. Meanwhile though, Wildcard is slowly establishing map control. Moloska heading up to the hatch. Top of bathroom, he'll pop that open and begin droning ahead for his entries. Emorin going to be a key player in this round, and if he sticks the Nomad for the rest of the remaining attacks, those air jabs should help in reducing some of the roamability here from the defense. And as you can see, a very aggressive extension outside of the objective from Ruffle.
And while we haven't actually seen too much coastline recently in OCN, only the one game played, we have noticed that sort of the meta that has been evolving over the last few months is that real aggressive nature from the defense, trying to find those opening picks, trying to make it very difficult for the attackers to even get inside. And we see that now with the opening pick going to Bouncin, who has been a menace for Rufflecopter. Amarin taken off the board. That's going to be the Nomad eliminated. And it's hard to gauge too much off what is essentially going to be this first half. Even if you get a 4-2 half in favor of Ruffle or a 4-2 half in favor of Wildcard, it will be difficult to ascertain as to the advantages or how this match is going to play out. This is going to be a game where we really need to see both halves before we can understand how it's going to play out.
Wildcard starting to gain map control, but it is slow goings for them. Geo does have a bit of a foothold here inside of Kitchen, but OJ aggressively holding that at the bottom of the Cool Vibe stairs. Air jab pops off top white. Again, Wildcard need to be mindful of that flank, but Bouncin just ready and waiting to maybe sweep through. Boydie as well there to assist inside of lobby. Ruffle looking very comfortable at the moment. Wildcard not really applying pressure to these roamers. That might be the idea, but Vinny does get the first for his team, and that's Boydie off the board.
That's a big player too. Boydie's a kind of fragger who can get some kills. OJ just spotting ahead inside a Kitchen. It's Geo. He's able to get out with his head still on his shoulders, and he takes off OJ's in response. Just under 30 seconds remaining in the opening round of this deciding match, and now Wildcard are just starting to gain some momentum. Bouncin notices the vault in. Nice headshot onto Geo. Knows where one player is, and he catches Vinny. 3 for the round for Bouncin as Pat will get this diffuser down. Moloska, though, through the comms, knows that Bouncin is coming. And Campo, in 1 versus 2, gets shut down immediately. Wildcard take the opening round.
A good little cleanup from Milo there in the post plant. Finds 2. It was a dangerous flank there from Bouncin. Again, with those air jabs already deployed and expended by the defense. And it meant that they were quite vulnerable, and I guess they didn't have a drone watching that particular flank. And if they did, they couldn't quite match the sharpness of the alibi. As you can see, Wildcard with their hands busy trying to get that plant down and covering that as well as the flank. Proving to be a little bit too much, but some really clean shots from Milo there with the L8 to close out the round. And sure, it was a little bit of a slow start there, a bit of a wind-up attack from Wildcard, but they made it work.
Yeah, and that's obviously where it comes down to just having the numbers, right? It's sort of 4v2 scenario. Someone like Bouncin can push through Kitchen, find 2 kills, but then his position's given away. And someone like Milo knows exactly where he is, where he's going to be pushing out from. He can easily get that kill in response. And that was basically the difference then in the end, right? Like, just he was not really going to be able to get more than that. Pat got the diffuser down, so it was still going to be Wildcard's round. They had to work for it though, guys. They really did. I mean, Rufflecopter got off to a pretty good start. Bouncin got that opening pick. They had the 5-on-4 advantage. But from there, Wildcard were able to just very slowly and methodically get that map control, sweep through, and be able to start finding some picks late into the round. I mean, it was like the last 40 seconds when things started to really pop off.
10 seconds remaining.
If that attacking approach is any indication for future rounds, we'd probably expect Wildcard to go for a bedroom sweep here, gain control of Master, Theater, VIP, etc., and work their way across the map, as opposed to maybe directly hitting from Hookah Balk or Aqua Balk. And talk about Aqua Balk, Boydie thinks about that, but he is unfortunately a little bit too slow.
And that's what you expect from Rufflecopter though on the defense, is any chance that they can get to find any sort of run out or any sort of peak to get that opening kill, to get that advantage. So important on a map like Coastline. The less attackers roaming around, the better. Okay, that's a cheeky little angle. Wildcard will just take their time though, happily. They're not going to rush the early goings of these rounds so that they don't lose those players, so they're not at that significant disadvantage.
And the way that
Sweep through
Ruffalo,
cleanly.
And I was just about to say, and the way Ruffalo are extending the way they are slowly pushing Wildcard back and reducing their ability to take the map control, but they are very vulnerable to trades, and we saw a perfect example of that. Front lobby, Bouncin does get a pick, but then it's a free retrade there from Moloska over towards White Stairs, and That's the sort of playstyle that I'm sure Wildcard were anticipating heading into this matchup, so it seems like they are ready for it, but it is going to be unrelenting. Boydie back in lobby as well, and it's up to Wildcard to try and mind their flanks. Again, with Emo falling, means that no air jabs will be necessarily available if they haven't already been placed.
Boydie just quietly making his way through main lobby. Oh, from behind now. That was close. Although it looks like he has been spotted some way, shape or form. They will be able to flush him out. Pat from the rooftops gets that kill onto Boydie. Off to a bit of a slow start. Along with Emerin, those two both 0-2 to start off inside the first 2 rounds. Minute left, advantage for Wildcard, 4 versus 3.
Oh, Pat! Oh no, get off your drone! Oh, the timing there from Pat, unfortunate. He has gotten those X-Cars deployed onto the drinks wall though, making that position very difficult to hold, and it does make Wildcard feel a little bit more comfortable now if they want to go for a default A plan. It means that no one can sit drinks and swing wide and deny it. Vinny elsewhere drops OJ, leaves Campo and Hotshot in the 2v4. They have a Nitro Cell to work with, but it probably won't be enough.
So far, really clean from Wildcard. Go with the default plan. Pat taken very low. Hot shot with the Nitro Cell elimination onto Molosca. And things just started to fall apart here for Wildcard towards the final hurdle. They just can't get this plant down at all. Geo pushing forward. Knows there's one coming from Cool Vibes, and he got that kill immediately. Now they've got the advantage versus Campo, who still has a bit of health here. He can swing out. Oh, perfectly timed from Campo. Well positioned. 5 seconds left here. You've got to swing and get this kill. Don't think he's going to be able to find it. Campo played that perfectly. And Roffelcopter tie up the score, 1-1.
Ooh, good composure there in the plant scenario there from Ruffle to be able to clutch that one out. Well played by Campo, but it was a little bit messy there from Wildcard. They looked a little bit lost as they tried to get that plant down, and Geo trying to cover it whilst prone was a pretty fatal error. Unfortunately, not all of the rotations and all of the angles could be accounted for, which made life very, very challenging. I think in hindsight, Wildcard probably would have been happier to try and go for the picks. That said, I know Pat was one shot, which complicated things, and honestly, Geo was incredibly close. Campo was literally 5 to 10 HP when he got that final kill, so very much a coin flip on that occasion, and Ruffle win out.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, the big difference maker there was Hot Shot down below. Wildcard didn't, I guess, quite get that control from below to make sure that they could push in and get that plant down safely. That ended up really undoing it. Copter over to Kitchen for this 3rd round here on Coastline. If you've only just tuned in, this is do or die final play day of the regular stage. The winner will move on to the playoffs. The loser will go home. For Wildcard though, they do only have to get to 6 rounds. Anything in OT is good enough for them.
First Kitchen defense here from Ruffle off the back of their successful hookah and billiards attempt. We're going to see a pretty traditional extension up above, and again, remembering that both Flores and Thatcher have been banned out, that should be a little bit stronger than it typically would be, where Thatcher sometimes sneaks through, and definitely anticipated the Flores to make it through as well. So we'll have to see if Wildcard actually intend to contest that. So far, their early pathing suggests that they want to go for an office, the blue sort of take, maybe take security as well, but ooh, that's fought with danger. Campo reads into it, and from the hatch, we'll get the opener.
And that's 3 rounds in a row now, Carls, where we're seeing Roffelcopter finding these opening picks. Didn't quite work out well for them in the first round. Of course, Wildcard got that one pretty convincingly in the end, but that second round, again, it just continues to help that Roffle always have this little advantage. 5 versus 4 this time as well. Doesn't get immediately traded back like that second round, where it was at least a 4 versus 4 immediately afterwards. Ruffle are playing well though, and they very much look up for the task, and they're not shying away from the moment here, which is a do or die match.
Wildcard committing to the horizontal sweep here, and at least not yet wanting to contest up above. They've got a nice foothold now over towards the likes of Blue and Sunrise Bar, and means that Cool Vibes cannot be rotated around by defense, but it does leave lobby as a potential rotation point, and again does forfeit above the objective where lines of sight have already been established down below. OJ contests. Oh. OJ connects, and that's Milo off the board.
That's a big pick. Molosca, of course, has been a stalwart for Wildcard this stage. Emerin, though, does get the trade. It just keeps Wildcard in this particular round, 3 versus 4. We're going to start to get out those air jabs. Pat low, though. Bouncing from above inside of VIP. Campo as well with him. Man can try and deny this, but they don't have quite the information. Doesn't matter. Nitrocell is all that is needed from Hotshot. Pat exploded. 2 versus 4, under a minute left. This was very difficult for Vinny and Emerin.
Vinny still contesting lobby, but hits a sharp shot there onto Boydie. That could be the in that his team needed. Emery needs to try and link up, try and find a pick as well to get it on 2v2. Hotshot has been isolated inside of Kegs, but Hotshot still wins the fight, leaving Vinny all alone.
Yeah, and there's 2 above, though. I mean, even if Vinny does get this player inside of service, there's still 2 players above, under 30 seconds left. Fuser inside of Kitchen. This is really impossible as it can get for Vinny. And it will mean Rufflecopter do go 2-1 up.
15 seconds left.
In this do-or-die match. Good start here, especially on the defense for Coastline. He will just pad his stats a little bit. But Hotshot, watching and waiting in the wings, gives Rufflecopter the 2-1 lead.
A little bit of a desperation play there from Wildcard in that round, trying to plant the bomb over towards the stoves or the sink or however bazillion different callouts there are for that different location. And that was a bit of a homage to sort of like 2018, 2019 meta here on Coastline, where that was the default plant. Sharp shot from OJ in that round, which unfortunately for Wildcard put them in that uncomfortable position where they went for the send and it didn't quite work out. It was well played by Ruffle, their extension clearly quite strong and Wildcard not wanting to contest it.
10 seconds left.
It's hard to sort of gauge which it feels like an arm wrestle right now in the first couple of rounds. I mean, the biggest difference is the fact that Rufflecopter are finding all the opening picks. Wildcards need to be able to deal with that. Being able to get inside a little bit safer, a little bit cleaner, and then get into their stuff where they're starting to sweep and roam around and clear things out without being a man down. Yeah, in round 2, they got the immediate trade in main lobby, but that was about it. Round 1, round 3, Ruffle were able to maintain that advantage for a little bit longer than Wildcard would have liked. So that's something that they do need to overcome with just a couple more rounds in this first half. I think if Ruffle can get to at least 3 rounds here on the defense for Coastline, they should be pretty happy with that. Anything else is going to be a bonus.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Another blue bar sunrise rather attempt here from Ruffle, and once again they are bringing that mute Mozzie combo to try and deny some of the information gathering here from Wildcard, who are finding it difficult on these entries to get picks. And I mean, dropping a pick early into the round and dropping the first often isn't necessarily completely disastrous, but it's mainly the fact that they're not immediately trading it out. In fact, they are hardly trading it out at all, which is putting them in these pretty precarious positions where it's slowing down their attacks. It's forcing them to be a little bit more cautious and methodical, and it is costing them in the end. So hopefully for Wildcard, they can be a little bit cleaner here. And if they can get the entry, that would be a bonus.
Yeah, but this is the mindset of Rufflecopter. That sort of Nitrocell from Bouncing goes out. I think he got shot from Vinny because we didn't hear the explosion. But that's what you come to expect from Rufflecopter, right? They are so aggressive, always finding those picks, and they're being rewarded for it so far in this match. Loska, though, now making his way in, along with Iverin. And this is much better from Wildcard, though, guys. Under 2 minutes, but they haven't lost a player. Never mind. Immediately, as I was about to praise them, they lose Moloska. Vinny starts to get aggressive. I don't know why. He walks out. Bouncing takes the easy kill. It's a 2-man advantage for Rufflecopter.
Emerin tries to find an angle desperately, but Bouncing ready and waiting to pounce upon that opportunity. I think someone from Wildcard really needs to go towards the main door and maybe try and pressure him out a little bit more, but Ruffle converging more on this position, trying to make sure that he can stay alive behind lobby. Geo, meanwhile, tries to enter service, but he'll be contested inside of kitchen.
Bouncing is just popping off right now. Has been an impact player in every round. In every 4 rounds that we have played so far. 6-3-1 continues to roam, but he loses the battle to Geo. A much needed little win there for Wildcard. He'll get a second. Emerin got third elsewhere on the map. 3 versus 2 now in favor of Wildcard. How quickly things can change in the game of Siege. Well, at one moment, it's looking like Rofacopter are kind of running away with the round, but then Wildcard push in, they get a couple of picks, and suddenly they got the man advantage, and suddenly with under 40 seconds left, there's a chance they can tie it up. Emarin is looking good right now in this game, and Wildcard should be able to make this 2-2.
Campo, though, looking to make a play, drops Geo, leaves it in the 1v2, and manages to scathe away, but he can't hit the second shot. It's Pat on the Habana to close it out, and it was a good recovery effort from Wildcard.
That's what it was. It was a recovery. They were down 2 players early. Very early on. But that's the nature of Coastline as well. The map is so open, it's still very difficult, even in a 3 versus 5 scenario, guys. Those 3 have still got a lot of opportunities and a lot of, pathways in being able to bring it back. And that's what they did. They didn't panic. They didn't overplay their hand. You find 1 pick, suddenly 3 versus 4 is not that bad. And then they got like 3 inside of 5 seconds. Wildcard win the round. 2-2. 2 rounds to go in the first half. We head over to Hooker and Billiards.
Yeah, it was a little bit frustrating watching Ruffle, I guess, wither away that advantage that they had gained so early. Maybe looking to make too many plays there on the flank. Now, obviously, it's really entertaining, and I love the intent for them to try and get aggressive, close out rounds decisively. But giving away a couple of picks like that, going for flanks that probably weren't warranted, did unfortunately put them in a position where Kitchen was then pressured. That was traded out, and already that was equalizing the man advantage that they had obtained. So, yes, Ruffle, again, we expect them to play aggressive. We love when they play aggressive, and they know what they're doing inside the server. I'm not here to be, their dad or their coach or anything like that, but they're just going to be careful and know when to tame it in. Otherwise, we could see these leads continue to be fallen or dropped away. And that if you give Wildcard an in, they are the one team that will capitalize upon that.
It's a big game for Wildcard as well. If they lose in regulation to Rofacopter, no playoffs for APAC South, no playoffs for OCN. And then you put them in that, well, not quite relegation territory, guys, but going into Stage 3, of course, remembering Stage 1 was not ideal. If they don't make playoffs here for Stage 2, they're kind of down there in the bottom end of the standings going towards Stage 3. They will have to be careful. This is a very, very important game for both teams. And it's certainly playing like it right now. Oh, nice ping. Geo able to capitalize. That's bouncing. Eliminated nice and early. The top fragger for Rofacopter inside of the first 5 rounds. And the Wildcard, for the first time in this match, guys, they've got the opening pick.
It really has been quite an intense battle between the sharpshooters here of Geo and Bounce, Campo as well, with the clutch ability on display too. But on this occasion, it is Wildcard, as I mentioned, to gain the advantage. And now it's up to them. They have the responsibility to try and steamroll this into a round win, and in doing so, gaining a minute lead in this matchup. Now they have gained control over towards Bars, Kitchen as well, so at least below the objective they look quite comfortable, but now they need to start clearing on site, and OJ with the AUG will get the first there on to Milo, reducing, or in fact completely eliminating any frag grenades from the attack.
Minute and 30 seconds remaining in this 5th round. All important 3 round wins here. Just feel like this is going to be an arm wrestle in both halves. Whoever can get to 3 at least can have a sigh of relief going into that 6th round to close out this first half. Vertical control established here for Wildcard down below Hooker and Billiards. So still though, with a minute left, they will have to start making their way up and looking for something.
I think Wildcard are trying to clear out Cool Vibes. Now, Emo has been holding this angle for a long, long time, and I believe he has now been droned up. OJ elsewhere, though, does find his second in the round, this time with a Nitro Cell. Emo does push up, finds 1 with the AK-12. Could make it 2, no, but it's OJ to get a quad. And now Pat needs the clutch.
He only got the down onto Boydie. It's an ace for OJ. As cool as you like over towards Cool Vibes. And he picks up all 5 kills onto Wildcard. Rofacopter take a 3-2 lead going into the final round of this first half.
Strong showing there from OJ. Despite bouncing dropping early, they still had the frag power, and he backed himself. The AUG, such a strong primary when in the right hands, and he manages to prove it. On that occasion, the 1.5 serves him well. Rothel now with the lead in round 6. And they can try to go for another successful Kitchen defense. Last time, Wildcard, they went for the horizontal sweep and they struggled to get in towards the side and get that plant down. So we'll have to see whether or not Wildcard are willing to contest that extension up above.
The Oryx 6 pick as well in the final round of this defensive half for Rafflecopter. Sensing that there's going to be quite a bit of roaming, quite a bit of flanking here from Raffle, especially above, and see how it plays out. That's why you have Immerin on the Nomad and Geo on the Jackal, and being able to try and counter this from Raffle. Stressful round though. Really, when you put things into perspective, guys, you lose this and suddenly Raffle just inch closer towards getting those 7 rounds. It'll put him up to a 4-2 half. It makes Wildcard and it puts them into a bit of a hole. Big round coming up to close this first half.
Raffle on this occasion investing a lot more actually on the western side, so they've read into how Wildcard want to attack this site. They haven't put the shield in theater with the ADS devices like we saw earlier, and maybe Wildcard will call that bluff and now go for the clear up above, or maybe they'll try and take that same pack head on. Difficult to tell at the moment, but Boydie for sure attempting a spawn peek over towards the DJ deck. Now he doesn't really find much, but still applying a little bit of pressure, and keeping Wildcard on their toes, who again, based on their spawns and early position, probably be going for a similar sort of sweep to their last attempt.
But that just shows the mentality of Boydie. He's 0-4. He is struggling individually, but he still goes for those sort of plays. He still tries to make something happen where he can give his team the unexpected advantage to close out the first half. Doesn't obviously find anything, like you said, but just shows the difference in mentality. I know if I was 0-4, I'd probably go find a corner and just sit in it and hope and pray, but still obviously on the attack and still with that killer mentality. Under 2 minutes left, though. Wildcard a little bit slower this time around compared to the previous round in making their way in. And Rafflecopter are just about everywhere. Bouncing has been everywhere. That was OJ, I thought. Actually, it was, yeah. It was. So OJ got that kill onto Veloska. I'm just surprised. Another 2-man advantage. 3. It's just all over. Inside of 30 seconds. Rafflecopter have been able to find 4 kills onto Wildcard. And they are looking like they will take a 4-2 lead in the first half. Vinny will need an ace. He's got 2. 3 more to go.
Could we see 2 aces in a row? It was OJ previously over towards Hookah to close out that round for Raffle, but this would be arguably an even bigger performance here from Vinny to bring this one back. There's about 40 HP remaining and some utility, so it's not impossible, but it's going to be very, very challenging. He has a drone to work with, and he's going to make sure that above is clear. Now, of course, we have the beauty of seeing the outlines, and in fact, it is well and truly clear. And Vinny, sooner or later, will need to try and go for the drop. He doesn't have the diffuser in hand, so he probably needs to go for picks, and that's going to make his life very, very tough.
Yeah, and this is where Raffle need to sort of play off each other. If they're all separated and you allow these 1v1s to happen, it makes things a little bit easier for Vinny. Although he is extremely low. He won't be able to get into any sort of trade. 20 seconds left, but seemingly like it's a monstrous task. He doesn't have a diffuser. It's a mile away. Now just drops into toilets, and then we'll have to push through servers into kitchen. And Raffle all well positioned here. There's not much that Vinny can do. There's not much you really could have expected him to do, other than pat his stance a little bit, which is exactly what he did. He got 3, but in the end, it all just comes undone. Rafflecopter, they fly high in the first half with a 4-2 lead. Welcome back to OCN, presented by Samsung Ort. An opening half for Rafflecopter. When you consider the stakes that have been set beforehand, guys, it's do or die, have to win, have to get all 3 points as well to get into the playoffs. And they've come out swinging, and they looked good in that first half, but now we switch and we see Is it going to be a defender-sided coastline?
Maybe, with that Thatcher Flores taken off the board, I didn't think it would have that much of an impact. And honestly, I don't think it really did there for a lot of wildcards issues. We were seeing them, honestly, just struggling to win ones. It came down to that simple fact. And time after time, we saw wildcard take on pretty similar defensive efforts or setups, particularly over towards Kitchen. On both occasions, they went for that map sweep, and it really did not work out on the horizontal take. So, who knows? Will it be defender-sided? We're seeing a pretty aggressive extension from Wildcard over towards Theatre and Bedroom on this occasion. Ruffle, what will they bring to the table here? As you mentioned, they know that they need the full regulation win. They cannot afford any lapses in concentration. If Wildcard get to round 6 or win 6 rounds, then they know they can't make it. But OJ kicks things off beautifully here on the attacking half to drop Pat.
And that's where what Rufflecopter was doing in that first half was so impressive. They were finding those opening picks on the defense. Now, it might seem easy, but you can see there what the attack can also do is really punish those defenders who are trying to be aggressive and trying to find picks. And ultimately as well, if you're going to be just sitting on the rappel like that, it's hard to also get picked back. So Rufflecopter, they don't even get traded out. It's a 5 versus 4. They've got the one-man advantage. And Wildcard need to be careful on any sort of roam now. Anyone that's roaming around, they're at a disadvantage now for the remainder of this round. 2 minutes to go, though, plenty of time. But you look at a player like Milo inside of security. Who's going to trade for him? No one. If he gets pushed on and dies, it's now 5 versus 3.
Oh, gee, Campo actually lighting up Gio there from down below. Now, Gio was inside of Theatre, and I think the wall did block a lot of that shrapnel, allowing him to survive. Emo Rin elsewhere, though, has gotten an entry in towards Sunrise and finds his first in the round. That's a very, very nice drone from Boydie inside of Hookah, watching the rotate, and he can sit and wait and maybe try and find a pick.
I like how you say sit and wait, and he just starts moving. Immediately, he's on the move. Ants in his pants, got to get going. Minute 20. 4 versus 4, though, of course, we saw Emo find that kill a few moments ago. I think it's going to be go time for Rufflecopter. OJ just storms his way in. Nice headshot onto Emo. He can cover for Hotshot, or Hotshot has to cover for him. Dies immediately to Vinny. Boyd, they're watching with a pretty decent cross, and OJ will be able to get this diffuser down. That's pretty big in the round now for Rufflecopter. Big kill as well from Campo onto Gio. That gives Ruffle not only the plant down, but they got the man advantage.
OJ on the rappel in a great position here. Will basically force the jump out here from Wildcard. So to bring this round back, going to be very, very tough. Now maybe Vinny can get something going here inside of Sunrise with 25 seconds left, but it's very unlikely. And there we go. He gets shut down, leaving Milo at cool vibes.
Defenders have eyes on the diffuser.
19 seconds left. Moloska. This is not going to be possible, not feasible, unless Ruffle make a mistake. He tries to fake it, but it was never going to happen. And OJ has just been a menace. What a start to the second half for Rufflecopter, guys. They are on a tear right now. And they edge just that little bit closer towards a coveted playoff spot.
Ooh, I love that round from Ruffle to use the Gon 6 to that effect. Instead of clearing utility or anything like that, they set themselves up. They must have known that side was clear, probably off the back of that Boydie drone that we saw there inside of Hookah, and went, lads, it's time to send it. Let's get this plant down. They had beautiful post-plant positions already established. Boydie on the rappel, for example, and the rest of the team quickly adjusting where they were to be in a really good position as well. And that retake was basically going to be impossible from that position. So really, really well played by Ruffle, and they are really putting their best foot forward to win this matchup. And one more round for them would be a really significant safety net.
5-2 lead for Rufflecopter. They need 2 more rounds to secure themselves a playoff position. Now, of course, they can only get into that 4-5 spot. Can't get any higher than that. And when I say 4-5, I mean technically they will finish 5th. And they will have to run the gauntlet. But what they showed us in Stage 1, guys, they can run the gauntlet. They can knock off a few teams above them along the way. It is a possibility of this team.
Potentially. Vinny on the Ella getting aggro here over towards the trolley window inside of Sunrise, and he gets completely shut down. Boydie finding himself very nicely in this matchup. It doesn't feel like too long ago we were looking at his stats and he was still dropping a donut back on the defense, but he's really got the ball rolling here on the attack. Ruffle, so strong on the entry, whether it be on the defense or now the attack, and Wildcard definitely struggling.
Marin, though, does find another kill back for Wildcard. They are struggling, though, yes. Down 2-5. Molosca has been very quiet in this game, but he finds a kill, and they needed him to find one the most. Boydie just gets eliminated there after having a bit of a nice little run there. I think he went 3 kills in a row before that death over the last few rounds. Just under 2 minutes still to play out, and we've already had 3 deaths. It's 4 versus 3 in favor of Wildcard. And this, you would assume, guys, should slow the attack of Roffelcopter right down. It's only the 3 players. There's still a minute 40. They'll probably slow it down, suss things out before making their push.
Bansom will activate that Inox scanner to try and see if the coast is clear. Now, Emirin's inside of lobby and Milo's ready to swing that security door if needed. So that's going to be a very precarious entry. Bounce and realizes that, falls back, and should be able to link up with the rest of the team. One of which is inside of Sunrise, and OJ on the Lion. Rotating over towards serves, and it's another free pick. So that's at least 2. I mean, the only 2 from Ruffle in this round that we have seen, of course, because Pat and Vinny are the only 2 that have been dropped. And on both occasions, they were caught sleeping. OJ gets another in this round, and Ruffle are just tearing Wildcard apart.
That's OJ that's tearing them apart single-handedly, 13-5. A monster performance from OJ. Remember with the nade, but this might be another round gone. Nice headshot onto Bouncing, but guess who? It is OJ having a big game right now for Roffelcopter in one of their biggest games.
Oh, he's loving it too. You
Match
can see.
point. And Guz, it's playoff point.
This is a huge, huge round for Ruffle and for Wildcard. As you mentioned, Ruffle 1 round away from making playoffs. And oh, wow, it has been rough goings for Wildcard. As I mentioned, the first 2 picks on that round were 2 Wildcard defenders just completely caught off guard, shot in the back of the head, no opportunity for a response. And that is putting a lot of pressure on the rest of the team to step up. I can't help but feel it's probably also a source of frustration. These players getting killed without having any idea that it's coming their way. Very difficult to deal with. And now Wildcard find themselves in one of the most difficult positions we have seen in a long, long time. Now, yes, of course, stage 1 was tricky, but they knew heading into that stage it was going to be rough. Now, in stage 2, they're still finding life tough. And now they're 4 rounds away. They have a 4-round deficit that they need to catch up on. 4 rounds in a row is a tall, tall ask considering how well Ruffle are playing at the moment.
You do have to question Wildcard a little bit here, because this is an absolute stomp. Without taking anything away from Ruffle, without taking anything away from OJ's impeccable performance, Wildcard just look a shell of themselves on, say, other maps like Clubhouse, for instance. You know, like, it's night and day here on Coastline. And that's why when we saw the map vetoes immediately, guys, I was like, oh, Ruffle should be happy with this. And it has played out in that fashion here. It would take one of the greater comebacks that we've seen in OCN history for Wildcard to bring this one back, just simply with the way that Roffelcopter have been playing. If they are to do it, though, they must now win 4 rounds in a row. And if they can do that, guys, Wildcard only need to get to OT, so that's it. They need to win 4 in a row, or their stage is over. Drone captured as well, by the way, if you just heard that.
Bullseye.
Bullseye.
Probably the least amount of action we've had in the first minute of a round. As I say that, though, Vinny getting lit up inside of office, and he is a key linchpin here for the attack. Ruffle will want to clear him out, and they've already inflicted quite a bit of damage. Vinny needs support from his team if he's to hold on.
It's going to be Campo's Gemini shot out. OJ again, he just can't be stopped. I mean, the whole team can't be stopped. 3 versus 5. Roffelcopter are just making this look too easy. OJ is on something else right now. 16-5-3. clearly wants to have a nice little chat with Dev Marta during the week. If he wants that MVP, he is certainly the front runner. Of course, it is only the first game of the night, but this is over. This was not a contest at all. This was a slaughter. It's going to be 7-2, and it's going to be wildcard stage over.
Hotshot finds another. And now Pat is in the 1v5. It looks dire. It looks impossible. Pat, this is the most difficult position he has found himself in. He needs to find 5, but he can't do it.
It's devastating for wildcard, but it is ecstasy for Rufflecopter. They will go to the playoffs. They are into the gauntlet for the second stage in a row. Fly high, but not too high.
Wow, Ruffle came out to play today. You can see the relief on their faces. OJ in particular stoked with that performance, and rightly so. He absolutely popped off, and it is a 7-2 victory.
Wow.
Which is just absolutely insane. That does 100% lock Ruffle in now for the top 5 for the gauntlet, and it sends wildcard packing. Now, Dev was telling me earlier that this is since OCN 2020, when wildcard managed to win, they have not made a single playoffs, whether it be APAC South or Oceanic Nationals. That is just how tough wildcard have been going through it at the moment. So, I mean, maybe the road to recovery is longer than we expected.
I think the other part of this storyline, and one I want to focus on here, is just the performance from Rufflecopter. This was do or die. This was going to be a difficult match, and they made it not a difficult match. They made this look easy. This was like we just got a little bit of an insight into a scrim session, because they just absolutely wiped the floor with wildcard. This was so convincing. And this is what you come to expect from Rufflecopter. They are capable of this sort of performance. They can't do it every single night, guys, but this is what they are capable of. This is a team that finished 4th in Stage 1, that had a very, very good gauntlet run in the playoffs. They 2-0'd Order, they 2-0'd Team Bliss, and they went the distance with the Chiefs, the ultimate stage winners. This is a team you do not want to take lightly, and for wildcard, they're just not on their level right now.
Yeah. Ruffle in this particular matchup, we're just so incredibly sharp, and on a map like Coastline, which rewards aggressive play and denying map control, it played perfectly into their hands. Almost every player from Ruffle was outgunning their opponents. I'd say that the only 2 players that were really stepping up for wildcard on occasion were probably Geo and Vinny on a couple of occasions, but on most of those, the round was already over and he was trying to clutch it up. So just across the board, Ruffle looking incredibly, incredibly strong and confident. Sure, that was their downfall, probably for the 2 rounds that they actually ultimately lost, but in the long run, it paid dividends, and every single round came to a trade out, as you can see there in the round history, all 9 rounds, and that did favor Ruffle, who were just popping off consistently.
First 4 rounds were obviously a little bit back and forth. It was a 2-2 start, and then from that point, Rufflecopter, they put the foot on the throat. Leading the way was OJ, 16-5, +2 on entry, 100% cost, a 2.68 player rating. He leads the way for the MVP of the week already. After the first game is concluded, it's going to take a big effort to overtake him tonight. So whoever's going to be playing later on tonight, guys, they're going to have a better game than that, which is hard to believe that will happen. For wildcard, though, where do they go from here? They're not in the playoffs. This is the last that we're going to be speaking of them for quite a while. They obviously didn't succeed in APAC South, didn't succeed in OCN. Velasquez come in. He had a great start to his life as a wildcard player, but maybe over the last week or 2 has just started to, fall off a little bit because he had such an amazing start. And honestly, more so just falling in line with the rest of the team, which at the moment is just quite average.
Yeah, it's very, very rough for wildcard. We expected them to bounce back in Stage 2. Now, it was always going to be difficult heading into this stage. Were they going to rebound enough to make it into the gauntlet and enough to go deep into that gauntlet? Ultimately, that question has been answered. It is no. They weren't quite good enough here in Stage 2 to make it in towards the top 5. That does arguably put them under threat a little bit when it comes to promo relegations. They are still a fair way above Elephone Rhythm, so it's not completely dire for them by any stretch. But Stage 3, I think the pressure's really going to be on wildcard to respond. They need to start stepping up and making these playoffs.
It's going to have a chat with the man who played like MJ. It was OJ this game. Rufflecopter's start, man, what a performance. That was obviously a good performance from you. But as a team, That was a collective team effort in a do-or-die match, playoff position on the line. You guys just looked amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously wanted to win, make playoffs. We've had a pretty tough season, but it's good that we got it done. Yeah, dude, so many storylines from that game. Like, we haven't scrimmed that map in like a good 2 months. We just decided we'd have a go at it. And yeah, I think fortune favored us.
Yeah, OJ, I just want to dig into your stats a little bit. Heading into tonight, you were going, I believe, 43-49, so it wasn't like you were the star fragger for the team, and I think you were probably playing more of a support role. Obviously, tonight, you were just popping off. What was the mentality behind that? Was that the intention, or did it sort of just happen that way?
The intention for me, like, is always to try and enable my teammates. It just happened to be that on that map, I was just following drones kind of thing and just getting some picks, which is nice. You know, on most maps, I am probably like IGLing, support kind of stuff like that with Hot. But yeah, just something happened tonight, and I guess I just got a bit lucky that I won my ones.
It's interesting you said that you guys feel like you haven't had that great of a stage, which I'm going to disagree with you on that one. I think outside of the LFO performance, if you look at that and you take it out, everything else has actually been pretty good. I mean, obviously, you know, you lost against Bliss. Every team has lost against Bliss. Outside of that one as well, then, you know, you've won 4 games. You've got another plus round differential. It's been a really good stage. It was just really that LFO performance, and that was yonks ago. So really, when you think about it, you guys are actually coming into the playoffs with quite a bit of form.
I mean, we do have high standards of ourselves, and to lose some of the games in the fashion we were losing is really tough. You know, a couple like just small internal problems start to weigh up, and you know, if you like, I guess we were riding that high of coming third for a while, and then when you're not competing at that level, it starts to take its toll. So I still reckon that, you know, we made playoffs, we just scraped by, but you know, we definitely know we're capable of a lot more, and now we've given ourselves the opportunity to run the gauntlet again and hopefully go a bit deeper.
Yeah, just touching on that quickly, OJ, of course, best of 3 format for the gauntlet. It plays itself a little bit differently. Are you confident that you can make a similar run to Stage 1? Is there any team maybe in particular that you're looking at as being a bit of a threat?
I mean, every team's a threat. We love BO3s a lot more than BO1s. But you know, we're in a region with some pretty decent teams that we reckon we can still stack up well against. I guess the informed team at the moment would be Bliss. Obviously, there's a bit of a storied rivalry there, so I think they're first. So if we get all the way, there'd be nothing I'd like more than a best of 5 against them.
Another playoffs awaiting you guys as well. Any final shout outs that you want to give? Any potential orgs that might be listening?
Not really. You know, shout out to my team. Shout out to Bouncin'. You'll know why. But yeah, nah. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for coming in and having a chat with us, mate. Brilliant game. Best of luck in the playoffs.
Thank you, man. Take care.
Well, they are flying high at the right time. Guz, obviously, throughout the stage, there's maybe been some little dips, but ultimately, you want to be playing your best Siege heading into the playoffs. That's what they've been able to achieve, absolutely brushing aside wildcard. They made them look second rate, and again, they're taking some really, really solid form going into the gauntlet.
Yeah, and I'm glad that OJ himself has outlined that story of the little Bliss rivalry. I guess we got a bit of a taste of that. I believe it was on Cafe when they versed each other in the regular season. A bit of banter in the old chat on the Twitter post match. So I mean, there is a possibility where if Ruffle make that miracle run and we see them face off in the grand final, that could be very, very exciting. And Ruffle, casting our minds back to Stage 1, they made a bit of a miracle run in that gauntlet format. Now, of course, they didn't manage to go all the way, but you never know, a couple of steps further and they could make it.
They certainly could. We're going to go to a break. On the other side, though, still 3 more games. None bigger than Knights versus Order.
My name is Mark Angelo. I'm a flex player and I play for Pittsburgh Knights. But what you don't know about me is I love to cook, but I suck at it. I learned cooking from my mom. My mom used to cook more dessert type of stuff, so pancakes, waffles, cakes, whatever. If I want to impress someone, I make sushi. It takes a long time to make it, with the sushi rice, the salmon or tuna. It shows that you're caring about the person. You just put love in the food. But if they don't like sushi, it's not gonna work out. My worst cooking disaster that I've ever had is I was trying to make Italian sausages and I was keeping them warm for the family. I put a glass plate on the grill itself. I went to grab the plate to serve it to them and it just popped everywhere and my hands were all full of blood. My parents ended up getting fast food, but I got stitches. If I had to pick one Siege operator to be a cook, it would be Maestro because he's Italian and he would make the best Italian food. My best cooking tip is patience. When I'm trying to impress someone or go quick, I cut myself, literally, with a knife. So that's why slow down, take your time. And also don't put a glass plate on the stove.
I'm Nathaniel Williams and I'm Fragger for Order. But what you don't know about me is I have an obsession for cars. Even when I was younger, I used to go to like drag races and stuff with my dad, and I love the racing part. I'll sit there and watch it, but I also love obsessing what car I would want and what I would do to them and stuff like that, like even older cars. I grew up watching my dad and my brother fix cars. That's basically a family tradition at this point. My current car is a 1991 Nissan 300ZX. I love it. Just everything about it, the aesthetic. It almost looks like an old Lamborghini, but it's not the price of an old Lamborghini. So the only issue with my car is obviously it's old and I'm constantly working on it. The biggest job I think I've done on my car is basically going from front to back and fixing every little problem. Like I'm pretty sure the only thing that hasn't been replaced is the actual core itself. I think that's why I like it. It's like a constant job, something new every month basically. My favorite operator is Vigil, and I think that he would drive a low-spec Aston Martin, something undercover. My dream car would be a fully blacked out Mercedes-Benz AMG. It looks like a tank, pretty much. It's legal to drive, won't be getting in any trouble. I would describe myself as a good driver. Don't know if my mum would say so, but yeah, I'd say so. I've had a couple dodgy experiences in cars. I remember I was driving with a friend actually, and he just bought his new car. It's like you could feel the car wobbling, and he looks out to the right, and his right wheel wasn't connected to where it was supposed to be at all. If we didn't pull over, it would have been rolling down the street, and so would have we.
Roffelcopter have flown into the playoffs. Dramatic fashion, 7-2 victory over Wildcard. We move forward though, and it's Knights versus Order, and we will see who one of these two teams will be playing Roffelcopter or not in the playoffs. One of them will of course be further on in the Gauntlet Gus, and one of them will be in that 4-5 position versus Roffel.
Could have said it any better. What a creative way of really building some excitement into this matchup, Jake. I mean, I'm absolutely loving your hype right now, but yeah, both of these teams, they're in the playoffs, so you know, they're safe in that respect. But again, if you win this matchup, you're likely to play one less best of 3 in the Gauntlet, which is a significant advantage.
Certainly is. There's a chance, of course, second place could be up for grabs depending on other results. Let's go and have a look at Order. Of course, these two teams, they played each other last night, guys, and it was a Knights victory because that was in APAC South, but Order is an OCN team.
That's very true. Order is an OCN team. That's why they're here, and that's why they're playing. Thank you.
You know what I mean.
Again, for your insight. But no, just to reel it back in. Order, they find themselves in 3rd heading into this final Playday. So it has been a pretty decent stage for them, and they'll be quite happy with some of their results. Now, unfortunately, yes, they didn't make APAC South playoffs, but again, much like their counterparts in Wildcard, it means that they can focus their attention now over fully towards the Oceanic Nationals program and try to really put their best foot forward and make a bit of a statement that they're here to stay. This roster is the best that it has been for quite some time, and again, slowly trying to chip away at that inconsistency tag that they started to ascertain, particularly Stage 1 and early Stage 2, but I mean, by all accounts, it is slowly wearing away. Nico's second monitor. That is a very OG meme. That's even before my time, that meme, but good to see that Nico is having a bit of fun.
Can we get the zoom, like the NCIS zoom in? Have we got
Enhance,
the technology?
enhance.
We don't have the budget for that one. But hey, Order, as I sort of alluded to, guys, they're a good OCN team. That's kind of the point that I was trying to get at, right? APAC South hasn't quite been their shtick. That's usually been where Knights perform better. But for Order, they've been a bit better this stage. They obviously dealt with rhythm very comfortably in Playday 6. Prior to that, they were the closest team to take it up to Team Bliss, the only team to take points off Team Bliss this stage. The downside is they did lose to Rufflecopter earlier. That was in OT. But outside of that, Order have been pretty decent this stage, and they are going to be difficult to beat. Their opponents, though, are the Knights, of course, off another good APAC South stage. In fact, so good that they finished in first place, and they're going straight to Mexico.
Let's go. Woo!
But, and it's a big but, guys, their OCN, form hasn't been that great. 3-3 for the stage.
Yeah, their OCN campaign hasn't been the greatest, but I'm sure they're not going to be overly disappointed considering that they will hopefully be sending themselves over to Mexico in the next couple of weeks. But that said, I think off the back of that result, they'll be alleviated of a lot of pressure. They don't need to worry about APAC playoffs, and now they can sort of just have a bit of fun here, I think, in OCN. That's probably the mentality that I would assume they're heading into these matches. They're like, lads, you can just relax. Let's have some fun. Let's try and build some form, some momentum, maybe even test out and try a couple of different things heading into that major as a bit of preparation. Now, again, you don't want to give away too much, but on the flip side, this is a decent training ground to test those sorts of things. So keen to see what kind of style we see from Knights in the
Hey, did you just refer to OCN as a training ground?
For these guys, it is. I mean, more so because...
Raven, get this man off the product.
You know what I mean, though. They've got the major to worry about, right? OCN's not their top priority, but it is a good opportunity, like I say, for them to just have a bit of fun and chill out.
Oh, God. A bit of fun and chill out. Well, look, I tell you what. I'll give you this one, guys. For the Knights having a bit of fun and chilling out, they're still very difficult to beat, even if they are just chilling out and having a bit of fun. I still think that they will put up quite an effort here against Order. And ultimately, if they lose this game, they will have to run the entire gauntlet. And that's not fun. Although, I guess, if we go off of your forehead brain, that would mean they get more opportunity to have fun and chill out. So I don't know. Maybe the 300 IQ strat is for the Knights to lose this so they get more games. If they do win it, it'll put them on 13 points. It will put them in second place, with obviously the only other team then being able to overtake them with being the Chiefs. So, and that obviously goes for Order as well, because both teams are on basically the similar amount of points. Order's on 11, but they don't have the tiebreaker to the Chiefs. So for Order, they do need to win, but then Chiefs, and Knights, they do need to win, but then Chiefs. So that's basically where we're at with this one. Let's go and have a look at the map and see where we will be heading for this particular game. It's going to be Villa. I don't even want to hear you make a single meme. Knights had the opportunity to send it to Oregon. They elected not to. They banned that one out. We do go to Villa, which is nice because of the fact that we had Coastline, which we haven't seen much of, and now we've got Villa, which we haven't seen much of. So you know what that means, guys? Hopefully, we get some Chalet maybe later on tonight, because we haven't seen much of that.
Yeah, that's definitely a potential.
That's how it works, right?
Yeah, I'm just quickly looking back at the map video from last night, Knights taking on Order, and Villa was either the last or the second last ban, because I can't remember the ban order, and it was in fact Order that took it off the board on that occasion. So they've let it slip through here. I guess maybe Order aren't particularly confident on Chalet, or they're hiding it for the playoffs. But yeah, sets us up for an exciting matchup. We were tantalizingly close to seeing Villa played in their APAC South matchup, where the Knights got the edge. But yeah, now we get to see it played out. A bit of variety, a bit of fun, and yeah, I'm excited.
I'm excited for it as well. I like me some Villa. I think it's aesthetically pleasing. It's great to look at. It's just a really, really good map in every single way, shape, or form. And I think it's a good map for these two teams to go to, right? Because I think we've seen enough of Order and Knights on maps like Oregon, Clubhouse, Consulate. Seen it time and time again. Let's go over to Villa. Order versus Knights. A second place finish up for grabs. The loser will most likely be in that 4-5 position and will have to run the entire gauntlet. Let's see if Order can get some revenge off the back of their loss to the Knights last night.
I'm just going to say Nate is showing more chest hair than Raven has on APAC South already tonight. I mean, the top he's wearing, we saw... Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. That's a lot of chest hair being flexed there by Nate. I'm not sure if that's even stream appropriate to be completely
Should we get like
honest,
a little sensor?
Yeah, we need a black bar on Nate. But Yeah, both teams, honestly, just based on their attitude and their body language at the moment, both look pretty chilled. Again, not absolute must-win, but it is an important matchup. So I think these teams will still be motivated to get that dub. And there is that sort of rivalry that we've seen from the Knights and Order over the last couple of months. We saw them play yesterday, and Order are trying to even out that count here in Stage 2.
Thatcher, Nomad, both taken off of the board nice and early. Pretty standard bands there, of course, as we most likely should see the Mirror and Valkyrie 30 and 40% respectively there. I think coming into this game, though, one thing that should be said is that Order's a team... Oh, okay, we're going to take out the Clash. Order's a team that still has that inconsistency tag, guys. If they win this, do you take it away from them, or do you continue to actually go into it further because of their loss against the Knights last night?
I'd say that if they manage to take down the Knights here, we can start to question that tag a little bit more if we haven't already, and a bit of banter in the chat. We know that the Knights typically don't really respond much to banter in the chat, and Specker's on the phone right now. Did you see Specker was on the phone? He's chatted strats with the coach, just making sure everything's sorted.
Jack Dad's having his dinner again as well. I mean, this is just like last week all over again.
He needs to work out. He needs to start cooking his dinner a bit earlier. The man's just not timing it very well.
It's 8 o'clock. He could have eaten during the first game.
True.
Oh, yep. And then Dino. Oh, goodness.
Uh-oh. And it was the Knights last time that had the rehost before the first round.
It's always the Knights. They are the team nowadays that just always has these issues. Let's go back to Jack Dad having some dinner. What's he eating? I don't
know. What was it last time? I think it was like noodles or something, right? You show us, Jack? Probably not. That's unfortunate. Oh, it looks like rice.
Is that rice?
Yeah.
Like maybe fried rice?
Potentially. There's some good carbs heading into the matchup. I'm sure that'll serve him well.
Is that a lightsaber on his desk?
To the right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think it is.
It kind of looks like... Yeah, I think it actually is. Maybe we'll see Jack swinging that around later when they celebrate. That would be pretty cool.
I'll be careful with that mouth, Jack Dad. We don't know if we want to see that far into it. Specker, who has...
He's
always
got worse hair
provided
than you at the moment. I mean, he's definitely woken up on the wrong side of the bed. Specker.
I think he is still in bed.
Just woke up.
I think his mind is still in bed at the moment. His hair definitely is as well. Always providing us with plenty of entertainment is Sir Specker.
The tranquility, I must say. It is like that Big Brother moment again where we're just like awkwardly looking at all the players. I don't even know what to talk about at this stage. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Nate's providing some entertainment. I wonder what he's listening to. I reckon it's... You reckon it's country music?
No, probably not.
You a fan of country music?
Don't mind it.
Are you serious?
I mean, oh, maybe they're jamming out together.
It's Fletch again. Oh, Fletch. The vibes are really at an all-time high. Was that a cookie there from, I think it was from Nico.
Was that a Subway cookie?
Might have been.
Am I allowed to say that? I don't actually know if I'm allowed.
I was going to say that, but I elected not to.
James Dev Stewart made a tweet saying, Fletch and I grew up in a village on the Gold Coast and look where he is now.
Go, my Aussie brother. That is a very OG meme. That is way before my time.
That is way before my time. In fact, I wasn't even born. Let's go and look at the Knights. Dino's still here, so I don't know why he's not in the game. He's clearly there.
Strats. Living rent-free.
I wish I could live rent-free.
If I could live rent-free in Specker's head, I'd be laughing.
I meant like in my house. You know.
Are you a renter, right? I thought you
Well, no, I meant like the meme is rent-free. I wish I could live mortgage-free. How's that? It just doesn't have the same ring to it.
Doesn't have the same ring, no. True. Look, I don't have to pay for either because I'm, you know, live off my parents. Do you reckon Dino's beard has got a thicker this stage? I swear it has.
I
looking
think
good,
it
though.
gets, yeah, probably. Probably.
The stress of Siege catching
You know what
up
he
to-
should do is probably just shave off the mustache and just rock the chin beard.
You reckon?
I reckon.
I don't mind the mo. Maybe I'm biased.
No, get rid of the mo and just rock the chin beard. Be the trendsetter.
Yes, he could be. I'm just hoping Dino gets into the game soon. That's
Yeah, that would be ideal.
that would be very nice of him to do.
I feel like we did the exact same thing last week.
We did.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
I think it was him as well that DC'd. I can't remember who it was, but oh well. Are we looking at our potential interviewee at the moment?
Maybe. And I tell you what, if Knights do win this, it really puts a bit of pressure. I mean, regardless, there's pressure on Chiefs. Whoever wins this, someone's going to win it. I don't even know where I'm getting with that.
Yeah, no draws here anymore. That was exiled in late 2020, maybe even earlier. I can't remember. We did
Sent to the
have
Shadow Realm.
we did once have draws once upon a time.
We did. I know. I remember them. That's,
Were you there?
I
Were
was,
you
I
around
was,
back then?
I was, yeah.
Oh,
Jeez.
wow. You've been around longer than I thought.
I can't believe it either. I look, I'm surprised as you are. I thought I
Time
would
flies
have
when
booted
you're
out
having
by
fun. / in lockdown.
now. Okay, guys, any friendlies in chat? All right, let's get into the game. This was a bit of fun, of course, looking at the players. Always nice that we have the player cams here for OCN. We can see their beautiful faces, their beautiful beards, and their beautiful food. But what we really want to see is the beautiful game, and we are finally in for Villa. Order on the defense, Knights on the attack. And this is surely going to be a good one. Off the back of these two playing last night, they of course have fresh memories. Knights with the 69% community vote, that's nice, and
That is
31
nice.
for Order.
That is
Nice.
very
nice.
nice. Yeah. Well, apparently we've had word that the reason Dino DC'd from the game is he, quote, hit his PC in rage apparently and it crashed. LOL. So I'm not exactly
rage?
sure what fired Dino up so early into this matchup, but a bit of emotion in this one, it would seem.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, how do you hit your computer in
Attackers are
rage
moving out to locate a
I
bomb.
don't know, maybe he just
and somehow turn it off?
he must have given it a really good punch.
I wish we had. Do we have a replay of that? I mean, we do have the play cams.
Come on, production, get it done.
Oh god, that would be great. Order on the defense first up here for Villa. We haven't obviously seen too much of Villa. That's something that we did touch on earlier.
No, we have only seen 30 seconds worth of it. You are right.
I was going to say for this stage, guys, but you know, you can have your little meme of the two games of Villa that has been played for this stage. 59% attacker win rate, but I mean, let's be real. We're not going in for that one. Sage, they go straight on in. Immediately shut down by Jack Daddy. Opening pick for Order. I mean, that one kind of caught me off guard, but it didn't quite catch off Order. Hayward able to get a trade back, though, immediately onto Nate, and suddenly the memes have stopped and subsided, and the game has started. And Jack Dad just gets burnt to a crisp. Hayward finds his second for the round, and suddenly this attack rush from the Knights has just worked out perfectly.
The Knights making up for lost time over that rehost, wanting to get a quick round under their control. Off the back of that Amaru rush through Skull, and a couple of other players following that up, I think, through Study, just literally getting inside, sitting there and waiting for the rotations back. The Knights didn't panic, they played it quite smart, and Order were forced to move. And unfortunately for them, they didn't really have the intel in sight to find those picks, and it was very well played by the Knights to get round one.
Yeah, completely caught me off guard. I mean, Sage goes in with the Amaru, obviously doesn't find anything, dies immediately, but what that does do is it sets everything in motion, allows the rest of the Knights to start making their way in, and that's what you kind of expect from the Knights when they're playing at their best. They're the ones that are dictating the pace, and they're the ones that are being proactive and making things happen. Over to Stat Trophy for Order. And I think that's just going to give them a bit of a wake-up call. Obviously, we had a bit of a break before we got started with this game. That's one way to sort of just get woken up a little bit. It's like, all right, we got to switch on here, because if Knights are playing fast like that, we need to be on our toes.
Very much the case. Sage again sticking the Amaru in this round. I mean, across the board, a lot of... In fact, you could argue that, honestly, every single pick here from the Knights is... I don't know exactly how you want to phrase it, if it's off meta or a pocket pick or however you want to frame it. I think it is a testament to just how diverse your operation selection can be at the moment. They've got no dedicated hard breach. They haven't got any dedicated flank watch, unless you want to consider Lion a flank watch or maybe even Zero in that regard, but it's not like a Gridlock or a Nomad, for example. You haven't got your typical Zofia or Yana to clear utility. This is very, very unusual here from the Knights. I'm very keen to see whether or not they can make this work.
Is this what you do during your training mode, guys? Is this training mode sort of... Oh, Specker, nice quick double onto Dino and Jizzy, who thought they could just walk straight in. Specker's backyard, he says no. Nitrocell obviously was never going to be able to make it that far over to Josh and Hayward, but I think the question does have to be asked without going as far as saying as OCN doesn't matter or OCN's a training mode, like you said earlier. Obviously the Knights not going to want to give too much away, right?
Yeah, doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, maybe we'll see the Knights rocking this kind of stack in Mexico. I don't know.
Absolutely
that could be
no
fun,
way.
But yeah, you wouldn't expect it. They'll likely be trying to win this match out with default takes, a bit of fun and one-on-one gunfights. Map control, though, is slowly being obtained here by the Knights. Josh establishing himself top red, but Sage cannot win that fight in Trophy. That's Jack Dad to find that pick. Josh tries to follow up. Bit of a lean spam as he tries to find that pick over towards Bricks. Now that is Bailey, prepped and ready to swing. Ready to swing. Gotta get my words out. Prepped and ready to swing like this. 3, 2. Why are you draining, Josh?
He's wetty.
This is comp, you're not allowed to drink.
I'm reloading!
Bit of 15 on the clock. The round is over. Oh, this has been a bit of a meme start here on Villa, not just from the Knights, but also probably from us as well, having a bit of fun with this one, and so are the Knights, but this is where we start to now, you know, put our serious face on a little bit. If I'm Order, if I'm in Order's shoes, if I'm Specker inside that big brain, I'm thinking, hey, they want to play these meme picks on us, they want to try these different strats on us, they want to hide strats, we're going to punish them. We're going to win this game. We're going to get that really good gauntlet position, and we're not going to allow them to just walk all over us and do what they want. Now, obviously, we don't have the privy insider information, guys, and I think it's not too far-fetched to say that you would look at this lineup and say, oh yeah, this is something you would expect in a major.
Blackbeard. No.
I'm making it really hard. But no, you know what? No, there's
How are we
absolutely...
meant to cast this seriously?
I cannot justify what I'm seeing right now in any way, shape, or form. I don't know what to say, guys. Is there anything here from the Knights?
The only time Blackbeard was viable was from like 2016 to maybe 2018, when, you know, he was actually a genuine competitive pick because the shield had like 600 hit points and you could not headshot a Blackbeard. But now you breathe on the shield and it will just shatter. So by no stretch is Blackbeard viable at any level. I wouldn't even say you could make it work in casual. It's literally that bad. So I think, yeah, like the Knights clearly not taking... They're taking this match seriously to an extent, but they're not going to show anything. They're just going to play default and have a bit of fun, like we're saying. And they can definitely translate that into a result. I mean, Order for sure need to be careful here, but yeah, the Knights are...
Look, they can do what they want, really. There's no rule or law that states that they've got to pick the meta comp and they've got to do this way and that way. I mean, they're in a position where they can't drop out of the playoffs, right? Yes, they could get a better position in the gauntlet, but that's not really on their mind right now. They've kind of got bigger things, and I think it's fine to justify that. I don't think anyone's angry at the Knights or anything, but I think what it does do is it maybe puts a bit of pressure on Order. If Order can obviously be taking this seriously, you don't want to get memed on.
Huge brain play there from Dino. Uses the punch hole there and the shield to cover his face to play that prone peek. Nico elsewhere, though, does find Josh. That's the Undertaken off the board. Sage from down below. We try and find a trade back, but Nico able to close that out with the UMP. Eventually traded out, though, from the mud window. Now Dino. The shield! It works! The shield works! And he gets the pick up to Specker. The Knights in the 2v2 are somehow pulling this off.
Oh my god! The shield play, save, it's worked. 2 versus 2. A minute 40 on the clock in what is by no means a standard Villa game here. Probably someone out there that's just tuned in and going, what is going on right now? But basically, the Knights, of course, and Order are both in the playoffs already. It's just a matter of playing for position. But the Knights being the APAC South winners, just as of last night, going to the Mexico Major, kind of got other ideas. Going to want to save some strats and probably not want to show too much. So they are taking this in a more memey approach. But hey, they're still going to want to hit their shots. They're still pinging things out. They're still going to win the rounds. And honestly, they're in a position where they can do it with a minute left. Juicy just got the ping here. Any sort of peek here from Nate, and he is going to die.
Dino gets lit up. They've called out that player on the chassis. It's Nate, who's now being dropped. Jack Daddy isolated over towards Laundry. He has a short rotation to his left and the door to his right. Can the Knights cut this off? Not quite. Jack Daddy, though, gets lit up from Sheets. It's Dino still alive. No shields left, of course. They've both been shattered. Jack Daddy on 25 HP needs to try and win this out.
Oh, he finds the proning Dino. He gets that kill. Suddenly now Juicy in a tricky situation, but he does have the health. He's actually going for the revive on his Nate. And he does get it. They've got 2 versus 1, but they're both so low. Juicy. Oh, the Nitro Cell goes out, but he isn't able to find the target still. Jack Dad pops up and popped him. An Order. Sigh of relief, somehow win that Calamity.
Oh, the lightsaber!
Jack
Yes!
Daddy. Oh, he just cuts them up.
Yes!
Yes!
That is the best! May the force be with you, Jack Daddy.
Oh,
man. That's so good. And Nico as well changed his wallpaper on his second monitor. So we'll have to play guess who. I mean, I already know who it is, but we'll have to see whether or not you can guess who it is. I'm sure you will. Not much game for us, but yeah. In all seriousness, a tidy little clutch there from Jack Daddy. He was on 1 shot's worth of HP, picks up, finds the kill, and a clean little sweep up there from Order in what has been a very hectic first couple of rounds.
you underestimate my powers.
Attackers need to
Says
locate
Jack
and
Daddy.
defuse as many bombs as they can.
That was so cringe. I'll never do that again.
It's not a story the Jedi would tell you.
Look, Order. That was a round. That was a round. Everything from the Blackbeard, the shield, 2 versus 2, the revive, and then the lightsaber to just close it all out. Order, though, do take a 2-1 lead. Dino on the Ying now. Everything else still pretty much sticking to be that similar operator, but Dino the one shifting things around slightly here. But Knights are just going to continue this sort of play style. They're having some fun.
Yeah, I didn't expect to be casting ranked tonight, but it seems to be exactly what's on
Ranked,
offer.
mate, this is casual.
I thought Alpha Rhythm was going to be the memey match of the night, but clearly this one is giving that matchup a run for its money. Now we are going to see the Ying brought into the fray here from the Knights. That's Dino, 3 Candelas which can be expended and could be very frustrating for Order to deal with. They do have a Jaeger in response, but that might not be quite enough to fully cover some of these entryways.
Drone activated.
Slightly slower approach from the Knights, although anything compared to that first couple of rounds is always going to be a little bit slower. Dino gets the ping, gets the down onto Nico inside of Astro, and that's going to be another advantage for the Knights early on in these rounds. Still, of course, has those Candelas and can be an absolute menace when they do push onto site. Takes out that mirror. Just under 2 minutes, and again, the Knights are going to be aggressive. They're going to be in the face of Order, and they're going to be annoying and pesky.
Bailey finds one back though there onto Dino. That was inside of stat, so the Knights not playing that very well. If the Knights had intel, Dino could have surely flashed him with those Candelas and gotten essentially what would have been a free pick. But Bailey with only 1 or 2 HP can now play down below. And doesn't have a Nitro Cell, but at least has a gun to work with. Specker does double down on that half of the map. Sage also off the board, and the diffuser now on the floor.
Juicy just gets caught out, and this time things going a little bit more to script here for Order. I mean, if Knights are going to continue to play these sort of operators and play this aggressive, you do sense that Order should be in that prime position to capitalize and punish them.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
They've been able to do that a lot better in this 4th round. Specker continues what's been an amazing stage for him. Bailey over towards these red stairs. Oh! Okay. Round's over.
How did he... What? Guess his arm just wasn't long enough. Unfortunate. I think Jack actually needed a lightsaber there to get the range there on the melee. Oh well. Order. Finally punishing the Knights a little bit more here. A 3-1 extension of that lead is, I mean, to be expected against this kind of lineup and playstyle that the Knights are playing. They're very much just sending it, having a bit of fun again, trying to find picks and manipulate themselves into some of these rounds. But Order, if they continue to play pretty smart here, quite structured, and try and counter this kind of ridiculousness, I guess, if you want to frame it that way, then realistically they shouldn't have too many issues amassing a pretty good lead here on the defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And I think Order's the kind of team that's more than happy to also have a little bit of fun as well. Sort of play into it a little bit, but they need to make sure they don't get too caught up and that they just sort of play their own game and still make things very difficult for the Knights. Because at the end of the day, you can pick these meme operators, you can have these meme comps, you can play aggressive, but you're still going to be trying to hit your shots. You're still going to be trying to win instinctively when you're running around looking to click heads. All right? Knights playing like this would still beat most of your average teams pretty easily. Except for probably the caster stats, right? Like, that's where you would draw the line.
Especially on Villa, because you'd be able to IGL us.
100%.
Do you even know where the 4th objective on Villa is?
5th round, 3 versus 1. 2 rounds to go in the half.
Do you actually not know? Or?
I don't think I've ever seen it because, quite frankly, I have done not much Villa.
That's okay.
But it really... Oh, nice peek from Nico. It goes to show, though, we don't see much Villa.
Oh, Nico!
Nico. Thought he had him there.
Of course, Nico, the vertical IGL support entry coach for Order, as his Twitter bio suggests. Nate elsewhere, though, does find one there on Josh. Oh, Nico finds yet another down below. There's a drone there to his right inside of piano, but it doesn't quite spot it there on the window. Sage with a cheeky little swing in, makes his way towards Memorial. Maybe trying to find something down below, something in response. Hayward, Astro Repel lit up by that Nitro cell, and things look dire once again for the Knights.
Yeah, and this is just now starting to... it was a bit of fun the first couple of rounds, but Order obviously not really going to be playing too much into the hands of Knights. They're looking to just get this job done.
Let's see who's nearby.
Hayward's not going to really be able to offer much. I think Sage is probably going to be able to offer much either. Still a minute 20 seconds in the round, and 4-2 advantage for Order. Looks as if they will go 4-1 up, 5 rounds in.
Out with the old, in with the new.
Although who knows what Knights are going to do on the defense. I got no idea.
Yeah, that's going to be something else. Sage, though, down below inside of Laundry, prepping to try and repel or hook himself up through the hatch. Manages to get within range and immediately shut down by Nico. And now Hayward has 50 seconds to contemplate life on the roof.
Should just die to full damage or something. Why not? End it. End it all, Hayward.
I don't think he's allowed to. I don't think it's in the rules, unfortunately.
Really?
You
What if
can
it's
stand it,
accidental?
though. I mean, you could make it look accidental. You reckon he just stands here?
Yeah, I mean, why not? He literally can't do anything.
This match is just
there we go.
electrifying,
Oh.
Xenox, I must say. Oh,
Oh, no.
oh, there's a frost mat. Did you see it?
Probably not. Oh. Dead. 4-1 start to this fantastic game. Well, that was a pretty good Nitro Cell, all things considered. Yeah, and this one is not one for the replays.
I've got to say, this is the strangest. Honestly, I've casted a lot of strange games, but this is really starting to get up there. This is this is fun. This is strange from the Knights. I mean, what? I thought they'd, you know, put up a bit more of a serious effort. Not to say that they're messing around too much, but their operator selections are quite creative. Now, Blitz, we have seen a bit of Blitz in competitive. I believe we casted Mint from Dark Zero over in 6 Invitational.
Yeah.
He was probably the only player that really played a bit of Blitz. Yeah, it was on Chalet. And, you know, to mixed effect, it wasn't absolutely groundbreaking or amazing, but can have some limited impact. So, who knows? Maybe Hayward will spend this time actually getting in towards the site and causing some chaos, as opposed to sitting on the roof.
Not really expecting much to happen in this round outside of an order win. 5-1 half coming up. Let's be real. Let's just get it over and done with, Knights. Have your fun. This should be a very quick round, though.
10 seconds to insertion.
The Lion, the Amara, the Blitz should just basically be sending it onto site
5 seconds remaining.
and then just see what happens. I can't see it going any other way.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I just opened up chat to see what people are talking about, and I've got to say there's a lot of Star Wars chat, so it seems like Jack Daddy is pleasing the crowd. Maybe we'll see a few more swings of that saber if Order can continue to mount these rounds. Now it's a basement entry here from the Knights, both Hayward and Juicy teaming up.
Look at these strats.
I mean, this is really elite. Honestly, I don't think Knights are hiding anything from the major. This is literally some next level strategy on display in Stage as well. Inside the pantry, as Juicy does actually find one. Specker deleted down below, and now Hayward's in a great position off the back of this E1D to maybe go for something, but no. The Knights willing to play patient.
This is really well coordinated.
It actually is. Dino finding another for the Knights.
You can meme it up all you like, but it is kind of working right now for the Knights. Bailey did get one back. That's Juicy eliminated. No more E1D, and then Bailey just catches Hayward from behind. The Blitz unable to shield his backside, and suddenly now it's a 3 versus 3. 4 deaths inside of the opening minute of this final round of the half.
Stick it, Josh. Pros don't fake. Sage in position to cover. I don't know exactly where Dino has found himself, but either way, plant will be stuck, and now Order need to retake.
Josh gets the immediate kill onto Jack Daddy. Maybe they can actually make this a 4-2 half after everything that has transpired inside of the first half. Nico, nice headshot though in pantry. Now pushing over to the site, seeing what he can find. Josh is though prone behind this dining room table. Gets downed immediately, and it's now only Dino that is left in a 1 versus 2. The nade goes out. They're actually both quite low, but Nico with enough health to survive that. The swing from Bailey is perfect, and Nico will get the counter defuse, and Order will now find themselves up 5-1 in the first half.
Defenders win.
Welcome back to OCN, presented by Samsung. This, of course, has been a wonderful match of Siege so far. Order up 5-1 inside of the first half. Knights have been absolutely struggling to stay alive in these rounds, but another thing that has been living is, of course, one of our major sponsors for OCN. They've been an incredible partner, not only this stage, but of course stage 1 as well. If you're not sure about Livin, they are a mental health organization dedicated to breaking the stigma around mental health. You can support Livin by following them on social media, along with wearing their merch. I've got one of their shirts on tonight. And of course, OCN viewers can also take advantage of a great offer. Use the promo code OCN15 at the checkout to receive 15% off. Simply type !Live inside of the Twitch chat to visit their online store. Get yourself a piece of that sweet, sweet merchandise. But as we bring it back, Guz, 5-1. Knights on the defense now and immediately onto the cap can.
And Hayward spawn peeking with the Deagle on top of the Master Bedroom out towards the southern spawn. A very common strategy that we see here in competitive. Will Hayward find his mark? I think a couple of players have spawned out there, so maybe. But I believe they have both found Sanctuary over towards the balcony,
Bomb located by
leading
attacker.
into study. So they probably won't really find much. Nico, the vertical end, or something going inside of Piano, but it is Nate to get the opener in this round. Unfortunately, Hayward's efforts there on the Deagle will not be rewarded.
And expecting Order to probably just make light work of this if Knights are going to continue to play the way that they have been playing in this game. So what this does mean for the Knights, though, is they will be having to play from that 4-5 position, which is the beginning of the gauntlet. And I guess that does mean they get more games in their training mode area, Guz. So I guess in the end, that's exactly what they wanted. They could still turn things around, but I highly doubt it. Bailey's going to eliminate Sage. That makes it a 5 versus 3.
Oh, Juicy displaced by the Rotero drone. No one from Order cutting off that top round position. That said, with it forfeited, they can now claim it, and Juicy and Josh will be under the pump over towards Long Corridor.
That's an easy kill for Juicy, unfortunately for Specker. And obviously what it means for Order, they go to 14 points. They will have to wait and see what happens between Bliss and Chiefs after this game. See where they will be placing, either second or third. Second would be pretty good. Allows them to just be one best of 3 away from the grand final. And they would probably back themselves in being able to defeat Team Bliss. They've said it themselves. They honestly think that they can beat anyone. Nate with a nice shot onto Dyna, but immediately traded back by Josh. Just definitely sensing Knights on the defense, though. Putting themselves in much better positions now to win these rounds. But even then, Order still playing this really well. 3-1 advantage. Josh immediately does fall. 6-1, match point.
Yeah, another creative attempt there from the Knights, and Order really just getting the job done there, not having to stress all that much, and now finding themselves on match point. They are one step closer to closing out this match, gaining the full 3 points. Now, that means that Order could possibly finish in second, meaning that they're one match away from the grand final. That will be dependent on the Bliss Chiefs matchup, but a cool storyline to keep reminding ourselves of course.
Yeah, obviously for Order, they've got different aspirations than the Knights in terms of OCN probably. And yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, if the Knights themselves want to come in and play some different compositions and play some different operators, that's on them. Order can only play the team in front of them. And can only still play the way that they can play. And you know, there's 2 ways you can look at it. If you're Order, you can sort of play into it. You can sort of meme with the Knights. Or you can just say, no, we're just going to play our game and we're just going to make this a bit of an easy one and just move on. Because at the end of the day, for Order, they don't have to do anything too drastic here, Guz. You know, you just play sort of standard Siege, play your standard compositions. Don't have to really throw, you know, too much. You don't have to go digging too deep into the strat book. And they're going to be able to get the 3 points. And that's pretty much all that they needed. And for the Knights, I guess,
10 seconds left.
whatever they wanted to get out of this game, they've probably gone and got out of it.
5 seconds to
Yeah,
insertion.
the saving strat meme has been revived in 2021.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Again, Order all their eggs now in the OCN basket, as they unfortunately did not make the APAC South playoffs. And again, there is a real possibility that at the end of tonight, they could finish in second place in the standings, be one step away from that grand final. And honestly, that means that Order are in a fantastic position if their best of 3 form is up to scratch to maybe be a little bit of a dark horse, some may say, or, you know, maybe even one of the favorites, honestly, heading into the playoffs. Of course, that does hinge on them being able to get maximum points here and the Chiefs not winning against Bliss.
A bomb has been located.
But, look, I don't know how you're feeling, Xenox, but I'd say Order will probably win this game. Probably.
I think there's a good opportunity that they can close this one out. It's not a given, but hey, at least they got 1 point secured just in case Knights bring it back. Just in case. Nico, though, trying to make sure that doesn't happen, and he does get the opening kill onto Juicy. The Knights have given it their all. They've just come up short here in the clutch. Hayward, though, not giving up on it just yet. He gets the nice headshot onto Spacker. Maybe there is still time for the Knights to bring this one back. Maybe they've got Order exactly where they want them.
Hayward with Rook, one of the few defenders that can run the 2x on their primary. Can he use that to full effect? And there is a player inside of Sheets, but Hayward elects not to go towards that position instead. Find himself over towards top red, where Dino is currently placed. To be honest, good positions currently held by the Knights. If they can try and hold on here, they could well trade out this round.
The bomb
1 for 1 trade back. Still a minute remaining in the round. 3 versus 3 is tense affair. This game could just not be any closer right now. 40 seconds left. Oh! What a Kobe from Nico! And the second one to follow up from Bailey. Dino just gets sat down. Order going in for the kill. Hayward now alone as the last one alive. Can he bring it back for the Knights, guys? I'm not so sure.
15 seconds
He's
left.
only got 13 seconds. We're into red time. He needs to be able to stop the diffuser. If he can't do it, Knights are going to lose the game. Oh my God, can you believe it? Order somehow have won it in an absolute barn burner. 7-1.
Wow, I'd really like some more excitement from you, Xenox. Is that,
So
possible?
I absolutely tried to hype it up there as much as I could with what we were working with, but Order, look, they got the job done. They look bored, they look tired, but they at least move forward. Up the standings, they go to 14 points. It's good for second right now. Of course, though, we remain to see what happens between Bliss and the Chiefs after this game. 7-1 over the Knights. I actually did predict Order, by the way, guys. I don't know if you did.
Yeah, I must have. So, look. Yeah, I probably didn't expect the Knights to head into this matchup and not bring a hard breach for any of those rounds that I can remember, and, you know, Spawn Peak with Valk Deagle. So, look, hindsight is 2020. Had I have known that heading into this one, I would have picked Order. But it is what it is. That was, like I said, that has probably got to be one of the strangest matches of competitive Siege I have ever witnessed in my life. That was just, yeah, something else.
Look, it's obviously difficult to convey really what's going on in this sort of game. Knights really came out early on with some of these meme picks. The Nook, we saw the Blackbeard. I mean, like, and they won the opening round. That's the thing. They won that round, that opening round. I'm thinking, oh my God, is this how it's going to go? Is this going to be just sort of a chaos? But no, Order then win the next 7 in a row. And like even that moment, Dino with the double on the Blackbeard, and I'm thinking, what's going on?
I think that, honestly, that play there from Dino, as much as there were some crazy plays in that matchup, I was just so impressed to actually see the shield net him a kill. That's probably the first time in like 12 months I've seen that happen with a Blackbeard. So that play in isolation was definitely breathtaking, and yeah, across the board, just such an incredible match of Siege where, look, not many errors were made and not many meme picks were executed, and yeah, I'm glad it was just so tantalizingly close.
Certainly was a game that we will be replaying over and over and over again in the future.
5 seconds remaining.
One for the Vault, the highlight reel. Why is the round 5 doesn't have the like little icon? Did we just skip that round altogether? It just didn't exist.
Yeah, maybe that was the point of no return for the Knights, so they couldn't get back into this matchup. I don't know, but yeah, look, I don't think the stats really mean anything in this matchup. It was just order playing defaults, getting the job done. The Knights just having a bit of fun once again, testing out some operator picks, and look, the Major's going to be exciting if they bring that into the meta.
And look, there's two ways we can go about this, guys. We can obviously have a bit of a laugh. We can obviously try and make light of this situation. And then there's the other side of things, where we can maybe get a bit serious and say, I'm not sure I agree with the mantra of Knights. It's not my personal opinion. Like, that's just me speaking. I think that, you know, you play for 7 weeks. You play each 7 weeks to the best of your ability. They didn't do that in that game. That's a little bit disappointing. But hey, I mean, they can kind of do what they want there, I guess, in that sense. And for Order, fair credit to Order, because they didn't buy into it. They just played their game. They did what they had to do. And obviously, we're going to speak to Specker right now and get his thoughts on the situation, because I very much want to speak with this man right now. I want your thoughts on that particular game, Specker. Honest to God truth, let me know. Do you care or not?
Just felt like they didn't care. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but you saw how they were playing. They didn't bring a single hard breach. They were solo entering. It didn't feel genuine. So, I mean, I know that they've qualified for the Major and all that, but I think it's a pretty lame, slack approach. Just, you know, that's me. As you said, you play for 7 weeks, you play for 7 weeks, and if you're proud with that showing that you just had then, I'd be disgusted personally. So, I mean, pretty embarrassing, but if that's their approach, that's their approach, that's their underlying character, and I'm not about to, you know, throw shade, but it's pretty disheartening, you know, having had a contested match the other day in our South Leagues, now have this. It's relatively, I guess, insulting to us, I suppose, but it is what it is. We won, you know, we take the points, not too unhappy about it, but just not a fun match to watch, I assume, which, you know, it is what it is. Like, as you said, we're just doing default stuff, and they were just split picking, and it just, the one round that they won was when we were thinking that they were going to play a genuine match, and then they just walk up round and smoke me off, and it's just, you know, it is what it is. So, yeah.
I guess looking forward, Specker, it does mean that there's a possibility, actually, you'll finish second here in Stage 2, pending the Bliss Chiefs game. I just want to hear your thoughts on the playoffs. Obviously, without the APAC playoffs to worry about, you can put a lot of focus and attention here into the Oceanic Nationals. Are you excited at the prospect of really fighting for that top spot?
Yeah, no, it should be fun. Kind of wish there was a LAN to kind of, you know, commemorate the whole event and to wrap it all together. So it's always a bit different online to a LAN. I guess like LAN's the whole experience. You got time to build up to it. It's a bit more of a significant event. So not to disregard anything from this online playoffs. But, you know, it's going to be just a bit of extra research, I guess, just, you know, sitting on down and seeing how far we can make it. If we finish second, it's going to be a bit easier for us as opposed to last time where I think we're 5th and we binned out against Rufflecopter. But, yeah, no, so looking forward to playoffs. Bit unfortunate we couldn't make South, but I mean, look at how tight that league was, you know, like the difference between, I think, 8th and 3rd or even 2nd for that matter. I know 2nd and 1st had a bit of a leeway, but even still, it wasn't really too far behind the rest of the pack. It was a pretty contested league, so relatively unfortunate with that result, but you know, it is what it is. We've got Stage 3 to recuperate for that, and as you said, we've got the playoffs, so we'll probably be using these OCN playoffs more so, I suppose, for, I guess, more development, I suppose, more competitive play. BO3s are pretty nice. It'll pretty much take up, you know, the scrimming schedule for a bit, and we'll do some practice, do some development, and see where we end up, pretty much.
I'm just going to go a little off script here, because I do just want to ask, obviously, we don't really do the loser interviews anymore. It's usually just the winning. You guys played Knights yesterday. That was a real game against Knights playing, you know, real. You got off to a good start in that game. Where did maybe things go wrong in that? And I know it's APAC South and whatever, but I don't care. I want to speak about a real game. Just to close your season there, was there anything that maybe surprised you guys in that game and to close out your season like that?
I just guess, I suppose the banning on Buck was a bit disruptive to our attacks. Our defenses weren't any issue at all. That was a normal game. We were up 4-2, you know, we're playing pretty comfortably. But I believe, like, you know, myself going to Thatcher, which we're not uncomfortable with, we've been practicing and all that. But I think potentially the role switch up, it wasn't too disruptive, but it was just enough to where it would kind of adhere our consistent play style, I suppose. So it's just more experimentation really at the end of the day, and just being prepared for those kind of picks, or bans rather, I suppose. But yeah, it was a contested game. Individually, my team all did relatively well. I definitely let down the baton a bit. I played a little bit too aggressive than I should have, and bled a few picks here and there. But it is what it is. It was a game of Siege, and I believe if that match was on another day, we win that. Some days you just don't win your gunfight. Some days you don't win your duels, and sometimes Siege just doesn't go your way. So unfortunately, I believe yesterday was one of those days of it not going our way. I think, as I said, if there was another day, would be winning Clubhouse, but it would be tight. I'm not going to say it would steamroll Knights, but you know, it would be a funner match, I would say.
Well, you did just steamroll them then 7-1.
Oh, yeah.
It's in the record books.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think you guys have got a good, bright future ahead of you. I mean, technically, you finished last in APAC South, but you win that game, you would have been in the top 4. That's how close that is, right? So
well, that's it,
it's
right?
a potato-potato sort of situation.
It's so close,
best
man.
of luck. Yeah,
Perfect.
best of luck
Thank
in
you.
the playoffs, and very much excited to see you guys in some best of 3s.
Thank you, gentlemen. Stay well. Have a fantastic evening. Huge shout-outs to Order. Huge shout-outs to our fans, and of course, production and everyone for making this possible. Much love. And thank you for watching and being here, and we'll catch you all in playoffs.
Thank you very much. Specker coming in off the back of Order's victory against the Knights in what was an interesting affair. We'll leave it at that one, guys, and try to move forward a little bit with the rest of the night, because we've got another big game coming up, and this one has actually got 2 teams. Well, I guess at least one team fighting for something. Bliss technically, I mean, like, it depends. Do they want to go for the 7-0?
I just really, please, Bliss, play this properly. Please go for the perfect record. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I
tipped
really
them,
want.
so
Like,
they
come
better.
on.
They better go for that 7-zip. I've been going on it all stage. Oda, Repix, they said they would get it done. We go to a break. When we do come back, it is Team Bliss versus the Chiefs.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Do you want to go? No, it's you then. It's me? Okay. Yeah. Wait, what was it? Breaching and clearing the air. Breaching and clear air. I'm Blast. I'm Turtle, and this is Breach and Clear the Air. This is shit talking our teammates. Friends. I think that's pretty obvious. He doesn't like dying to a lot of stuff, and he generally shows that in his temper. He doesn't mind a bit of a "what the f was that" moment. Worthy will probably die to something he deems kind of an idiot play, and he'll generally yell about how stupid that play was or that player was. Oh, okay. You go right in. I love how, don't get me wrong, he's other coach and analyst, but a bit too corny for my liking sometimes. I chose God Legion because some of his jokes just don't really make sense and no one really laughs at him, to be honest, so. Well, actually, I was gonna write Turtle, but I thought about it and his jokes are a bit more awkward than bad, so. Okay then. He's got the weirdest habit. It's gotta be someone. I know my answer. Nah, I know. Nah.
Oh, yes.
No. Nah, god damn it. A lot of my teammates, we take the piss out of Pat. A habit of his, when he finishes a sentence, his voice generally will go a lot higher pitch. Any examples that you could offer?
I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that one. Can I change my answer?
You were.
He's not wrong. Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. I kind of got him there. I was so glad that I thought of that. Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Ooh. Oh, oi. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, I was gonna put myself in.
I picked digital. He rocks the slides and socks combos. He doesn't mind the trackies here and there. I don't know. The man's always looking like $1 million with that chief salary. So yeah,
I picked old mate here because I don't know, just can pull off anything. Just chucks it on in the morning, and it doesn't matter what it is, but you pull it off.
Yeah, you're too kind, Pat.
Yeah.
You're too kind, mate. Pretty obvious, Pat's, he was a lifeguard, so he's got experience saving people's lives. Yeah, I don't know, my other teammates, I don't really trust them with my life. Physically, I don't think they're capable of doing that.
Why'd you put yourself? Because I'm the best,
Because I'm the best. See, I don't even know what people eat, except I'm just... Can we do somebody's drink? Someone's drink. I picked God Legion because he is English for one. They have pretty weird food combinations, and also he calls French toast eggy bread, which is an injustice. So I think he's a weirdo just for those reasons.
I chose Rain Digital because of not his food choice, but his drink choice. When he uses pre-workout or like energy mixes, he chucks it with sparkling water, which I don't really get, but hey, to each their own.
I know. Oh, that's pretty mean. Oh, geez, this one's got me. I actually have no clue.
Copying off my answers, typical.
Yeah, I'm going to trust your instincts here.
Yeah. I rate him, but I feel like he would make an inappropriate joke to my parents straight off the bat, just after meeting them. So for that, I'm going to have to, keep him away from them.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think he'd be like really awkward and just making like anime noises or something. Oh my god, man. That was a bit of improv.
Jeez.
Genius.
Anime noises.
I'm very happy that Pat didn't put me down on any of them.
Yeah, I gave you best dress.
I'm flawless. That's true.
Yeah,
That's true. But you didn't put me down on any bad ones. So.
Yeah. Feel like I'm going to have a few angry messages from teammates now, but hey. We'll see how it goes.
Welcome back to OCN presented by Samsung. We are halfway through the night for Playday 7, our final Playday for Stage 2 of OCN. We move forward with the night. It's going to be Bliss versus Chiefs coming up very shortly, guys. It's a pretty big one. Of course, Chiefs need to win this game to get back that second spot and at least put themselves further up the gauntlet. And for Bliss, you win this, you go 7-0 on the stage.
Yeah, two really exciting storylines heading into this matchup. Bliss, as you mentioned, they're fighting it out to try and stay first with that perfect record. So a bit of pride on the line for them. The Chiefs, though, they are fighting for position. So really exciting. Looking, of course, though, at this beautiful Bliss lineup. This is a roster that has been performing exceptionally well here in Stage 2, yet to drop a single map, which is quite a feat. If they manage to win tonight, that would be such an amazing record. I can't think of too many occasions, if any, honestly, as long as I've been around, where a team has gone perfectly over a domestic season, domestic stage rather, which would be, again, quite the feat.
The only blemish, an overtime win. That's it. That was in Playday 5, 8-7 game over order. That was an absolute fantastic match. But yeah, I mean, like, even then, that is hardly a blemish. Technically, if they can get 3 points against Chiefs, that would put them at 20 out of 21 points gained on the stage, which is just magnificent. It would not expect any team to be able to achieve that, and for these guys to be able to do it, I think would be such a big feat. Jigsaw, of course, was he the missing piece of this roster? The thing is, Team Bliss had a fantastic stage 1 in the regular season. They had 13 points, they had 5 wins, 2 losses, but it was their playoff performance where they did let things slip, losing 2-0 to Rufflecopter. This time, they're straight into the grand final. Their opponents for this game, though, of course, is going to be the Chiefs, who must win if they want to get that second place finish and put themselves at least just one best of 3 away from the grand final.
Yeah, of course, off the back of Order just taking down the Knights in an extremely close 7-1 victory. It does mean that, unfortunately, as we stand, they have been jumped, and one position in the gauntlet format means it's one more best of 3 that they need to play. That said, if they manage to get the dub here, they will jump Order, their counterparts, and that means that they're one step away from taking on Bliss eventually if they do manage to make it through. So quite a critical matchup here for the Chiefs. Not do or die in the sense that they've already been locked in for a playoffs position in that sense, but they are still fighting for second. Digital tucking away his Cookie Monster there. Very
can't see it now,
nice
though, Dig. You can't see it. Yeah, brings him back out. Look, these guys have been a lot of fun to watch. They are a team, I think, capable of going back-to-back. You've got to remember, they were the stage champions in Stage 1. They beat the Knights 3-1 very convincingly, too. I mean, like, for a grand final, it was a bit of a stomp. And then there was some question marks. You know, Playday 2, they lost to Rufflecopter. You know, they obviously recently lost to LFO. That curse has continued, guys. Those 2 losses, again, just keeping some question marks on this roster. But if they can beat Bliss, a team that has not been beaten, you get second place, you knock off Bliss, the only team that will have done that. You put yourselves one best of 3 away from the grand final. They're in a good position to go back-to-back.
Yeah, that is the goal for them in this stage, go back-to-back, and I would say that many would anticipate the Chiefs to be a little bit naturally stronger in the best of 3 format against the Bliss roster, where it's a little bit more of an unknown. They don't have quite as much experience with that format. So if they can be just one step away from that, they would be in such a great position. And if they know that they can take down Bliss because they do so tonight, then wow, they're going to be really confident in that matchup. So again, quite an exciting one. And yeah, very keen to jump in.
Let's go and have a look at the map where we will be playing. Hoping it's going to be something, again, different. No, it's actually Coastline, just like our first game between Ruffle and Wildcard, which that was a bit of a stomp. We've actually had a 7-2, 7-1, so I'm hoping we don't get a 7-0 following a bit of a spooky trend there. Of course, the Chiefs, they had Consulate, guys, but this time, they're banded out. They're learning.
This is incredible, the evolution of the Chiefs, and it feels like we've ragged on them a little bit through this stage, maybe even last stage as well, where for whatever reason, they just haven't been amazing on console at time and time again. They keep letting it through the veto and are playing it against their opponents to not much success. So look, they're not taking that risk here tonight. We'll head to Coastline, which is a map that hasn't been played a whole lot here in the Oceanic Nationals for Stage 2. We did see it earlier tonight between Wildcard and Ruffle. That was quite a hectic matchup, and Ruffle really edging out their opponents there with a lot of aggression and winning a lot of ones. Now, honestly, the way that Bliss have been playing in this stage, I would say that they'll be looking red hot on this map. All it takes is for a couple of their players to really fire up. You think about Jigsaw, for example, who's been red hot. Maybe even Oda, for example, if he gets a little bit more off that flex roll, for example. And yeah, this could really blow up in the face of the Chiefs, but who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
I think that I went Bliss, you went Chiefs, and obviously I went Order, you went Knights. So what this means is, if Bliss do win, I'll be winning OCN predictions. Wouldn't that be great? I win OCN, you win APAC South. I think that'd be nice. Come on, let me have something. We are obviously, it's always 1 and 2, you and me. You're usually the 1, I'm usually the 2. But it's 1 versus 3 in this particular game. Team Bliss, they cannot lose the top position. They are already into the grand final, but they will be fighting for the elusive 7-0 to be the first team to do it in OCN. They go up against the Chiefs, looking to get back that second place spot.
Okay, now apparently Oda... Oh, look at it's Manic on Oda's screen. Now, Oda and Repix said that they were going to get Manic in the ban phase, and there you go. There's a bit of BM. So
Who?
You know Manic?
I don't know who that is.
I think he's like a
local caster or something.
He casts like that other shooting
like
game.
Is he like a grade 2 host?
He might be. He casts some other shooters. I don't know if I'm allowed to say their name on the broadcast, but
There's other games in the world? No way.
yeah, I don't know. Apparently, I only play Siege though because it's the best game in the world.
It is. It is. Fuse banned out.
God.
That's why this.
Don't tell me this is another. Surely not. It was the Chiefs that banned it, so I'm not too concerned. Mozzie as well. Now, we did see the Meat Mozzie combo brought out quite a bit in that wildcard Rufflecopter match, so we know that that is quite a viable strategy, and dislodging part of that is a pretty cool ban to see from the Chiefs. Now, Bliss will also ban out some utility in those black eye cameras, and again, to be expected, Valkyrie very potent at the moment.
Yeah, it's just all about that roam. The accessibility now, no nomads, so no air jabs. The Mozzie's gone, so don't have to worry too much about that. Better with the drones, and of course the Valkyrie taking off, or allowing, or taking off the information that the defenders can get with the drones and the Valk. So Team Bliss on the defense first, Chiefs on the attack. If we think back to our earlier game of Coastline, it was Rufflecopter who got off to a 4-2 defensive half, but let's be real, they then won 3 in a row on the attack. So I think Coastline's the sort of game, guys, where you're not probably going to be thinking too much about, oh, you got to get this in the half or this in the half. No, I think you can win either side in this case.
Three trap operators at least being brought here by the defense. Yeah, so the Capcan. Oh no, 2. The Capcan and the Frost. I guess Allah, in some respects, is like a hybrid trap operator in the sense that it doesn't pass enemies that enter within the Griswold mine range. So that's pretty spicy here from Bliss, looking to frustrate their opponents. Jigsaw as well, being given the Oryx license that will allow him to roam around the map, get quite aggressive and lean in again to that really strong mechanical skill that we have seen from Jig so far in Stage 2. He has been quite the menace. So many teams have been struggling to shut him down, and on a map like Coastline, you cannot afford to allow 1 or even 2 players to really get a nice head start. We saw it again. Wildcard and Rufflecopter, OJ, out of nowhere seemingly having such an enormous game, and that really, just off the back of his single performance, dislodged Wildcard entirely.
A 60-40 split through the community vote in favor of Team Bliss. I'd say that's about right, guys. I mean, all things considered, this is a team that's 6-0 right now. They should have, obviously, the expectations to be the favorites here against even the Stage 1 champions.
Yep.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Now, Worthy actually bringing out the gridlock this round. Has a bit of flank watch, but Jigsaw, there we go. As we mentioned, could be very dangerous in this matchup, and he gets the first kill of the map. It's God Legion taken down as well. One of the players from the Chiefs that we would expect to maybe step up in response. So an unfortunate start here for the Chiefs, and I assume that Bliss overall, again, will play quite aggressive here on the defense, try and deny map control and try and find untraded picks.
Yeah, and once you get that first pick for Team Bliss on the defense, then you can sort of start to fall back a little bit more. You don't have to be too aggressive, but typically on Coastline, it usually does continue to play out quite aggressive for the most part. I don't think this is going to be as aggressive as the wildcard Rufflecopter game.
Oh, I got stuck on the rope. Oh. I actually never knew that he could get stuck on there or anything. I'm often the designated ace main on the on good old Coastlines. So getting that wall open is a lot of fun. And of course, with no wall deny being brought here by Team Bliss, quite easy there for the show to execute those summers onto the wall, apply pressure in towards drinks, and just begin to apply a bit of a choke here on towards the defense. Now, it will be tough with the 4v5. Jigsaw back towards site, finds another onto Fisho. That was the deep, long angle through the rotate in towards Aqua.
Attackers recovered.
Now, this hookah position on the balcony, very compromised. A strong cross from Bliss being held.
And with the 2-man advantage as well, I think Chiefs are going to find this very difficult to break down this defense from Bliss. Perfect start, courtesy of Jigsaw.
Digital, of course, the cap can trap, although he does get revenge by getting the kill onto Shade. In fact, that was Worthy who gets the over-the-shoulder kill. Digital ends up dying to Oda. Over towards Cool Vibes. And yeah, there's just no time remaining in the round. Worthy with a spray and pray, but is unfortunately not heard. Into red time. Pass can go for the plant, but he loses his cover man in Worthy. Gets off of it and dies anyway. He actually somehow got the kill onto Todd. But it's the round win that goes the way of Team Bliss. And speaking of Worthy there at the end, guys, maybe we have missed this one, but it feels like it's the battle for maybe League MVP of Stage 2, Jigsaw and Worthy. Ooh. And Jigsaw is off to the better start.
Maybe. That is a very fun storyline to track heading into this matchup. I'll have a quick look at the stats actually and try and work out exactly what we're working with. So heading into this matchup, Jigsaw going 72 and 37, wow. A 1.95 KD. Worthy 70 to 46, a 1.52. So statistically, Jigsaw having a little bit more luck.
Success.
Success? Yeah, definitely not luck. As he's been quite consistent. That was definitely not the right way to frame it. As it hasn't been, you know, a one and done performance from Jigsaw. It feels like almost every single Playday he has been having just massive games. And Worthy as well has definitely had his time to shine, his time in the spotlight. But maybe this game could wither down to whether or not Jigsaw shows up for Worthy. And look, so far it's Jigsaw to get the early lead.
Yeah, 3-0 start. That's what you come to expect from Jigsaw. It's obviously not just the Jigsaw show.
10 seconds to insertion.
Had to really go slow on that
Jigsaw
one.
show,
If you remember back to
Jigsaw show.
See, you're just basically combining them at that point, guys. You know, it's impossible. But it's a team effort, and it has been stated throughout this entire stage that it's not all just onto Jigsaw. That Repix, Todd, Oda, Shade, they can all have big moments. Even the support players can have those big plays. But it is just constantly, for whatever reason, Jigsaw is always in the right position to constantly get these frags. And again, he shows it in this opening round, 3-0 start.
Oh, Digital in an early engagement outside the kitchen window. Now, neither player takes any damage. Actually, maybe it was Shade. Lose a little bit of HP. Either way, though, both players survive. Digital, the vertical play here for the Chiefs, will be looking to get up above, use that sledgehammer to create lines of sight down below and make it a very difficult objective to sit on.
Now, finding the opening pick as well is just so paramount. We saw it earlier. Rofacopter's ability to constantly get those opening picks and put Wildcard under the pressure early on into rounds proved very successful. This, of course, did so in the opening round. We'll see if they can find another one here in round 2. Chiefs have been able to maneuver their way pretty well so far, though, into the building. Minute 40 on the clock. We'll, of course, have to worry about time management, but getting some decent vertical control established, at least. So far, this is not too bad from the Chiefs.
90 seconds to work with here, and Digital, still with 2 grenades available, will begin to butcher up that floor. Now, there's no one immediately below, inside of bathroom, inside of kegs. Instead, Bliss playing a little bit deeper over towards kitchen and Cool Vibes and Repix as well with that deployable shield can play a little bit more so underneath that lobby hatch. Meaning that this vertical won't necessarily net a direct kill here for the Chiefs, but it is pushing these defenders out a little bit, making them feel a little bit uneasy. Now, there's also an opportunity here for Oda to be under pressure if Digital wants to go for that common rotate. Elsewhere, though, the Chiefs will rotate towards the front door. Worthy, seeing if he can cut off anyone inside of lobby or courtyard, but no opportunity is really presenting itself for them. Both teams playing very safe, very conservative, especially when you consider how aggressive this map is.
I'm assuming those stingers are there to stop any sort of run out from main lobby looking over towards the server store, right? Like, that's probably the play there. 30 seconds left. The Chiefs have not been able to really clear anyone out here. Fisher guy sneaks into the smoke. He's going to be able to get this plant down. No one's stopping it. In fact, he's going to stick this. He is able to execute it, and Chiefs should be able to play off of this now. They're in the prime position, unless Jigsaw has anything to say about it. This is going to be still very difficult.
Oh, shit.
But somehow, Bliss just keep finding these kills. And it's down to just Fisher guy God Legion, and that's the run out. Don't worry about those track stingers. They don't matter. God Legion, though, can maybe still salvage the round, but Oda is counter-defusing. 1 second left on it! He stops it! Oh, he just goes huge with the triple! He makes it a quad to finish the round for the Chiefs! Oh, what a round! Vast is speechless! He can't believe what just he saw! Oh my days, God Legion!
What a clutch from God Legion. It was such a strong plant from the Chiefs. Fisho sneakily inside of surface, able to get it down, and then the post-plant positions from the Chiefs looked so solid. They had control above, but then Bliss, the amount of counter pressure they applied to retake those positions was phenomenal. It should have been a Bliss retake, but then God Legion pulled this off.
What was that little... I need to see that again. I just see your face in the bottom left corner. You look like you just seen a ghost, Guz.
Wait, what? I didn't even see my face on the replay.
I saw it for a split second. I can't wait to watch that one back. Oh, that was, though, absolutely perfect from God Legion. Saved the round. Did Team Bliss maybe overcommit, though, to the diffuser?
I mean, there wasn't much time in the round. Bliss probably just expected to be able to actually cover it when they still had, what, 3 or 4 members up. So I think that's probably the calculated play there, is to try and stick to the diffuser. And then 99 out of 100 occasions, you would probably win that. So, look, props to God Legion. Super duper well played. Very sketchy there for the Chiefs in the post plant, especially considering, again, that they had such great control above. They were unable really to prevent Bliss from retaking those positions, but as we said, this could be a God Legion or even a Worthy versus Jigsaw matchup, and so far God Legion is having a big impact.
Yeah, God Legion has stepped up to the plate. He's already hit 1 home run. Maybe he'll be able to find another one later on in this game, but he has been able to at least get this opening pick for the Chiefs. Very aggressive position for Todd. He should get droned down. He does. Has to fall back through Office. Don't count on Team Bliss, though, going into turtle mode just because they've lost one. They will still look to get one back. God Legion is sharp, though. I'm not sure that's a fight you want to be taking right now. Run, Repix. Run away.
Save yourself from the wrath. God Legion is just the Terminator at the moment. Anything he walks past just gets disintegrated. That defender inside of Office, Todd, on the Allah, could well be his next target.
He's still just sticking around.
Still trying to hold this part of the map, but it could fall apart here. The Chiefs starting to pinch out.
The Chiefs are hitting their shots as well. Minute and a half remaining inside of this 3rd round. Well, this is certainly a contrast to the last game that we just saw. Both teams going at it. This is really what you expect from 2 of the best teams in the region. Digital just trying to clear that utility, and he is successful. Of course, Bliss on the repeat for Kitchen Service as they tried in the 2nd round. Couldn't quite get the retake, but it's Jigsaw once again. He's now got 5. That's Worthy shut out of the round. 1 minute left. It's a 4 versus 4.
Jigsaw trying to monitor the front door. There is a player out there, and he connects those shots onto God Legion, but neither player falls. Now, Fisho in towards the site will try and stick the plant.
Oh, he could have, if he had just shot straight away. He goes again. What is he doing? God Legion just sitting in the main lobby entrance. Primed for Jigsaw to take his head off, and he just obliges. He's got 6 and 1 now. I mean, obviously, we're not really surprised by his antics anymore. He does get shut down by Vast, who immediately is traded back. Fisher Guy able to get Oda. Of course, Jigsaw is down. Fisher Guy will put him out of his misery. Now makes it a 1 versus 2 with 20 seconds left. Does have the diffuser and should be able to stick this inside of the 6 seconds here. And obviously, it is now up to Retpix and Todd to get the counter defuse.
Fisho, short range with the Baron, can try and swing wide and find one. Does it get refragged though? Immediately, he does. It's Todd to win it out, and they'll be able to counter defuse the kit. A slightly better post plant there from Bliss.
Well, I think it was obviously a slightly easier one to retake as well, to be completely honest. Although that one, yeah, just goes to plan a little bit better for Team Bliss. 2-1. And right now, I'm going to say it, guys. I'm going to say it. They'll probably be feeling like it should be 3-0.
Yeah, they'll still be reaping that opportunity that went missing, unfortunately, in the post-plant there in the round previous with God Legion, but they do a better job in that post-plant. Always going to be tough for Fisher Guy in the 2 versus 1. He did a really good job to swing wide and find the first in lobby, but it was always going to be tough to find, or prevent rather, the trade there from Todd. Yes, it was, you know, a little bit close, but it, you know, it was only a couple of milliseconds longer, really, than it ideally could have been. So, well, by Todd.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And Bliss just continued to look so strong. It's been the theme, really, the story for Stage 2. Will Bliss ever really falter? When are they going to lose? And week in, week out, they keep playing really solid Siege.
Attackers have located a bomb.
The only team that has been able to get close to Team Bliss was Order. Playday 5, that 8-7 game on Oregon. It was a 3-3 first half, then a 3-3 second half. It just went the distance back and forth.
10 seconds to
This
go.
could be a game that is potentially going to play out in a similar manner if Chiefs can now get this 4th round. But, I mean, as I said before, I think Bliss are probably kicking themselves that they allowed the Chiefs to get that 2nd round. And full credit to Godlich, though you can't take away what he was able to do. But right now, I think Bliss probably just slightly ahead of the Chiefs. I mean, they are, quite literally, it's 2-1. But the way that they're playing, guys, that's the thing. The way that they're playing, they just look the better team right now.
Reload.
Digital rocking the Knight skin on the G36. How very kind of him. As he is playing that Yarn with 2 grenades in hand, which could prove useful. God Legion rappelling on the South Promenade, peeking in towards the security hallway. That pressure doesn't quite capitulate on towards Jigsaw. It does though onto Shade, who falls elsewhere. That's the smoke taken down. As we often say, it's a bit of a cliche, but smoke dropping first is not very ideal for the defense.
Digital,
hello? Oh no, he was hiding. He was hiding in the. He was hiding inside of the replicator there. That was pretty dirty from Repix, but it doesn't quite work.
Got a little bit of damage in though. It's something. Just keeps Digital guessing as well. Dig off to a slow start. 0-3 has been honestly pretty good over the last month or so and contributing. Just struggling to get involved though in this particular game. This very much feels like something that could be a grand final preview later on in the playoffs. Oda, big kill onto Fisher Guy. Again, makes it a 4 versus 4. Digital, there you go, off that donut, perfectly timed. And he finds a 2nd one. As I said, he has been playing very, very well as of recent. Vars can now stick this diffuser, and Chiefs have got themselves a significant advantage. A little drive-by there, unsuccessful. Oda, though, able to get the kill onto Vars, and that stops the diffuser, guys.
Yeah, Oda being able to cross their Digital. Doesn't find that pick. It proves to be costly, but God Legion is still alive. Gets a foothold inside of Sunrise. Gets that pick, where he immediately picks up the diffuser and will go for the plant.
Rappy's got to get a move on. Knows there's a player inside a kitchen, but I think he just gets blocked by his own prism there. It's 2-2. It's that back and forth game that kind of thought it could end up being between these two teams, guys. But this is usually what happens with Bliss, and then they pull away. They get to this sort of moment, you know, it's a 2-2 or a 3-3, and then at any point they can just go and put 3 rounds in a row on you in the blink of an eye, and that's what they've done to a lot of teams. 7-4 against Wildcard, 7-5 against Knight, 7-4 LFO, 7-2 Rhythm, 7-3 Ruffle. A lot of them, you know, kind of start off close and then they just pull away. Chiefs need to maintain this the whole way as we head over to Hooker and Billiards.
The Warden being 6-picked here off that Wamai by Repix. Who has had a bit of a quiet one here. Repix is often the entry here for Bliss and definitely has his strong games where he's quite proficient in getting that those opening picks. finding some kills on the board. The Warden may well facilitate that. Now, it won't necessarily directly hard counter too much here from the Chiefs. They're not bringing the Ying. That said, Vast is electing to bring smoke grenades, so maybe in a post plan or a plan scenario rather, that could prove to be quite useful. But honestly, it's probably mainly picking him for that frag power. The MPX with the 1.5 times scope can be quite deadly. Now, outside of that, Jigsaw again has retained, he has renewed his Oryx license, being given free reign to roam around the map and do as he pleases.
Who's going to be able to pull away? Is it the usual Bliss, or do the Chiefs find it within them to gain a sense of ascendancy going into the second half? Final 2 rounds of this first half. A lot on the line. Chiefs would certainly prefer to finish in second rather than third. That's one less best of 3 that they would have to play. And for Bliss, of course, that 7-0 up for grabs. It's going to be the first E1D deployed by Worthy.
Oh, Todd, that's quite aggressive there. Finds a pick onto Worthy, who has had a bit of a quiet one, but his mate, the Gold Legion, might be able to clean that one up, who he himself has been having a strong map. Now, Bliss can settle a little bit here. Thing goes out there from Bliss. Not sure what that's actually pinging there inside of VIP. I don't think there was a player in that position. Maybe a drone. Not too sure. Either way, they're just holding firm at the moment. I think that's probably the mentality they should have. Todd gets aggressive. He gets that first pick. But now they can sort of just settle down here, relax, and really force Chiefs to play their hand.
Yeah, and it just slows this game down a little bit too. With a minute and a half remaining, Chiefs down a player. Need to be careful. They can't necessarily just run around. Team Bliss don't have to force anything either. I do suspect that it is going to slow down for the next 30 seconds or so as Chiefs kind of get their bearings for this 5th round. Rapix winning that fight against Digital. He did take a bit of damage back, but wins out. 2-man advantage now for Bliss with under a minute remaining in the round.
God Legion will now repel back up towards Aquabalk. Bisho lit up over towards top white. It's going to be a tough execute here for the Chiefs, but Vast alleviates a little bit of the pressure. That is Shade taken down. Now Chiefs can set up for what would probably be a default Aqua push, but unfortunately Jigsaw is still alive. He inflicts more pain for the Chiefs. Now God Legion and Vast need to culminate and do something pretty special now.
This is where I'd love to have Dev on the broadcast to sort of figure out what Jigsaw would need to maybe finish the stage on a 2+ KD. Could be possible unless God Legion has something else to say about it. Swings and is successful, but fortunately had a lot more to do and not much time to do it in. Team Bliss will get their 3rd round. 1 to go in the half, and they lead 3-2.
And honestly, just taking a step back, I am really impressed to see that Bliss have the maturity and the discipline and the motivation to head into this matchup and actually fight as hard as they are. Keep in mind, the only thing that they are fighting for in this matchup is the perfect record. They cannot drop out of 1st place. So in reality, they don't need to be going as hard as they are. But I think it's really good to see a team putting their best foot forward, still playing well. Yes, they're probably not going that deep in strats or anything ridiculous like that because there's no need. But they're still playing really strong Siege. And I think it's just good for them to be able to put on a really entertaining show.
The other thing as well is taking as much form as you can into the grand final. This is the thing, they're not in the playoffs, guys. They're in the grand final. So finishing strong is definitely the way to go about it if you are Team Bliss. Don't worry about saving strats or anything. You want to win. You want to strike fear into Chiefs. You want the Chiefs thinking, boy, how are we going to beat this? No one could beat them if Team Bliss win this game. Going into that grand final, you're going to be looking at a team that was never beaten. I mean, that is staggering. Now, if they lose this game, though, to the Chiefs, suddenly that aura dissipates a little bit. You think, oh, they are beatable. You know, we've already beaten them. So if they do then meet in the grand final, the Chiefs will feel confident.
5 seconds remaining.
So yeah, they can't drop out of first place, but I still think there's a lot on the line here for Bliss. Plus, who wouldn't want to go 7 and zip? And who wouldn't want to make it harder for the Chiefs? I mean, I think that Bliss said that they look at Chiefs as their biggest competitor, as Repix looking for a spawn peek through main lobby. So why not make their journey in the gauntlet just that little bit harder?
Now, in terms of Jigsaw being able to achieve a 2 KD across stage 2, he's 3 kills away. So if he gets 3 more kills without dying, he'll be going 82 and 41, if my numbers are correct. Meaning he will achieve that 2 KD. So he's still trailing a little bit at the moment, but considering this match could go on for a while, there's a very real chance that he could achieve that feat.
Certainly. 7 and 4 in this game as well. So he is tracking along nicely. Only really being matched by God Legion, who's 7-3 and 1. Second E1D deployed by Worthy. Fast taking a bit of damage. Jigsaw can just rotate back over to the Cool Vibe stairs, and then if he wants, come back and peek down the hallway.
Looking to try and prevent the Chiefs from taking control above too quickly here. That's Jigsaw's role. Now, he probably doesn't want to play for his life here. Instead, just continually try and waste time. And honestly, they haven't done a bad job so far. Only a minute 45 to go, and the Chiefs are only now slowly gaining ground up above. I guess, of course, the beauty of Coastline is you don't really have far to go, and once you start actually obtaining control, you don't really need to move around all that much to gain a significant amount. As you can see, Digital now inside of Bedroom should have pretty free reign of Penthouse. And with Jigsaw taken down, as we see right there, he'll be feeling pretty safe, and he can begin to work above.
It's a big kill. I mean, for the reasons that you stated, of course, it opens things up for the Chiefs, but it's also Jigsaw that has been eliminated. Usually the go-to guy for Bliss in terms of finding frags, especially late in rounds. Still wondering if Repix can maybe find a kill here over towards main lobby. Minute left in this final round of the first half. Chiefs looking to tie it up 3-3 and deny Bliss from getting a 2-round lead. I definitely would not be counting out Bliss. Even if Jigsaw is dead, other guys can easily stand up.
Fisher Guy has the diffuser in hand once again. He was the designated planner last time the Chiefs were able to get that diffuser stuck. They used smoke grenades to cover it, and Vast still has one in hand. They do get sent out. Will they go for the plant now? Doesn't appear like that will be the case. I believe there's a smoke canister, a smoke babe preventing that, but Fisher is just going to go for it.
18 seconds left in the round. Digital taking a bit of a beating here. They still got that man advantage, but need to find a way to get this diffuser down. Trades go out, but at some point, Fisher Guy is going to have to stick it, and he does now. He gets stopped immediately, though, by Oda. 3 versus 3, but it's time. That is the biggest problem right now, but never mind. God Legion goes big again. And that is going to mean the Chiefs will tie up the half. It's 3-3. Ooh.
Welcome back, folks. You have tuned into the God Legion show, but it is still 3 apiece as we head into the second half. It's been a close matchup between these two. Bliss looking to continue and complete their perfect run for stage 2. The Chiefs still battling it out to finish in second place.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
And I think a 3-3 half is fitting as well. Both teams showing a lot. Team Bliss, I felt like on the defense were the team that was almost leading, and Chiefs were constantly keeping up with them, but they were able to sort of maintain that. And by the time we got to the end of the first half, they tied it all up 3-3. And now with Chiefs on the defense, they could be the ones to maybe pull away here.
5 seconds left.
And wouldn't that be sweet for the Chiefs to close off the regular stage of stage 2 in second place, like they finished as well in stage 1, if I remember correctly. They did.
Wasn't really listening to what he said. So,
Chiefs finished stage 1 in second place, and
yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
If they can win this, they'll do it
Attackers
again.
have located a bomb.
It would not be ideal for Bliss, but at the same time, what really matters, of course, starts in the playoffs, and their position in the grand final already locked up. This is just that added bonus on what's been an amazing stage for them. And, you know, there's not too many rounds to go. Why not just give it that little bit more and see if you can go the 7-zip?
Jigsaw with the Amaru in this round, maybe looking to take quick map control, or could play a part in the execute from Bliss. He's just sitting outside prepping for the hookah window, and he's just going to send it.
As well just go in. Clearly was watching Knights and taking some tips as God Legion and Digital, the ones that find the kills, despite... Okay, round's over.
Cool.
Move on to the next one.
Yep.
Yep, cool.
Not bad from God Legion, hey?
That was bloody quick. I tell you what, that might be one of the quickest rounds I've ever seen.
Do you reckon we'll finish before 10?
If we can have every round like that, yes sir, but we're not going to have that.
No. And actually, an observation I've kind of just been noting in the background is that a lot of these rounds have been playing out pretty slowish in the mid round for what we've come to expect on Coastline. Yes, for sure, there's definitely been your fair share of opening kills, but there's actually been a lot of genuine post-plant scenarios, you know, actual plant executions from the attack, which, you know, on Coastline, you don't often see. It's normally frag outs, so that's been quite cool to watch. That last round, of course, completely bucking that trend. Bliss trying to go for a bit of a cheeky, aggressive execute. Didn't pull it off. That said, they may not rein it in too much. They're bringing basically the same operators here for the preceding round. So maybe Bliss are just going to continually play with this relentless pressure, hoping that the Chiefs crack.
Well, great start to the second half for the Chiefs.
5 seconds left.
Obviously, it was not ideal from Bliss, but you know, you can't discredit them for trying. Chiefs just ready for it, and yeah, that was very quick. Very, very quick. Straight into round 8. And now it's Bliss who find themselves behind. They're playing catch-up. There's not been too many games where they've been in this sort of position in this stage, Guz. This could be a really good learning experience for this team, though, playing from behind.
Yeah, I would agree. Jigsaw probing outside of the kitchen window. What's the game plan here for Bliss? Where are they going to try and get these picks and try and stick that diffuser? Because at the moment it has been pretty slow goings. Now Digital's getting very aggressive over towards Sauna. If he tries to rotate back, surely there's a line of sight through the wall that could shut him down.
Yep,
there he is. It's Repix. Lands a lot of damage, but it's Shade to finish the Rooney off.
Astute observation, Guz.
Thank you.
Shade. Big second one as well onto Vast, and suddenly the round just slipping away from the Chiefs very quickly here. 1 minute and 55 seconds left, and this is generally what you expect more from Coastline.
Yeah, astute observation there, Zonox. Yeah, these last 2 rounds have been really weird and honestly very difficult to follow. So tough to know exactly what's going on here and how Shade is finding these picks seemingly with ease, but nonetheless a good performance from him and a good bounce back, a good rebound if you would for Bliss, but the job is not done. Worthy, who again, a little bit quiet in this matchup, could well activate here, and God Legion still alive, but maybe for not much longer.
And Jigsaw, who's just weaning a little bit in the last couple of rounds, still 8-6, has not been able to survive many of the rounds, but still able to produce offensively. This is the real guy that needs to be stopped. He is the villain. He is the Terminator, running around, causing a ruckus. Oh my God, God Legion! No, that's not allowed! You can't do that! He's still got another challenge in front of him, and Repix finally shuts him down. It's the God Legion show, but it's Bliss who win the round.
Oh, what an attempt there from God Legion, and a bit of a 5 bazillion IQ play there at the very end. He actually punches his own mirror so that the attackers inside of Kitchen can't look back through it as to where he is near the rotate. So a cheeky little play there from God Legion. It doesn't quite work out. He was eventually overwhelmed, but that
kill that. And it was on Jigsaw, that second shot. One of the sharpest players, if not the sharpest in the league at the moment, that he just pulled that off against. So that was absolutely ridiculous, but again, wasn't quite enough.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
4-4. What a game we are seeing between these two.
Attackers have located a bomb.
What a match from an individual standpoint as well from Gold Legion, 14-4. Does not really get much better than this, and as I said earlier on in this game, it could very well end up being a grand final preview, and wouldn't that be a spectacle? We're a long way away from that happening though, and obviously if Bliss do win this game, it makes it less likely that the Chiefs will be there, considering they will have to go through 2 best-of-3s, which is not easy.
5 seconds left before
To even just be in the grand final, they got to win 2 best-of-3s. That's
attackers' objective is to defuse
not an
the
easy
bomb.
feat.
Yeah, they won last stage by finishing in second, and I'm hoping to do the same once again. And in terms of looking at the numbers, just to confirm standings and whatnot here, I'm just going to do a quick refresh just to look at different permutations as to what could happen. Now, I believe an OT win would be enough for the Chiefs. Actually, no, it wouldn't. They need a regulation win. So that means that these next few rounds are really going to amp up the pressure. The Chiefs cannot allow Bliss to get another 2. Otherwise, they themselves cannot physically get enough points to eclipse order.
Bomb located by attackers.
Bliss just trying to get, obviously, vert control above. I like the silence sometimes, guys. I think it's nice.
Quite peaceful, isn't it?
This has been one of the slower rounds, though, at least for Coastline's usual expectations. Minute and a half heading in this round. It's finally started to make their way into hookah. The Vast who finds that opening pick onto Repix. God Legion now up to 15. Need a God Legion counter in the top right corner. 2-man advantage though for the Chiefs. Gonna make things very difficult for Team Bliss.
Oh, good swing there from Worthy. And he doubles down there onto Shade. Now Todd needs to find 5, but no, Vast on the Oryx can clean it up. It's a big round from the Chiefs.
Oh, Worthy. I think the round was over anyway, but that was still just clean. Hitting your shots. And the Chiefs are looking pretty good. They're feeling good. And now they've got that lead re-established. Up 5-4. As you said, Guz, they cannot allow Team Bliss to get 2 more rounds. That's the first shot, but that switch onto Shade. Quick double headshot for Worthy. Clean as you like. The Chiefs themselves, as a team, looking pretty clean.
Team clean. Does that rhyme? I don't know. Either way, Hookah Billiards will be the defensive side of choice here from the Chiefs. And they will be looking to lock in this next round if they want to get this match done in regulation. It is a hurdle that they will need to overcome. And they are theoretically only 2 rounds away now from being able to close this one out. But we have seen time and time again when Bliss have been knocked down, particularly off the back of some pretty disappointing losses. You think back to the God Legion clutch, you think about that round where they almost were defeated flawlessly. They have the knack to bounce back. Even when they are being tested, they're doing a really good job at staying in this matchup, and I have no doubt they'll still be feeling good about being able to close this out themselves.
10 seconds to go.
And Bliss are going to be made to really work for this one. Similar to the order game in Playday 5. This could be a stressful one, but the good news is that as long as they... Well, it's not. The thing is, Bliss getting to OT doesn't do anything for Bliss. That is just disgusting from Worthy, the run out. Repix immediately shut down. He's had a very unfortunate match. 3-7. Struggling to really get involved. But yeah, Bliss getting to OT doesn't really do anything for Bliss, guys. It more than anything just stops the Chiefs.
Oh, Jigsaw. Oh, Digital wins that one. That's 2 picks from the Chiefs outside of the building. The confidence flowing at the moment for the reigning champs. They are determined to quickly close this one out. Now Todd enters in towards Sauna, trying to find this trade back on towards Didge, but it's looking to be tough. Digital doing a great job to hold on, but he can't hold on for long enough. That said, the impact from Office catches Todd off guard, but Worthy so low on HP cannot find that kill. Now Todd and Oda somehow need to bring this back.
They very well could. 3 versus 2. Not going down easily. Chiefs looking for that match point. God Legion's still alive. Is there yet another big play to come from him? Still a minute 30 seconds left. Fast going to get droned away from Cool Vibes. Oda and Todd certainly capable and have enough time. Probably would like to find at least one more pick. Opening up that Banshee on Cool Vibes, shoots it out. But this is where time management is so critical, guys. They've got a bit of it, but don't waste it.
Good foothold inside of Drinks here from the Chiefs. Vast as well using the drone hold to peek the top of Cool Vibes, meaning that every single entry point here for Bliss is going to be contested. Does amp up the difficulty. Oda's looking to maybe make a play up Cool Vibes. I don't think that's going to work out. It's really probably going to be on the shoulders of Todd here.
Todd immediately feels the power of that Nitro Assault from God Legion. 3 versus 1 now for Oda. Still one more E1D in his pocket, but only 30 seconds left in a 1 versus 3, and they know his position over towards Cool Vibes as well. It is known. The Chiefs on the brink of match point. Sends it up. Nice headshot. He gets the second one! He couldn't get the third, though! Oh! For a brief moment in time, even Digital's face says it all as to how close the Chiefs were to losing that round. Match point, though, for the Chiefs.
Oh, the Chiefs can laugh about that now, but had they have lost that round, they would have been seething. Oh, wow. What an effort from Oda to somehow almost bring that back, and a couple of millimeters left or right there on the final attempt on that 1v1. Honestly, he could well have walked away with the victory there, and I don't know what it is about Australian teams and throwing from that position. I mean, there was a play at the Tokaname Pro League Finals where Wildcard threw kind of a similar situation here in a similar position, but look, the Chiefs able to win out there in the end, and they'll take their tack.
And tactical timeout perfectly taken now as well. Match point for the Chiefs. Team Bliss now need to win 2 in a row to force that OT. And as I said earlier, this is the first time really this entire stage that Bliss are in this sort of position. And I think it's a really good position for them to be in. I know that's weird to say, but this is a team that's already locked up a grand final spot, right? And they've had a very successful season. They're 6-0. They've been constantly winning in regulation. It's about time that they are now on the back foot, that they can now grow as a team. Okay, that momentum that they've been riding all stage, maybe it drops off here for this moment, for this game. Backs up against the wall, and you will be able to learn and grow from this experience. Understand what it takes when you're down to come back. And that's something that, you know, come playoff time, guys, in that grand final, they may find themselves in this position. So to get this experience now is invaluable.
Quick question, why does Jigsaw have 20 juice boxes behind him? Is he on the juice?
Some people collect stamps, some people collect baseball cards, some people collect juice boxes.
Jigsaw is on the juice. I guess that is why he's been playing so well this stage.
You can't say that. I think you can't legally say that.
I mean the juice boxes.
Well, he's not on them. They're over there in the corner.
And that's true.
He's on his chair.
Maybe he's sitting on more. You don't know how many he has.
Oh, do you think he's got like, you know, a fort of juice boxes that he's sitting on?
Potentially.
That'd be kind of cool. But look, I mean, and look, this is the beautiful thing for this moment for Team Bliss is that even if they lose this game, they still hold on to first place. They're still in that grand final, right? it's not like you throw out everything and say, oh my god, the stage was ruined. Okay, we didn't go 7-0. Whatever. Chiefs, and I think Bliss have already said this, Chiefs is a team that they obviously respect as a competitor, right? And they knew that this was going to be a tough game. Chiefs needed to win in regulation to get that second place back. And now they've got this match point. And it says a lot about the Chiefs as well, who have been, you know, they started kind of slow in this game, and then they just kept going with it, Could have easily been a 3-0 start for Team Bliss, but the Chiefs were constantly just on their heels, and Gold Legion has just been, I mean, something else.
Yeah, wow. 17-5 is just such a huge number to pull here, and a really impressive performance from him, especially against one of the top-rated team at the moment in Stage 2.
10 seconds remaining.
The job, though, it's not done yet for the Chiefs. They cannot afford this game to go to overtime. They need to win it in regulation, so they really only have a couple of opportunities here, a couple of rounds buffer. In fact, 2 rounds buffer, to be precise. Now, Vast taking a little bit of damage there, probably just zooming through a wall, I would presume, creating a couple of rotations off-site, allowing for a bit more roamability here from the defense, who are looking to try and shut down the entries like Repix, like Jigsaw, and maybe even prevent some of that verticality from being established as well.
Been a pretty easy stage if you're a Bliss fan. You haven't had too many stressful moments, but this is definitely one of them. Down match point to the Chiefs. It makes Chiefs' path in the gauntlet that little bit easier. And that blemish on the record, not ideal. The fact that they are on the attack means that it's up to Bliss to be proactive. Jigsaw, arguably been one of the tougher games for him to really frag out. 9-9. He's still finding the kills though. Shade has been impressive as well. Takes out Worthy, and Bliss are storming home in this round, Guz. Although, nice pick from Digital.
Digital over towards Cool Vibes, finds that one back. That's Repix taken down, who was using that Inox scanner on the Jackal to really make life difficult for these roamers. Bliss, though, plenty of time to work with here to establish this vert. Fisho, though, looking to get aggressive in response. The shotgun in hand. He's so strong with this gun.
Oh, he got him!
Fires twice and downs Oda, uses a gas fave to finish off that pick. A lot of pressure from above, though. That shade on the slave.
Oh my god, Dig!
Digital goes straight past those track stingers to find that kill. Todd, though, looking to respond back. This is just crazy coastline. Todd back fingers the observation tool. Now it's a 2-on-2.
Oh, Fisher guy with another kill with the shotgun. 2 versus 1. It is down to arguably the stage MVP to clinch the round for Bliss and keep the 7-0 dream alive. Vast and Fisher guy versus a very low HP Jigsaw. He gets a final bit of information with 35 seconds left into the round. Moving on to site, that's going to be the gas babe. Is it? I don't even know what's going on anymore. It was. Looked like confetti for me. I don't know why. Maybe there's some celebrations to come. Goes for the wall bang, unable to find it, gives away his position. You got to remember, he's low. Won't take much for him to be taken down. 15 seconds left. We're into red time. Does he go for the diffuser? What does he try and do? Goes for the flick shot. To his left, though, is going to be the man that kills him. It's Fisher guy. It is the Chiefs. They get back into second place, heading into the playoffs. Damn straight, Digital. Things are looking pretty good.
Whoa, what the hell?
Woo, now that's a real lightsaber.
Oh my god.
Team Bliss have finally been defeated. What's a man to a god, though? God Legion, what a game he produced when they needed him the most. And Digital, be careful, mate. That tongue might get burnt.
Jesus, he's going to burn his eyebrows off. Don't do that, Dig. Be careful. But look, celebrations deserved here. The Chiefs, they knock off that perfect record that Bliss could have obtained. So that's unfortunate for Bliss, but a great performance from the Chiefs. They boost themselves into second place. That's where they finished the last stage when they managed to clinch the grand final. So a little bit of deja vu to ensue potentially.
What a Yeah, I mean, what a game that was, and I think it really lived up to the billing, didn't it, guys? That was definitely... Look at my hair. It just... it's falling out of the headset.
It's a bit more frazzled, mate. It's looking a bit grayer than it did when we started that match.
Oh, that game was just... Honestly, I think an overtime would have probably done it a little bit more justice, but full credit to the Chiefs for being able to close it out in regulation, just like they needed to do. An OT win wouldn't have been good enough, guys. If the Chiefs had won in OT, we actually would have been sad on both fronts, because the Bliss 7-0 dream would have been defeated, and Chiefs still wouldn't have got second place anyway. But they get it done in regulation. Remember this play, though, from God Legion. That round. And that really set the tone for what this game was going to be able to produce from both sides. It was back and forth. And as I said, it was the first time this stage where I think Team Bliss faced real adversity. And they will grow from this. And they will learn. And they will want revenge in the grand final. They will probably want to play the Chiefs and say, bring it on. Let's get them again in the grand final. And that's the sign of a good side. And despite Bliss losing this game, can I still just say they went 6-1 this stage. Impeccable. And deserve that grand final spot. And for the Chiefs, they deserve that second place. And they only have to win one best of 3 to then face Team Bliss in the grand final.
Yeah, what a grand final that would be. Bliss have previously identified the Chiefs as probably their most difficult, most challenging opponent. So to see them face off in a best of 5 grand final could well be insane. But yeah, so many hero plays throughout this matchup. I mean, that highlight reel could have probably gone double the distance that it did. There were just so many great plays. Mechanical skill from both sides was really, really strong. Looking across at the stats now, of course, God Legion 17-6, quite impressive. Fisho though, actually having a really big impact in this matchup, and I know he's someone that we've mentioned hasn't had the best rating so far in Stage 2, both regionally and nationally. That said, in this matchup, he's getting really critical picks on the board. He was also having a massive impact late round, going for plants, setting up for post plants, etc. So a quick shout out to all the support homies out there that probably don't get as much love as they deserve.
Certainly so. It's a team game at the end of the day, guys. It is a team game. And, you know, yeah, sometimes the support don't quite get the spotlight. It is what it is, though. I think, obviously, as we know, God Legion probably from this game deserves the entire spotlight shining on his face because he was phenomenal. The Chiefs as a team, though, looked great. And they continue to look great. And this is why they were the chop of the week, cuz. Why are they losing to LFO? This team can do so many good things. They just got to break that LFO curse. That's really the only thing stopping them. But hey, and this is the other thing. Had they beaten LFO,
they would have finished first.
They would have finished first.
Yeah, I was just going to say it. That is, I mean, what a storyline that is. How they let that happen, and that's really unfortunate for the Chiefs. But, well, they've done it from second place before. I'm sure they'll be backing themselves to do it again.
I know Digital's listening to us because he is coming in for an interview, as we always do. We'd love to have you on, Dig. Firstly, I just have to ask, are we safe from your flamethrower? Oh my god.
Yes, you saw it. The flames. That game, that was for God. That was for God, that game. Jake went off. I just thought it was something funny. I just thought it last second sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy matchup that was. I mean, Coastline, of course, naturally is a pretty wild matchup. But, I mean, let's take our minds back to that God Legion clutch in the post plan over towards service. I'm sure you probably remember it. I mean, what was going on there? Was that just pure adrenaline? Was there any calls? Like, what was going on in the camp during that one?
I mean, obviously, Jake going off there. I don't want to take anything away from it. We pretty sure we knew where every single one was because we had cams on side and info on the other players. But God just went off there. Just sort of was cool, calm, and collected, and got the job done. So yeah, I think we were a little bit too aggressive in that post plant, and they almost punished us for it. But they forgot we still had Jake alive. So yeah, thank you to Jake for that one, I guess.
Firstly, Digital, obviously not first place finish, but you do actually improve on the Stage 1 regulation portion of this, period. But you need to now run the gauntlet a little bit. How are you feeling going into playoffs? I mean, you only got the one best of 3 because you have secured that second place. Obviously, you don't know exactly who you're going to be playing, but how's the team feeling, I guess, as a team heading into the playoffs?
Yeah, good. I mean, unfortunately, we didn't make South APAC playoffs, so I guess sort of a lot of our energy will be going to this league now. So we're feeling good. I think we came second last season. Yeah, we did, and so sort of in similar shoes to last season, I guess you could say. I don't know who would verse first in the playoffs. But I'm confident that we can make it to the granny because I'm pretty sure we're gonna verse third place, and then I'm thinking it's Bliss, obviously. So just confident and excited for those games. Bliss are obviously informed team, so a BO3 against them will be kind of cool. So yeah.
Yeah, well, I think grand finals best of 5. I think. So
Best of 5, yeah, that's
map pool
right.
might be tested. I think it's best of 5. So yeah, definitely.
it was
best of
last
5
season,
getting
so-
confirmation. So yeah, I mean that can lend into a bit of a question. Do you think your map pool's deep enough for a BO5 against Bliss?
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. I think it's, if anything, I think it's a question for them. Like I'm from what I know, I think they might have to dip their toes maybe into maps they're not that comfortable on, but we're fine with the BO5 format.
I'm going to give you the floor here, mate, because obviously it's the last time we're going to see you for the regulation before playoffs, and you're pretty deep into the gauntlet already, so we may not hear from you again for a little while. Any final shout-outs for the stage as a whole?
Thank you to everyone watching. Cheers for the support. Means a lot, means the world, guys. So yeah, cheers for that. And thank you to Chiefs, my teammates, and yeah, to you guys as always. Thank you for the cast.
All right, thanks for playing Dig.
Thank you very much, mate, for coming on, having a chat. As always, best of luck in the playoffs.
Cheers, guys.
Digital hopefully keeping safe from himself. Big win for the Chiefs, though. Gets them back into second place. It also puts the first blemish on Bliss for Stage 2. Their first L, Guz. What does it mean for them?
Not that much, really. I think it's difficult to make an assertion as to whether it means a whole lot. I think as Digital framed it, they're going to be tested, though, in the grand final. Is their map pool deep enough? I know it's a common theme we've been saying throughout this stage, and rightly so. I think we should be a BO5, just considering that, there's only 7 maps in the pool, so you've got to be really experienced across a wide range of maps to try and get 3 over the line. So yeah, I'm very, very excited to see if they can bounce back off what has been, only a tiny blemish over what has been an incredible stage. Bliss have played so well. They continue to prove the doubters wrong. And if they can somehow pull it off in the grand final, I mean, wow, maybe they are, a really serious threat for OCE heading forward, maybe even a tantalizing prospect for Apex South.
Mate, you got to stop using that word. Anyway, one more game to go tonight. We're going to go to a break. When we do come back, though, it is Alifo versus Rhythm, playing for a bit of pride.
Hi, I'm Josh Campion. I play support for LFO, but what you don't know about me is I was in a High School Musical. I was in Seussical the Musical.
What the hell is that?
Okay, hold up. The Seussical Musical, which was a musical about Dr. Seuss characters. It was interesting, obviously run by a high school, so it wasn't the highest of production, but we had spirit. I was Who's town person, the guy with the pointy ears and the glitter all over his face. I also was a part of the circus because I'm a bit of a clown. One of my friends was playing Clash of Clans and he was one of the main actors or singers, whatever you want to call them. He had left stage and he walked into the changing room. But what teachers didn't know is we abbreviated things in high school. So Clash of Clans was COC. He walked into the room and started screaming to the other guys, "Hey, do you want to see my?" What he didn't know was the microphone was on and the entire hall was hearing all of this conversation, and the teacher just bolted to the room and turned off his mic. It's one of the funniest experiences ever. I always think Jaeger would be a great theatre actor because anytime anyone plays it, they always act so dramatic. They always act like they're the only one that matters. So I feel like that's key to being a good theatre actor. So yeah.
My name is Jacob Stefancic, and I play Fragger for Team Rhythm. But what you don't know about me is I'm literally always listening to music. Whether I'm doing something with friends or family, or I'm in scrims, or I'm even sleeping, just always listening to music. I think music helps a lot with just like relaxing and just a really powerful thing. I just have a big playlist and put it on shuffle. Whatever comes on, from like rock music to rap. I think it's something like 13 or 14 hours. My dad got me into the more like rock and rap style of music, and my mum got me into the more like EDM and like kind of trance type of music. Even when I play drums, I do have my right earphone on my ear, but it's just my left one's the only one in. I'm sure people are always frustrated that I'm listening to music, but no one has ever interfered and told me so. I'm actually a really heavy sleeper, so music's never woken me up, like in particular. I had a picture frame fall once and like glass broke all over the side of my bed, and I just slept through the whole thing. And my mum walks in and she's like, what's going on? And I'm out cold most of the time. The Siege operator that I believe has the best taste in music would be IQ because of her elite animation where she's jamming out to tunes, some EDM, getting the vibes high.
Well, we are getting down to the end of stage 2. Unfortunately, one game to go as it is Playday 7. It is LFO versus Rhythm coming up very, very shortly, guys. And look, not going to beat around the bush here. Not really a whole lot on the line in terms of the standings. That's all pretty much locked in now. But what it is pride. LFO is a team that if they can get a win here, suddenly their stage doesn't look so bad. 3 wins, 4 losses. That's pretty good. That's 9 points. I think it's better than their stage 1. And for Rhythm, just find a win. They need to find a win. They have not been able to get one. This is it. It's the final game of the stage. Fun fact, guys. Fun fact. The last time these two teams played, Playday 7 of stage 1, Rhythm won it 7-5.
Ooh, yeah, Rhythm have been a little bit offbeat in stage 2, and I know we sounded a bit like a broken record that they haven't had a really good stage. So yeah, hopefully they can bounce back, and excuse the music puns because I'm sure you've got many loaded up ready to go for this matchup, as yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit more of a chilled matchup between these two. Their positions locked in. It's solely a match for a bit of pride. Yeah, Rhythm though, they just need a win, boys. Come on, get it over the line.
Well, as for Rhythm, I think it's been said, beaten to death. It's been spoken about at many lengths this stage. It's been a rough one. Obviously, the only point that they've been able to achieve came back in Playday 2 back in June. That was an 8-7 loss. So they got 1 point for an OT loss. That was it. It also means that we haven't had any of them come on for a chat for an interview because they haven't been able to get a win. Now, I tipped LFO, but I wouldn't mind seeing Rhythm at least walk away with a win.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're both secured first place for predictions now because Chiefs won, right? So
yeah.
I mean, we're chilling. We really do not care who wins this matchup. I mean, we don't care for any matchup really anyway. But yeah, to see Rhythm win would be just a nice little send off. No doubt that they've been going through a really rough patch. Not only has this stage not been overly successful for them, but they've also had Drex recently have to step away from the roster too, and you can't help but feel that has been compiling a bit of pain for them. So a win here would just be a nice little reprieve.
Their opponents, of course, LFO, who have had a bit of an up and down kind of season, mostly down compared to up, but they did defeat the Chiefs. They also defeated Rothlicopter, of course, 2 teams that are playing in the playoffs. You also can have now an opportunity to defeat Rhythm. So, I mean, they can actually make a pretty good stage too, all things considered. Their stage 1 was only 1 win. That was against the Chiefs. And of course, you know, that's where pretty much the meme has sort of come from. So they only got the 3 points in stage 1. There's a chance they can get 9 points now in stage 2. While then that wouldn't put them in a playoff position, guys, that's a pretty decent little increase. That's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, LFO having a bit of a pre-match party with Team Wedables and Sushi got the lights popping. And on the topic of Wedables, he was, of course, the MVP for the last Playday. He had a huge match against the Chiefs over on Consulate, dropped double figures quite easily, and he was basically just being droned in and told to get kills, and that is exactly what he managed to achieve. So keep an eye on him in this match.
Yeah, certainly a team, I think, with really, really good aspirations and a really good future ahead of them. Got to win this game, though, right? Like, this is where, all memes aside, they just need to be like everyone else and beat up on Rhythm. That's what they need to do. They need to be at least above Rhythm without being too disrespectful to Rhythm. God, well, I can't speak today at all.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Sushi.
I mean, yeah, Sushi's having a great time, so is Wedables. But, you know, if they win this game, guys, right, you put it into the standings perspective, they would be tied on points with Wildcard, and they would only then be 1 point behind Knights and Ruffle. That's not bad. I know it's second last still, but it's not bad.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It is an improvement, though, from Stage 1. They only got the 1 regulation win in Stage 1. That meant 3 points total, 5 regulation losses. So it was really, really rough for them in Stage 1. It's a small rebound. It's a small leap here if they're able to get a result over the line here. It's only a small gain, but it means that they are, you know, starting to at least improve a little bit in comparison to the rest of the league.
Let's go and have a look at the map for what is going to be our final map of the regular stage. It's Cafe. So I think we've had a different map for except for Coastline. We saw Coastline twice. So a bit of Coastline, bit of Villa, now a bit of Cafe for our final Playday of the regular stage. Guys, I think it's fine, I guess.
Yeah, no complaints from me. I mean, no Oregon and no Clubhouse tonight, so that's a nice little switch up from what we've expected here in OS, as those two maps have been very, very popular. But interestingly enough, they're the first 2 banned out in this matchup. So look, can't complain about that one. And Cafe should, generate a pretty interesting matchup. It is very, very structured at the moment, but does offer some really nice verticality. And we'll have to see whether or not teams will play aggressively into that.
I think LFO probably still go into it for me. Favorites for this game. It's hard to look past them considering Rhythm's stage that they've had so far, unable to find a win. But I mean, arguably speaking, their best chance for Rhythm, guys, is of course the team that's only 1 spot above them, right? I mean, it doesn't.
Yep.
You don't really get a better opportunity than that.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any opportunity, it is, and they seized upon it in Stage 1. They're looking to do the same once again here in Stage 2.
Well, just like Stage 1, we end Playday 7 with an LFO versus Rhythm match. Rhythm pulled out the win, 7-5. Can they repeat it once again here to close out Stage 2 this time around? It was on Oregon, actually, last time. So a different change of scenery, but the same sort of matchup. Of course, some different faces as well in the teams themselves as we head over to Cafe for our final game of the regular stage. I should mention, of course, all 5 teams have now secured themselves a position in the playoffs. That's Bliss, Chiefs, Order, and then Knights and Ruffle in that order. It means Knights and Ruffle will kickstart things in the gauntlet. Order will await the winner of that game and so forth. Then Chiefs and then Bliss in the grand final. More to come, of course, on the playoffs later on in the broadcast and later on in the week.
We're casting that, right?
I would assume so.
Okay, cool. Just gotta make sure I put it in my diary, my cute little diary. Do you actually know what days it are? Days it is, rather.
Days it are? I don't know what days it are.
You know what day it is?
I don't know what days it is either.
You're really useful, aren't you?
Not really.
I genuinely don't know if you don't know or if you're memeing.
I mean, it's sometime next week.
Yeah, not wrong. Pretty chockers next week. Oh, wait, is BB playing on the controller? What was that? Waving around the blue controller there, so maybe we'll
Are you going to talk about the bands or not? I mean, come on guys, you're the color.
Can you think of one interesting thing to say about basically the 4 most generic bands here on Cafe?
You could just say that we got expected bans on Cafe.
Well, there you go, done.
All right.
Job done.
Cool.
Now we're gonna move on. What are we gonna talk about now for the next minute and a half while we wait for something to happen?
I mean, we could talk about, I guess, expectations for Stage 3. We could try and set some storylines for them. That's usually what we do. And I think for LFO, as long as they win this game, going into Stage 3, I would look at them as a bit of a dark horse. That it could be a team that, you know, if things go really, really well and they can pick up a few sneaky wins,
there's a chance that they could probably sneak into a playoff position. It's a long shot, I know, but I think we're seeing improvement in them, 78% to 22%. Also believe what I am saying. But for Rhythm, the hard honesty is that I just can't see where the improvement's going to come from. Stage 1 was okay, they had some roster changes, and then Stage 2 just a complete calamity. Now, you could technically finish off the stage with a good note if they can beat LFO here, but it's still hard to see them making playoffs in Stage 3. That puts them in promo relegations, and then things get really interesting for them. So that's really where I think both teams are heading at going into Stage 3.
Jeez, you're going to have to take a breath after that long spiel. And you've taken...
Hey, I'm just trying to help you out, man. I'm just trying to fill some time for you.
Yeah, I don't think people realize just how difficult it can sometimes be to talk about things in a early round of Siege. But, well, that's what we're here for, so we can't complain too much. Weddable's getting a little bit aggressive here in Cigar Lounge, and we'll probably expect to see a bit of loose Siege in this matchup between these two rosters. Weddable's looking to not back down without a fight. We'll reposition over towards the hatch. Continues to pre-fire these windows to make this control a little bit more challenging for Rhythm, a little bit riskier, but instead they'll find refuge onto the roof, and as we often see here on most attacks, it'll all start at that red hatch.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Not always. Sometimes teams mix it up, but yeah, generally. Top red.
Did I say always? I didn't mean always, but nearly all the time.
Feels like it, probably. Oh, swing from Hills, timed perfectly. That's going to be the opening pick for LFO. Supremacist dropping down pretty early and gets caught. It's been a rough stage for Supremacist, a player that was highly regarded in Stage 1, Guz, and has not been able to back it up, to be completely honest, to be quite frank. Weddable's over towards Pixel. Oh, that's an easy kill. Ghoul completely caught unaware. And I think the next step for Weddable's, oh, that's just nasty. Hills gets the easiest kill ever. I mean, what was that? What a clean round from LFO, but Rhythm, I mean, come on.
Do you reckon we'll finish before 10?
10's already passed.
Past 10 o'clock.
We might go back in time.
Rhythm will be hoping they can go back in time after that round.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
A little bit disappointing. Could not get any sort of foothold there. Inside of Cigar Lounge, Pixel position proving too strong from Wedables, and picks elsewhere that we saw in the kill feed really mounting against the attack. Not the start that Rhythm would have wanted.
No, definitely not. But I think this is, again, the stage of the development for LFO is being able to just say, hey, we need to be considered closer to, say, Wildcard, Rovelcopter, then closer towards, say, Rhythm. They don't want to find themselves in this sort of no man's land where it's like, all right, we're not good enough for playoffs, but we're way better than Rhythm. They need to actually just straight up be on the same level as Wildcard and Rovelcopter, which is, that 9 or 10 point sort of margin. And you win this game, and that's exactly where they will find themselves. And if they can actually win it, and stomp this game, the round differential will be pretty minimal, guys. Like, we're talking -3 or something along those lines. So a -3 round differential, 9 points, 3 and 4. Yeah, I mean, not a bad little stage for LFO. Sure, second last and everything, but as I said, going into Stage 3, there's, good signs. And for Rhythm, it's more of maybe what we just saw.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah,
it's not good signs.
The discussion of relegation really starts to get serious
Out to locate a
for
bomb
Rhythm.
and defuse it.
And look, it's not a discussion we really like to have. We don't want to see teams perform poorly. That's not what we're about. We love championing players and teams that perform well. But ultimately, there is a promo relegation system in this league, and if Rhythm continue this trajectory, they could find themselves at risk of falling behind the rest of the pack and having to fight their spot against some pretty spicy teams down in OCL, the Oceanic Challenger League, that are proving to be pretty good. Heard some names tossed around there. Exto, for example, is one that comes to mind, that have been putting in some solid performances and could well be a serious threat. But that is ultimately the doomsday scenario. There is definitely a world in which Rhythm can bring this back. It would take a pretty miraculous Stage 3, and that starts here, being able to defeat LFO, arguably the opponent most closely matched to them.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right, where Rhythm need to be treating this game as more than just even a scrim. Like, this is still an official game for them, and they need experience in official games and playing at their best and playing as hard as they can and taking it ultra seriously. Yeah, you're not going to technically gain anything if you do win besides just pride.
and at least getting one win on the stage, but you need to be treating it like it's do or die. Put yourself in the position where it's like, hey, if we win this, we go to playoffs. That's what you need to sort of have, that sort of mindset. I'm not sure exactly what Wettables is doing there. Maybe a bit of miscommunication. Runs straight into Supremacists. Over towards White Stairs.
Well, it's already an improvement for Rhythm in this round. Keeping in mind that the previous was flawless in favor of their opponents. And with Wettables off the board, that's a pretty significant pick considering the form that he is in. It also does forfeit control above him. Rhythm will seize that opportunity, Leb in particular, to establish vertical presence and remodel the floor with that skeleton key. A lot of deep angles can be generated in towards the likes of Coffee and clear out a significant portion of Kitchen as well. Ooh, AFX there under the pump, as you can see from those angles, but will scathe away. Nitro Cell in hand. He may well try and find something back if he times this right. He can get it.
I thought he was on top of it, and he was. He gets the kill onto Leb, and that makes it 4 versus 4. And there's only 35 seconds left, and you have to sort of now wonder, is this just going to be a rush down from Rhythm? And Hills is really trying to deny this hatch. Novaex, though, the swing. Oh, it's perfect with a quick double onto Deptra and Sushi. Supremacists alongside him as well, and this is a nice little push in from Rhythm. They've got the 2-man advantage as well. AFX doing as much as he can, but he gets shut down as well by Novaex. Hills, can he go big clutch in the late round? He might just be able to. No. Outnumbered and outgunned. And Rhythm will take the round.
Oh my god, please, my heart. It can only take so much. Jesus, guys, please, just close out these rounds. You can see even Rhythm are shaking their heads. That was a little bit too close for comfort, but they had enough bodies. Supremacist breaking the fourth wall there, just stares down the barrel of the camera and lets us know his feelings at the conclusion of that round. But ultimately, taking Wettables off the board did prove to be very useful, and that vertical control was played well by Rhythm.
Yeah, much better. Novaex really just leading the way there. Found 3 in the round. Hills obviously was a bit of a nuisance. Got the 2 downs onto Ghoul and Novaex, but there was still 2 players up for Rhythm to close it out, and yeah, it wasn't much more he was going to be able to achieve. And a lot of that started, though, if we think all the way back to Wettables, who was running up White Stairs with like a minute left in the round, guys. Not sure what the call was on that, or if there was maybe a drone in place and somehow Supremacists got by it and no one saw him. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know. All I know is losing Wettables early like that certainly didn't help.
At least you admit it. So
Look,
acceptance is the first stage towards improvement. So
yeah, thank you.
Maybe one day you'll know Villa, and then you'll actually be a good caster.
10 seconds to go.
Sure, if I ever actually get to cast Villa, because once a stage does not count.
We did get it.
Yeah, once a stage.
We got it once, but honestly, I don't know if we can actually count that as a proper game of Siege.
Well,
so
actually, yeah, you're right.
You can't even put that on your resume.
I can't. No, I can't. That doesn't even go. I'm gonna do a bit more practice. That doesn't even count. But look, good round from Rhythm. But yeah, Alifo. Not sure if that was the round from them either. And are they repeating? I haven't even looked at the site myself. I think they are.
You would expect the color commentator to know, but yeah. Okay, Kitchen repeat here from Alifo. Last time we saw Rhythm go for the top-down take. Pretty decent time management, and a lot of that was aided by dropping Wettables basically for free as he was caught off guard. Over towards White Stairs. BB looking to excel the process once again by bringing the Jackal onto the board. With the Inox scanner, he'll be able to see Deptra. Now he's down below inside of reading, and you can see quite a heavy roam here from LFO that Rhythm will need to contest with. So none of these picks necessarily will be easy.
BB just having a glimpse through the Inox scanner, see if he can find any footsteps, and obviously unable to, which is fine. That's good news as well. Also, obviously don't want to go into the mindset that they play too passive now. Just because Wettables got picked early in the last round doesn't mean you suddenly turtle up. You do need to continue to find picks and be aggressive and make it difficult for Rhythm. There's someone who is being tracked by BB.
Ghoul distributing his air jabs out around the map. On over towards White stairs, and the other towards Brown, preventing those defenders from flanking later into this round. Still a lot of pressure though can be applied from the site, especially with nitro cells in hand. Sushi has already used his, but there's still 2 at least in the bank, Hills and Wettables, and AFX may well have 1 as well, but he is currently sitting on those Valkyrie cameras. There we go, he still does have a nitro as well. So a lot of damage still could be inflicted by this defense. Unfortunately for Hills, he doesn't quite connect his, leaving it in. Oh, I was going to say a 5v5, but Supremacist finally gets the opening pick, and Ghoul doubles down to find another.
2-man advantage again here for Rhythm. They are obviously here to play. It's not going to be easy for LFO. Nice line of sight established as well by Leb. BB extends this lead. Hill's able to get a kill back, at least on the Supremacist, and there's a team kill from Nevaix, and Hill's also getting Nevaix too. That makes it a 2 versus 2. No, 1 versus 2. Oh, and there's only 6 seconds left in the round. Leb, he has now got to stick the diffuser, and he cannot get off of this. Hills and AFX can just rush in, overwhelm the site. No? Now they will. Oh, what a calamity of a round from Rhythm.
Okay, bit of BM there. I'd have to assume that AFX actually has his crouch on hold there and not toggle. Either way though, a solid round there from LFO. Not too much really to say about that, outside of it being a little bit messy.
LFO, I mean, they were down 2 players early on, and Rhythm should have been able to probably close that one out.
Yeah, definitely a little bit messy late round from both of these teams so far in this matchup, but a bit of scrappy siege can sometimes be entertaining to watch, and I mean, maybe we are shaping up for a bit of a close one here. We are expecting, of course, LFO to be the favourites and to likely extend a lead or establish a lead on the defense, but who knows? Both of these teams have been struggling with consistency issues, and well, actually, is that even fair to say there? Probably not. I mean, Rhythm have been consistently losing. As horrible as that is to say. Maybe, yeah, maybe consistency is.
I mean, I think for LFO, I don't think they've actually been too inconsistent. The only 2 games where they really faltered were 7-2 loss versus Wildcard, 7-1 loss versus Knights. Everything else, they've been very competitive. And in all of those games, they obviously would have gone in underdogs. Except, I mean, they beat Roffle, 7-5 loss versus Order, that's respectable. 7-4 loss against Bliss, respectable considering the stage that they went and had. And they beat Chiefs. So it would be more so if they lose this game, then you'd say the inconsistency. But if LFO do win this, then I think, yeah, that goes back to what I've been saying, where I think they've actually had a pretty decent stage. But Rhythm, of course, do not want to end the stage winless. They will be throwing everything they've got into it, and they've gotten off to a decent start, but LFO re-established the lead, 2-1.
Cheeky hack drone there from Hills on the window ledge facing out to the west. And I think he just caught another one as well, so that's already a couple of pieces of critical intel taken away from the attack.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Hatch above popped, that will be front for this push from Rhythm. They need to be careful of said players down below, and those air jabs will hopefully aid in preventing Hills making a big play late, especially once Rhythm tried to get control of Lounge. Now, we did see them struggle last time they tried to get this objective, and they were dropping down red, got filtered, got taken down, and didn't really have an opportunity to do a whole lot. So they'll be looking, the attack that is, to try and take down the likes of Debtra, who has been lit up.
Just gets beaten up a little bit, jumps down into pillars. At least just fortunate that he's able to escape with his life intact. LFO don't really want to be losing players here. Dapsha just pinging into Cigar Shop. But no one there with a Nitrocell. Only Hills and Wettables have one in pocket. Deptra's already used his. Oh, Deptra. Actually, that was a pre-placed Nitrocell. And now Hills will throw one out as well, but they're already finding the kills anyway. 5-2. Down to just Nevaix and Cool. The round has definitely fallen away from Rhythm.
Oh, that's an angle. But AFX unable to find himself a kill. Nevaix going deep. Sushi has the cross. He's a little bit too late to find that kill, and Ghoul will punish. Novake sends it as well. He drops the AFX over towards Cocktail and gets a second onto Deptra. Somehow Rhythm are bringing this round back as Novakes goes for the plant.
A long way to go, though. Still also 37 seconds left of the round. Anything can still happen from here. Even if Novakes does get his stick, Microsoft goes out. This is the mark, though, but Novakes gets this plant down. Edibles from Washrooms and across over to Cocktails, but check your right-hand side, Hills. Always check your left and right. And he falls to Ghoul. Leaves it to Edibles. Definitely capable, and he's getting a bit of help as well with the pings. Down to 1 versus 1, and he knows that player is inside a Cocktail. Ghoul, does he have the information? The swing is about to come. He is prepared for it, though. Well placed and well primed. And Rhythm, maybe just feeling the rhythm a little bit here. Oh, Ghoul with the lefts and the right.
Well played there by Rhythm. A really good clutch up to bring that 2v4 back. Novakes in particular played that round really, really well. He just crouch walked through bar, went for the send, and managed to pull something off. He really probably shouldn't have gotten away with that, particularly considering how much pressure he applied in towards Cocktail to not be traded out. But nonetheless, really well played. And Rhythm, you know, they're crawling their way back. These round wins not necessarily very convincing, but a win is a win at the end of the day.
I think when you actually think about it, the two teams that are playing here, and without, again, being too disrespectful, probably none of the rounds are going to be all that convincing, guys.
Yeah.
You know, there's going to be some messy plays, there's going to be some messy finishes, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. The only thing I'm a little bit confused right now is why there's a tactical timeout from Rhythm.
Yeah, I guess the thought process behind this tactical timeout for Rhythm may be that they feel like they really want to try and establish a lead on the attack, establish a bit of dominance, if you would, over their opponents. Maybe they back themselves to try and get a couple more attacking round wins, and if you have even an equal half or a lead, ideally, that positions yourself nicely on Cafe, which can lend itself into being pretty difficult to attack. Now, with the bans that are on the board, I would say that, honestly, we're probably set up for a pretty close matchup, and again, considering that both of these teams are not going to necessarily have the most convincing round wins, we're probably going to see the numbers distorted a fair bit, but yeah, interesting that Rhythm take their tactical timeout right now. I can't pinpoint exactly as to why they would elect to do so.
Yeah, I think we would just end up being basically playing the guessing game, and I really don't feel like doing that right now, so we'll move on.
I agree.
Rhythm, though, are definitely within this game. It's been a horrible, horrible stage for them. 7-2 lost to Knights, 7-5 lost to Chiefs, and then 7-2 lost to Bliss, 7-1 lost to Ruffle, 7-2 lost to Order. You're sensing that, you know, the fact that it's 2-2, maybe they can get over this little hurdle of, you know, being completely stomped and at least have themselves a relatively close game here against the LFO.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Now, we have seen this Valkyrie picked quite a bit here from LFO, and it does feel like they are using this intel pretty wisely. For the most part, we are seeing at least one player from the defense sitting on these cameras quite often and giving callouts to the rest of the team. Now, Deptra with a sneaky one here over towards back alley. We'll see a player outside the garage. Pings out ping 2. I think Wedables might be the one there to pre-fire that potentially, or to contest that, but no. Southern Repel will now be used. Deptra actually does light up Novakes himself. Not enough to find the pick, though.
Bomb located by attackers.
If Rhythm can win this round and just gain themselves a bit of ascendancy, really puts the pressure onto LFO. Rhythm taking their time here in the 5th round of the first half.
Oh, utility clear at Pixel. This is a bit of a throwback. Sushi holding this position and the shield taken down. Previously placed, of course, by AFX. That means that Sushi's under the pump a little bit here, but he can play on this sort of mini pillar of sorts.
Oh, he's pushed in. That's Supremacist going straight in. Fortunately, though, they were able to at least push LFO back a little bit. Sushi, though, getting a little greedy going into backstore. Now stuck in freezer momentarily. Supremacist, though, already up in washrooms, and he knows the player top white. Still hasn't dealt with that Banshee. And he just gets shut down by AFX. I think put himself into a position where he couldn't really get out of it.
Sushi, if you shoot, you get a kill. Shoot! Shoot! Aw, cool down. Finished off by Hills, who swings wide with the pistol. Could well go for another pick. He does, but he can't connect those shots. Leb too strong on that occasion. Gets his first kill here in round number 5 and keeps Rhythm's hopes and dreams alive.
Oh, Wettables, though. Oh, he's going to get this kill easily. Oh, never mind! Leb, bit of a cast to curse Leb somehow. Now makes it a 3 versus 3, although Novax is down. BB can hop on in, try and get him back up. Feeling the heat, though, inside of washrooms. 30 seconds left. Novax, of course, dying to that, and now BB as well to AFX. Sushi finishes off the round. LFO regain the lead, 3-2.
A solid conclusion to that round for LFO, and look, if it hadn't have been for Leb, it probably would have been over a whole lot quicker there for Rhythm, who was struggling again to try and get meaningful map control and strong presence deep in towards Cocktail, and some sharp shooting was enough for LFO to secure that round. And I gotta say, the disappointment of losing that round for Rhythm has got to be compounded a little bit more. They just took their tactical timeout.
Yeah.
I mean, is that a decision maybe that they'll regret? I don't know. But if the goal was for them to, again, draw out or even lead the half on the attack, they've made that a little bit more challenging.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Just means that LFO as well at minimum. 3-3.5, not too bad. I would definitely prefer a 4-2 though, and really put the pressure right onto Rhythm at the switch of the half. Nothing too flashy though from this game. It's been a workman-like performance from both teams, Skulls. Nothing too clinical or flashy or substantial. There's been some old-fashioned siege and some, yeah, there's some mistakes here and there, but it hasn't been that bad either. Just a bit of a stock standard kind of cafe game that's playing out between these two right now.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
It has been that way. That said, a bit of a wildcard brought out here from LFO in this round, deciding to bring the cap can. Deptra can place those traps around the map. Maybe try and inflict some damage onto Rhythm. Do you remember Capcan traps when they first came out? Were you playing the game back then? Oh. Poor Deptra. I cursed him. You remember when you used to walk into them and they instant killed you? And they had like a massive hook on them, and they actually had no laser, I think, back in the day. No, they did have a laser back in the day, now they don't. Wild times, sorry.
You're just hurting my brain.
I'm just reminiscing.
Good start for Rhythm though in the final round of this first half. Terror Train can be sent out freely. That's going to clear a lot of utility.
Boom. It's unfortunate for Wettables, who will now need to fall back a teeny bit and doesn't have that to play. Oh, Hills. Surely that was a replicator. Yeah, it was. Okay. Ooh. Got a little bit nervous there for BB. Had that have actually been the Gemini, but I don't think Hills got spotted. Leb taken down. That's unfortunate there for Rhythm. They do not work out where Hills is, or if they did, do not react appropriately. And Alpha get the opening kill.
Minute and 10 seconds remaining. 4 versus 4. Calm before the storm.
Oh.
Swing or does he not swing? It's going to be BB who dies out, and Sushi, who did not swing, gets pushed on by Novax. Maybe he should have been the one that was aggressive and swinging in the first place. Would have got the kill. Wettables, that's a nice swing.
Bang.
And gets the second. Bang indeed. Cool. At least gets one back, but he's got more to do now on 1 versus 2 against Hills and Wettable. Only 5 seconds. He's got a bit of time to do it. Defuse up, though, is being guarded. No more air jabs either.
Stuck inside of Laundry. A rock and a hard place, if you would. Has a ping there on the 90 corridor. Ghoul could potentially swing this. If he finds this, it's a 1v1, but he misses the shot initially. It's messy from both, but Wettables will win it out in the end for LFO to close out the half.
Welcome back to the Oceanic Nationals presented by Samsung. So far, it's a 4-2 half in favor of LFO. Looking to not only close out this game, Guz, but also close out their stage in a pretty good fashion. Technically, would be a bit of a winning streak if they win this one. 7-4 over Chiefs, and then a potential victory over Rhythm would leave LFO looking pretty good going into stage 3.
Yeah, look, probably going to be challenging for them to carry over that momentum over the major break. Don't know how long that break will be. Probably a month and a bit, I would presume. I don't know the exact dates, but yeah. But it is a good foundation, I guess, that LFO is starting to establish for themselves. Keep in mind, they've already improved upon their stage 1 result in terms of the total points accumulated, and they could well improve upon that even more so if they get this win here. And over the break, they can continue to work upon those foundations and really try to work hard, try and crawl their way out of a potential relegation position, keeping in mind that both of these teams seriously under threat when it comes to the end of the year.
Yeah, this is usually where, for Rhythm, things go pretty bad. It goes down south, right? This sort of point of the matches that they've had this stage. Maybe get a round or two early on, and then it just all goes haywire, and LFO would, in the case of other teams, go on and run away with it. 7-2 or a 7-1 sort of victory. See if LFO are capable of that, though. Hills on the Kali.
Yeah. Trying to clear the lounge wall, I think it was. And I believe it was also successful. Now I would assume there was a new jammer on that, I guess. That was probably the play there. From Hills. That will allow Rhythm, or LFO rather, to open up that wall if they get control. Oh, BB. Wait, are they in bar? Okay, they are. Right.
It's Leb who finds the opening pick with that Nitrocell. Rhythm have been in this sort of position, though, in this game where they're able to get these opening picks, but unable to capitalize. Wettables. 8-4. And Supremacist, though, just catches AFX and regains this lead for Rhythm. Although not for long. Now 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Supremacist misdrained there by the attack, able to sit inside of backstore and get a free kill. Thankfully, though, by LFO, it was traded back eventually. Now with above control, Wettables can use that sledgehammer and try and disrupt down below, remodel the floor, and maybe find a pick or two. Decent amount of time to work with here. 50 seconds is still available to the attack. Wettables doesn't see anything at 90, doesn't see anything towards the back of reading, and now will likely fall off. Deptra and Hills already falling off themselves as they try and shape up for an execute.
Yeah, I think they're really just trying to find one more before they go for a bit of a default plan. Leb maybe with a flank here that can really undo this attack of LFO. He waits and bides his time. Still, of course, one more gas babe, and that's going to be thrown out. No more now for BB, for Nevaics. 10 seconds left. And yeah, this is probably going to be a Rhythm round. I don't see Leb not getting at least 1 here. He'll get 2. 3 for the round. That's going to be the round. So obviously Hills can't do anything but try and stick this diffuser, then get off of it, playing the Carly. It was all going to be too much. Good start to the second half though for Rhythm.
Good flank there from Leb over towards 90. Working his way up the brown stairs to find a very cheeky 2K. Now, it looked like maybe they were anticipating it. They were watching that angle, maybe just being proactive in that sense. I did see someone from LFO sitting on a drone, so may have been the case. But either way, a really strong play there from Leb. Bit messy on the top floor here as well for LFO. Not clearing supremacists aside of backstore, ultimately making the execute quite tricky for them. And Hills in that 1v2 was never a serious chance. He had to stick the bomb, and even in a post plant with Carly, it would have been very, very tough.
Well defended for Rhythm, and yeah, very important round for them to get. As I mentioned earlier, it's been a rough stage, and most of the times for Rhythm, it's been those 7-1, 7-2 sort of performances, but they've had a couple. And when I say a couple, they've had 2 performances where they've been able to get at least 3 or more rounds. Now, that was a 7-5 loss versus Chiefs and a 8-7 loss versus Wildcard. So they're right in this game here, Rhythm. Opportunity is theirs. It has presented it to them. Especially now on the defense here on Cafe. Really good chance for them to maybe win a couple of rounds in a row. Gain some momentum, put LFO on the back foot, force them to take attack time out and maybe think things. Or can LFO maybe bite back quickly, re-establish that 2-round lead, go up 5-3, and maybe put a bit of doubt into the minds of Rhythm.
I like this from Rhythm committing to the Meat Mozzie combo, maybe reading into the fact that LFO are naturally having some issues in droning out the map and trying to make that difficulty curve even steeper, and maybe allow some of these more aggressive players to get away with quote-unquote rat plays. A confident take by LFO, already pressing into prep, looking to get laundry open, oh, rather bakery open on the ASAP.
Oh, Hill's got the opening pick, but I mean, wasn't going to be able to do much more after that. Nevaex shuts him down. 4 versus 4, very quickly into the round. LFO might continue on with a push through bakery here, but if they do, I think Rhythm will be well positioned to stop this attack. E1D is going to keep them still. Nade from Wettables will get the kill onto Nevaex. That's going to at least open up the front line a little bit. Sushi getting one onto Supremacist, but he immediately dies for it. 2 versus 3. BB and Gould are well placed, but it's Wettables who's continuing to hit his shots. Deptra landing the important one to close out the round. That was a pretty quick one, a fast one from LFO, and they do regain that 2-round lead.
An opportunistic play there from the attack, taking swift control of Bakery and Prep, and a really nice aggressive swing at the very early stages of that round from Hills to get a kill with the snipper, which we don't often see, so that was pretty cool. And from there, they steamrolled their momentum to be able to close out that round. LFO now a single round away from claiming match point, but standing in between them and that is yet another kitchen defense. So Rhythm will be looking to tidy things up, and we may well see an extension in towards Bakery, or at least maybe a bit more intel with both Valkyrie and Mozzie on the board to be a bit more aware of that push.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
LFO just edging closer to closing this one out and finishing off this stage in fine fashion, in fine form. Been a monster game from Hills and Wettables. Both have combined for a total of 21 of the kills on the side of LFO.
Attackers have located a bomb.
How can Rhythm respond here?
By winning 2 rounds.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
They've got to find their rhythm, which has been a little bit of a struggle.
Attackers are
I think, honestly, they just need to tidy up and not give away free picks. The fact that in the last round you let Hills walk straight into prep, swing and get a pick is just something that should never really be happening. You should, at minimum, have intel on that push, or secondary, a little bit of pressure, or at least something to stop the attack from playing so aggressively. On this occasion, though, Hills actually made a push towards VIP. Nevaex tricking Freezer Wall. Ghoul, his position revealed and compromised as that deployable shield is taken care of. Leb looking to provide some additional support, but is droned out from reception. I like the change up here. from Rhythm, but it is a little bit slower. As I say that, however, BB on the Mozzie will be taken down.
There's the E1D out from Sushi. LFO with a man advantage. Something that Rhythm have actually been the team having over the last 2 rounds or so. Planning some opening picks and time at LFO, especially on the attack here, that can really overwhelm Rhythm, just like they did in that last round prior. Ghoul's already throwing out some gas babes. That was the first one thrown out. We've got a minute 40 left. It's not ideal for Rhythm. Maybe just feeling the heat. They still have 2 nitro cells, but LFO really establishing control above.
Leb still around this position, so that early intel gathered by LFO not really acted upon. Instead, they are doing some nice work up above in mining. They're able to create this line of sight from pillars down through the museum entrance, down into the kitchen hallway to cut off that rotation from the double door. Another cheeky line of sight as well here will need to apply pressure on the likes of Novakes, sitting alongside Coffee, trying to protect Freezer with Ghoul, but he gets lit up. He is forced back. Ghoul now under the pump to really go big here for Rhythm.
Oh, he gets him! Thought maybe he would be outside of the radius, but Wettables gets taken down. So much for being under the pump. It's 4 versus 1. Who's under the pump now, Guz?
I think AFX, in my professional opinion.
Which does not amount for much. Rhythm with a much needed round win. Because look, it wasn't shaping up to be going that well, but boy, did they pull it back very quickly. We could have easily been staring down the barrel of a 6-3 match point lead for LFO, but Rhythm extend this a little bit longer.
I don't think we're going to finish at 10 o'clock. Sorry, I was just stretching there. I'm getting a bit stiff in the back. Carrying you. This stage is it's taking its toll.
I just don't know how you can say that off the back of that last round, but anyway, you do you, Guz.
Wow. What a stage this has been, and Rhythm still on the hunt for their very first win, and honestly, they're not that far behind their opponents here. There is a very real opportunity that Rhythm could get the job done. To even out the scoreline, however, they will need to successfully defend Bar and Cocktail, which has been a little bit mixed. I do like the adaptation here, though, from Rhythm, electing to bring the Castle on this occasion, as well as the Aruni. On top of that, they also have the Wamai and the Jaeger. So that means there's going to be a lot of utility to deal with and a lot of projectile denial to play into that. So LFO will need to be very careful, very mindful of how they expel their utility, or they could find themselves running dry pretty quickly, which will make clearing out the likes of Cigar Lounge on screen now very tricky.
One thing LFO have actually done pretty well as the attacking team is really getting into their positions quite early and establishing things. It was more so the late round. It's one of the castle barricades dealt with. AFX also just peeking in, having a few shots. Nevaix roaming around Bar. Oh! If he wanted to, could have just continued to be a little bit more aggressive, but falls back upstairs now to pillars and will now roam around. Hills ended up making his way in.
Oh, Motorballs will drop, gets lit up in the process. Now needs to try and play close with the Skeleton Key, but that player will drop down the hatch. That was BB, able to scathe away. Team up with Supremacist over towards 90, but Hills will take him down. The trade misses the mark. Hills almost hits the 180. Doesn't quite land, however, and BB can trade it back.
And Wettables is down, although he's just been brought back up. Down but not out, and now still standing. Minute 30 seconds remaining in this 10th round, and it's again back and forth, and Very hectic and chaotic. Bit sloppy at times as well. Thought maybe Hills was going to be able to get that 180 headshot. Didn't quite happen. Novak still holding close to Pixel, but he's expecting a bit of pressure maybe from White Stairs. Minute left.
Still a 4v4. All the key angles being held here by Rhythm. Alpha desperately looking to try and find a pick, find it in there. It may be. Oh, it's Ghoul and Novakes both to fall. Sushi goes deep, but gets traded back. The swing from BB with the SMG lands. Leb as well lands his shots. It's now a 2v2.
Still plenty of time. LFO do not need to rush this. Leb's half health. BB very low. Leb now also one shot away from death. Deptra and Wettable. So now it's actually a 3 versus 2 because they got the revive onto Deptra. AFX though gets his head taken off by Leb. Once again, 2 versus 2, but this time there's only 20 seconds left. Wettables, big time shot. Now it's only BB that remains for Rhythm to somehow stop LFO from achieving match point here in the 10th round. He's low on health, but if he can swing out, he should be able to get both pretty quickly because they are both really low in HP. Just has to stop this from being successful. He doesn't push fast enough. He does get the kill though, but now his position is known to Deptra. Or is it? He moves around. He's playing hard to get. Oh, he's pinged out. And now he's just slowly pushing over towards Deptra's position. He swings. But Deptra had the information. And in the end, LFO get the round.
Oh, so close there for BB. He was only a microsecond away from being able to deny the plant. Had he have done that, kept it in red time, I highly doubt we would have seen the same result. Deptra would have been forced to try and pick up the kid or find the kill, and both of those would have been very, very tough. So LFO managed to get away with that one. 6-4 now the score. Great effort by Lev as well. He was in a very awkward position for a lot of that round and did a lot of work, but again, it wasn't enough.
Not enough in the end. And now match point beckons.
Attackers need to locate.
Can LFO finish off their stage on a high note? Or can Rhythm maybe just continue this stage for a little bit longer?
Time will tell. Not many opportunities left though for Rhythm. A single round here for LFO will be enough to seal the deal, lock in a few more points, and end their season on a high. I've got to say, I've got to respect the determination from Hills to continually play Kali. It is an operator that sees basically no play at the moment in competitive, and which can be pretty niche. But with Thatcher off the board, can aid in utility clearance, and honestly, he's been making that sniper SMG combo actually work out quite nicely, so can't fault him there.
Match point. Does this nightmare stage for Rhythm continue to become a winless stage, and for LFO, half decent stage considering, I mean, if you had have told them at the start of this stage, guys, 3 wins, 4 losses, but 9 points and a pretty decent round differential, they probably would have taken it. All things considered, not really a team that many expected to be fighting for playoffs, and yet, in the end, only 1 point away. Nice run out from Leb. Get through to Hills. The Kali has been an interesting choice in this game, but an effective one. Hills has been playing very well, and it's a man advantage for Rhythm.
Cool prone over towards Cocktail Balcony. If he isn't droned out, he might be able to go for a play, but he's dead meat if discovered by the attack. Just holding down the angle, and there's that drone. Can Ghoul stay alive? He does, not picked by LFO. Safety found over towards Pillars, but no safety for Sushi. Supremacist again inside of backstore. He's a menace from this position, and Rhythm doing a good job to hold on.
2-man advantage. This is where you can put that little bit of pressure on that. Oh, easy kill for Supremacist. Rhythm should be able to close out this round. Barring a catastrophe. We've seen some comebacks tonight, though, in particular rounds. I wouldn't count out Deptra and Apex. Certainly capable. And still a minute left in the round, although Deptra just gives away that position. And he couldn't quite get the elimination onto Supremacist despite him being so low in health. He continues to peek, it continues to be annoying, and to just make it very difficult for Deptra. Deptra, though, with the
Wait,
pistol.
he got pistoled back.
He got pistoled back with the headshot. He types good night in chat. Little did he know, Supremacist had basically no health anyway.
Still counts.
30 seconds left, 2 versus 3. Now we can start to push into Pillars. Rhythm surely can't finish their season off like this. Not like this one. Oh, Ghoul. Oh, he misses big time. 3 in the round now for Deptra. 20 seconds left. It makes it a 2 versus 2. This should have been round over. Leb with the Nitrocell. Throws it. Looking for that default play, but no one's there. AFX, they're going for something different. Headshot onto Leb. Now it's BB with only 5 seconds left. AFX going for the plant, and he gets shut down by Deptra. That is it. What a finish from LFO on the round to close out Stage 2 of OCN regulation. Does LFO mean... Well, it doesn't really mean anything for LFO, I guess. They don't go anywhere. They're still second laughs. But hey, not a bad stage.
They have something to smile about, which is a nice change of pace, and what a way to close things out. A nice little clutch there from AFX and Deptra, and unfortunately for Rhythm, I think that really does encapsulate just how unfortunate their season has gone. But look, on a lighter note, again, LFO, they get a dub, they improve upon Stage 1, and who knows where this roster could go next.
Exactly right. And look, I think that for me, this is a team that has got potential. Maybe not being, say, best in the region, but maybe a playoff team, guys, if everything goes right in Stage 3. If they can have a really good, regular Stage 3 and find themselves in that 4th or 5th place position, I don't think it would be otherworldly. You just, in this stage, with how close it is, you look at them in their Stage 2, they're on 9 points. If you just flip one result, say the wildcard game that went to OT, you win that in regulation, they're in playoffs. That's it. That's as simple as it is. I know it's a lot of ifs and buts, and you can say that for all of the teams, but that's... Oh, so that was Rhythm, but still, I mean, LFO, you can flip any one result, and they're in to playoffs, so...
That was my reaction for a bit of this game. I'm not gonna lie, it's a pretty sloppy siege, but it was interesting, and I think this honestly gave us a bit of a window into what has been going wrong for some of these teams. We saw on the attacks, their droning was a little bit lacking. There were a couple of these messy completions to rounds where ins were given where they shouldn't have been, and overall, look, these teams do have a lot to work on and a lot to improve. They know that. They don't need me to say that, and the results say it for themselves. But hopefully, again, they have a decent break between these 2 stages, and they have an opportunity to bounce back. I mean, we saw players step up once again in this matchup. Wedables had a decent one. Hills was actually a standout. Had a really strong defense and still fulfilled that Carly role nicely on the attack. On the side of Rhythm, pretty consistent across the board, so you can't knock them on that. But as I said, a lot to work on, and hopefully we see that improvement over the break.
Yeah, and look, obviously, I think for Rhythm, you can take a little bit out of this game, sure, as you said. Maybe there's some sloppiness, but I think ultimately when you look at their team and you look at those player ratings from top to bottom, it's actually pretty close, and I think that team probably should be doing better than winless, but I think it also shows how difficult this can be, because that's still a pretty decent team, and I think, honestly, and let's be real, they're going to be in promo relegations in Stage 3. I don't even know if they can avoid it. I don't know what they would have to do. It would be astronomical. But I think that there might be some that is actually surprised when they go up against some of those OCL teams. Then I think they will be able to hold their way. I don't think it will be like, a complete walkover And for LFO, that's basically their goal, right? Like, if there's any goal for a team going into Stage 3 that is LFO, it's to somehow avoid that promo relegation. That's it. Simple as that.
Yeah, I think we'll be surprised when we get to those promo relegations if these two teams or even one of these teams are in that, just how strong they probably are against the OCL counterparts. They're still going to hold their weight very well. That said, we do need to see them continue to improve and gain some confidence and momentum heading into that, because there'll be nothing worse than if they somehow manage to go downhill from here. And I know that that will be their goal over this break. Continue to improve, continue to gain experience, and hopefully they can start to pluck a couple more wins, try and head a couple more games to OT and scrape some more points. Because yes, the standings are really, really close, but there's no doubt that these two teams were still trailing significantly behind the rest of the pack.
Well, I don't think LFO were. They have finished on 9 points, only 1 point away from the 4 and 5 position. Let's go and have a chat with our MVP from last week. It is, of course, Wettables, who you didn't quite match last week's performance, but that's okay. We'll give you a bit of a break, mate. Big win. And I think then one thing that I've been sort of saying on the broadcast is that, you know, when you look at your stage and you look at the numbers, pretty good round differential. It's not too bad. You know, 3 wins, 4 losses. Like, it ended up being a pretty okay stage and maybe sets things up for a Stage 3 run of things.
Yeah, look, we're definitely proud of our Stage 2 performance over our Stage 1. You know, 3 wins instead of 1, you know, definitely a big improvement. Sucks we couldn't close out some of those extra rounds where we got those L's and at least push it to OT. You know, LFO don't get overtime as the 2 stages. You know, look back, I don't think there's one game went to OT. So LFO get to 6, we win. If we don't get to 6, then we lose. Like, LFO don't get OT. That's the way I see it. But yeah, if we definitely get to push some of those games to OT, then I don't know, that's our ticket into playoffs, I feel. But we're not upset or anything about our performance this stage. More happy with ourselves that we did get 3 wins, taking down, you know, Rafflecopter Chiefs and now Rhythm. Yeah, there's not much more to say besides that we're definitely in a better state of mind knowing that we didn't finish dead last with 1 win.
Yeah, I would agree. I think you guys have set yourselves up with a nice foundation heading in to Stage 3. Where do you realistically see you guys finishing in that 3rd stage? Is there a goal that has been set, or I mean, even if you want to set a cheeky goal now, where do you expect to finish in that 3rd stage?
Look, at least hit playoffs. Like, as long as we make it into playoffs, like myself personally, I don't really mind where we make it. As long as we make it into playoffs, that's just my goal. The boys probably, you know, like, nah, first, but like, you know, I walk before I can run, you know, just make playoffs, then go from there.
Is that the next step for you guys as a team, being able to do better in those losses so that you are at least dragging out some extra rounds to force OTs and performing better under adversity when, you know, sometimes things aren't going your way, but also just turning, say, a 7-5 loss into an OT loss or something along those lines? Is that just that next step where maybe over the break you look back at some of those games and think, okay, let's go back, look at our losses and see how we could have etched out a few more rounds?
Yeah, definitely need to work on how to push those rounds more to, you know, our favor. When we get a good start, then we just, you know, troll a little bit, give away a pick or 2 here. And we got to work on like our comms, our positioning, and how close we're playing together. Make sure our refrags are there, closing out those rounds that where they're meant to be LFO rounds from the start, and we just throw away. We got to stop all that, and yeah, then hopefully we can start closing out games to, you know, our win in regular time, or even go to OT if we're down. That there will change up the standings, and not just like us being up on the ladder, but the entire ladder overall. Because losing those games where you can push to OT, that could push us up to at least playoffs, or even push another team out of playoffs. You know, like those OT losses, even OT wins, change up the ladder so much now. Like, you can see that we're on 9 points and still out. Like, you know, if we got an OT loss, we're in playoffs. Like, even though you lose an OT, it's still a big deal to get that extra point, and it means a lot.
Yeah, Wettables, now that the standings are completely set in stone, I'm keen to hear your thoughts. Who do you think is going to be the stage champs?
Bliss or Chiefs. That's my point on it. Bliss or Chiefs. I want a BO5 grand final. Bliss or Chiefs, 5 maps. That's how I see it going.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would probably be going with that one right now. We'll let you go. Final shout-outs, I guess, and of course, you guys looking for an org?
Yeah, definitely looking for an org. So if you want an OCN team, slide into my DMs. You know, give me an offer. You know, I'm happy to take on any. And yeah, thanks for the support in the chat. And yeah, we'll see you guys on stage soon. Hopefully, making the playoffs.
Certainly will, mate. Best of luck in Stage 3 for LFO.
Thanks, guys.
Well, they end Stage 2 with a winning streak, guys. 2-0 over the last 2 weeks for LFO. Not a bad way to finish Stage 2.
Yeah, hopefully we get to have some more chats with Wedables in Stage 3. Lovely to talk to, and of course when they do winner interviews, so those opportunities can sometimes be limited for the teams that aren't able to push the distance. And yeah, I really like this positivity. Heading into the third stage, the team does believe that all it's going to take is just maybe even some small steps, some small improvements, walk before they run, as Wedables said himself, and they might be able to push more games to overtime. And as he said, the margins at the moment are so fine, so close. A couple of more games leading into OT, even if they're a loss, could be enough to get yourself in a playoff position.
Let's go and have a look at the results from Playday 7, our final Playday of the regular season. It was pretty much a one-sided state of affairs across the board. We kickstarted it off with a must-win do-or-die game between Rafflecopter and Wildcard, and it did not live up to the billing, guys.
No, it did not. Yeah, I mean, there were some wacky results tonight. Those first 2 matches were just so incredibly one-sided that I don't think anyone would have anticipated them heading into tonight. They were both slated as 50-50 matchups. They were only side-by-side. Both of those teams were side-by-side one another in the standings, but the result not quite reflective of that. Later in the night, though, we got a really good matchup between Bliss and the Chiefs. Unfortunately, Bliss unable to continue their perfect run here in Stage 2. They will only lose 1 match throughout the regular season to the current champs. And then that last matchup was a pretty spicy affair over on Cafe, and unfortunately, Rhythm are winless in Stage 2.
Let's go and have a look at the predictions and see where everything has fallen. I think it is me and you at the top. Yes, it is. No one else is even with us. I mean, it's just this easy. I think, what's this now, like 3 stages in a row? I don't even know, guys. We just keep winning.
Yeah, easy dubs out here, so I can't complain too much. A little bit disappointed that I went for the Knights in that second matchup, but it is what it is. I could have snatched a victory. I'm just happy that I didn't go for Rhythm. I was thinking tonight I was definitely going to regret. I think I picked Rhythm twice throughout the regular season, at least once, and if I hadn't have picked them tonight and they plucked a win, I would have been disappointed. But no, it wasn't meant to be, and yeah, we retained first position.
Now, moving on though, our MVP of the night, guys. I mean, it was... Well, there was a couple, I think, really. There was probably 2. But once we saw what God Legion did in a pretty big game, first versus third, now technically second, I mean, he was just unstoppable. I think it was OJ in the first match where we were like, oh, wow, who's going to be able to top that? God Legion did.
Yeah, OJ, yeah, again, just a quick shout out, had a fantastic night, but God Legion was just in a whole another league, and I think our decision was really set off the back of this clutch. I mean, it was only the second round of the matchup, but a massive 1v4 post-play. Yes, Digital said that he had a decent amount of intel to work with, but still to pull that off and have the composure is just absolutely huge. You could see his reaction, absolutely ridiculous, and just across the board, so sharp on so many occasions. And yeah, I wouldn't want to be facing off against him on the Zofia.
No, certainly not. And I think it really goes to show the Chiefs when they've got a player like God Legion, what he can do, and he can pop off, especially when you've also then got alongside him guys like Worthy, guys like Vast, the ever-improving Digital, one of the best supports in the region in Fusho Guy. There's a reason why these guys were the stage champions for Stage 1, and they will, of course, be looking to go back-to-back as a team in Stage 2. Which, leads us to, the playoffs, guys. Are you sensing what I'm sensing? Chiefs, Blizz, is it going to happen?
Oh, yeah, I hope it does. Look, I mean, honestly, I'm all for as well the miracle run through the bracket. If another team that finished 5th or 4th, for example, can make that run, that'd be awesome as well. That's a great storyline, but it does feel like we are, beginning to establish a bit of a rivalry between Bliss and the Chiefs. It's starting to brew. If they manage to have like a 5-map banger in the grand final, that'd be quite exciting.
Let's go and have a look at those standings, of course. We've already seen them be locked in quite earlier on in the night, but a refresher, Team Bliss, top spot. No longer flawless, though, guys. They have an L. They have their first one. The Chiefs and Order both tied on 14 points, but of course, Chiefs, and all the way back in Playday 1, demolished them 7-2 to get that tiebreaker. Knights and Rafflecopter will then, of course, start things off in the gauntlet. They'll be playing each other, basically. And we have to remember back to Stage 1, Rafflecopter were in that spot and won the first 2 best of 3s.
Yeah, Raffle will be prepping themselves to take off once again to try and go for a cheeky run, but they do have a hard road ahead of them. Knights is another team that does have the potential to go deep on their day. The Knights finished first in Stage 1, but couldn't complete the job in the Grand Final. So we don't really know what they have in store for a bracket run, but yeah, difficult to tell. Here is, of course, the bracket. It is basically just 4th and 5th plugged into round 1, and then we go from there. Bliss already locked in to that best of 5 Grand Final.
Yeah, I think the round 4 could actually just be called Grand Final, because that's exactly what it is. Obviously, for Order, they will be awaiting the winner of Knights and Rafflecopter, and then Chiefs, they get the benefit of that that third round, just like they did in Stage 1. If we remember back, they were able to win that, and then they took on Knights in the Grand Final and won that one convincingly. So who knows? This time they might be able to do that to Team Bliss, a team that really now has to show up come playoff time, right? Because Team Bliss was a team in Stage 1, guys, that had a really good regular stage. And then in the playoffs, they got dumpstered by Rafflecopter. They have to make sure that doesn't really happen again.
Yeah, and that's going to come down a lot to their ability to be composed in a long potential best of 5, which could stretch, you know, 5, 6, maybe even 7 hours if it goes for a really long amount of time. So that's going to test their physical and mental endurance. But we also, again, still have questions raised about whether or not their map pool genuinely has the depth. It didn't seem like it in Stage 1. I'm sure that has been improved upon heading into Stage 2, and I'm sure Bliss will be ready and raring to go.
It's been a fabulous Stage 2, hasn't it? It's been, again, pretty close towards those sort of 2nd to 6th place positions. Team Bliss, they ran away with things, guys. They didn't quite get the 7-0. I guess that means the next reload episode's not going to be the Bliss show.
No, it's not. Unfortunate for Bliss. It would have been a good storyline, but maybe. I don't know. Yeah. It is unfortunate for Bliss. I still don't think we have seen a team go perfectly, have a perfect season in the domestic region. So, I mean, maybe that's a goal still that these teams will need to strive for.
Maybe for Stage 3. Well, that is going to be Stage 2 regulation done. We have, of course, got next week the playoffs and the gauntlet. That is all going to be fascinating, and we will be there along with the rest of the crew to bring you all of the action.
Emo does push up, finds one with the AK-12. Could make it 2, no, but it's OJ to get a quad.
But the boat's so low, Juicy. Oh, the Nitro Cell goes down, but he isn't able to find the target still. Jack Dad pops up and pops him. An Order. Sigh of relief, somehow win that Calamity.
Oh, the lightsaber!
Yes! 40 seconds left.
Oh!
What a Kobe from Nico! He just no, it's making it really hard.
But by no stretch is Blackbeard viable at any level. I wouldn't even say you could make it working casually. It's literally that bad. So Nico able to close that out for the UMP. Eventually traded out though from the mud window. Now Dino. Oh, the shield! It works! The shield works! He gets the pick up the Specker. The Knight.
He is the villain. He is the Terminator. Running around, causing a ruckus. Oh my god!
Oh,
God Legion! No, that's not allowed! Very difficult for Team Bliss.
Oh, good swing there from Worthy. And he doubles down there onto Shane.
Rhythm. They've got the 2-man advantage as well. AFX doing as much as he can, but he gets shut down as well by Novaeus. Hills. Can he go big clutch in the late round? He might just be able to. No. Outnumbered and outgunned. And Rhythm will take the round. Next thing is, they don't matter. God Legion, though, can maybe still salvage the round, but Oda is counter-defusing. 1 second left on it. He stops it. Oh, he just goes huge with the triple. He makes it a quad to finish the round for the Chiefs. Oh, what a round. Vast is speechless. He can't believe what just he saw.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a secret.